It brings you so much pain, and it's your ball and chain. It's your decision, defending the model position. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You've got to twist your words in every which way, because the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line, or does it curve? Some people don't clamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model dictates what you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain, it's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change. Just got your local distance just out of range. That oblique is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain, and it's your ball and chain. It's your decision, defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball will always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. That old model affliction, it brings you so much pain, it's your ball and chain. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues.
Works really good with this guitar.
Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way. We all know that the model dictates what you do. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction. affliction. Model affliction. Model affliction. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction blue.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Model Affliction Monday. One of the
And
it's going to be a good one.
yeah, this could be a great one for all of us model afflicted folk.
The whole idea.
Claiming a shame.
Yeah, the whole idea of the Model Affliction was to point out a difference that we'd seen, or difference that I'd seen personally. I seriously don't have the model. The model was taken from me. And after that time, nobody put it back there. There's no model as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
So
I'll say you don't need a model to live in reality. You
Yeah.
don't need a model.
And it was only when somebody showed me about, somebody brought me into this arena by telling me something that obviously sounds ridiculous. I came into this because I told Fight the Flat Earth that the horizon doesn't rise to eye level and that all horizontals are parallel. Right? But that doesn't make me a flat earther. That's how I know it's not flat. Right? So I have a proof that it's not flat. And anybody wants to challenge me on that, I mean, let's go. I've always said the Earth is not flat, observably so, measurably so. But level is definitely horizontal. I have a proof. If you want to see it, let's go. You want to have a conversation about it? You want to have a debate about it? I'm up for that. Absolutely, definitely not flat. So anybody trying to claim that I'm a flat earther or anybody else is a flat earther because they know that level is horizontal is fucking ridiculous. Anybody that knows about level knows that the level is the tool that measures elevation changes. That's how we know and we can prove it's not fucking flat. There's a proof. To say that the Earth is flat is stupid. And I'm glad I'm not part of that. Because that's ridiculous. To say I'm involved in a flat Earth conversation is a different matter. Because there's a lot of model afflicted people that like to come and talk to me. I think they think I'm different. They must get a different sort of conversation with me not having a model. And now I, as far as I can see, seem to be pretty unique within this arena. And I make no apologies for it. You want a conversation about it? Come on in, Discord, on the level. Come and have a chat. I'll chat with anybody about it. But I don't want to get into a conversation about something that you have no proof for. You've got nothing. I don't want to get into maybe conversations and what ifs. They're all stupid. I must have had many of them. If anybody wants to come and challenge me and say that it is flat, come with your proof. Dead easy. Get your best argument, place it together, and show everyone how well you can prove or how well you can argue your case of the earth being flat. And I will show you, and I will challenge you and show you that the earth is not flat. And I'll show you the proof of that fact. It's very easy.
Bev?
Yeah. Sorry.
I have a clip labeled proof. If you could play it.
I can do. Wait a minute. Let me just. If I. Let me see.
Does prove that level is.
Now, you guys need to see that in. Right, I don't know whether you can let these play or not. Right? Can you guys see that on there?
Yes.
Right. I'll just cue this in. Right. I've been just been shown a video that Nathan Oakley's put out. Now it's a video of me having a conversation with a surveyor, with my lad. I was doing a project. Still am doing the project. It's still ongoing to see how the minds of people have been changed by education system. People's conversations that you have with other people. See how that works right now. Let me switch this over. So that's a video that Nathan Oakley's just put out. I hope he's not monetized it because I don't monetize my stuff. So for him to misrepresent me within one of my own videos and then make money out of it, I think it's pretty low. But hey, that's the sort of thing that apparently certain flat earthers do. Right now, this is another thing. On Saturday, there was another show that was on. A ball sniffers or something like that. Where these guys get together. Now, quite a few people said you're going to have go over it. So that's what we're going to do. Now, Rob's clipped a few parts out for us to go over. I don't know what anybody else thinks, but I think there's a part near the end that I think we have to go over. Anyway, so this is Model Affliction Monday, and we're going to go over a group of model afflicted people. Interesting to see. Right, so let me get this over here. Hopefully this will develop into whatever. Freestyling it. Right, okie dokie. Let us know if you can do that.
No, it was set. Hey, Bev, it was
Yeah.
set at the right timestamp already.
Yeah.
You just moved it.
When I clicked the link, it played a few seconds, so I've just moved it back again.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
My bad.
Okay, so these are clips that Rob's made of that video. That's Rob Keane. Thank you, Rob. Here we go.
What does prove that level is horizontal and validates the water level is the height of void correction in celestial navigation elevation angles, because you're correcting down the vertex to the water. Does prove that level is horizontal and validates the water level.
What proof? We must have missed that.
Deep correction.
Oh,
He's talking about deep correction.
Correction of an angle proves that level is horizontal. What?
Yes.
I would say that for Brian, it is proof of flat Earth.
Well, probably, yeah, the water or something done on a boat. Pretty bad misunderstanding of proof, right? I don't know where the link to the proof has come from that. Those prove.
What does prove that level is horizontal and validates the water level is the height of void correction in celestial navigation elevation.
Validates the height of eye correction. Validates. Who is this flat Earth math? Oh, they're going over flat Earth maths rebuttal to me, the straw man rebuttal, or are they going over? Oh no, they're not going over the bit where we went over how much of a straw man it was. This is okay. We've got this flat Earth thing on the channel, right? So.
Yeah, we should have probably started with my first clip and went in sequence so that we kept the sequence of the show.
Yeah.
I just thought because we were talking about proof.
Okie dokie. Well, right. Well, we'll talk about this anyway, right? So, what I was talking about to start off with is the fact that I'm not a flat earther, right? For anybody to say the Earth is flat is obviously, it's a ridiculous statement. It's a misnomer. It means nothing. It's vacuous, right? And
as a flat earther myself, I would agree with you.
Right. And also, I like the term, the flat earther, right? There's no such thing as an earther. It's ridiculous. And then to put flat in front of an earther,
Maybe
it's
Hobbit.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? It just doesn't make any sense.
They lived in the earth.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a word in the dictionary. It means nothing. Now, if you want to go with flat earther as a title, then you have to be able to defend flat earth, which is a ridiculous thing to start off with. I could never defend that position in argumentation. So if anybody wants to challenge me and the fact that the Earth is definitely not flat, then let's go. Let's do it. If there are any flat earthers that feel offended at me saying the Earth is definitely not flat, step up anytime. That's what we're here for. We're here for the discussion. We're here for the arguments, really, to place the arguments together, for the logic, these logical sequences of things, and being able to show people proofs, actual proofs, through arguments, through logic. That's what I'm here for. So if anybody actually does want to step up, and if anybody's getting offended, like these guys. I mean, like I say, I've not listened to any of this purposely because this is the way I'm
not offended.
Well, you're unique as far as I consider, Rob. Takes a very individual sort of person to claim to be a flat earther, but then just to throw your hands up and just say, oh, well, actually, I can't defend it. It's just a position to start a conversation. Which is all of this stuff. That's all we're ever doing. We're just trying to start conversations. Like the tag goes. Just try thinking. Just to put that logical step. Now, we have had quite a lot of model afflicted people in the chat. They come in to try and start us up just before the show. Paid NASA shill. It's a typical one. Can you imagine a character like that? But this one, this isn't that type of model affliction tonight. This one is a particular model affliction, and this one is the flat earthers. Now, if you consider yourself a flat earther, the one thing that you have to ask yourself is, do I have any proof that the earth is flat? And then you're going to have to deal with the question as what is earth?
So don't just look at lights in the sky.
Yeah. Well, you can't just measure an angle. I mean, hopefully you've got a bit more than that. Because anybody can measure an angle from anywhere. It's not really going to help you. Definitely doesn't prove. And if you want to correct that angle, that definitely doesn't prove anything either. But hey, this group of people that we're talking about have said specifically they do not want to talk. They do not want to communicate. They just want to do this sort of thing. And these people, I used to defend flat earthers, and I still do. Within argumentation, I'll always be able to do that, right? But this particular group of flat earthers have put on a Superman cape, and I don't know what they're doing, but to me, that's why I say there's a difference between a flat earther and what I consider flat Earth society. Flat Earth society have always, even back to Robotham, they've always tried to confuse people. I'd say Flat Earth society, right, is not Flat Earth. They're not Flat Earthers. They're there for a laugh, for a joke, for a troll, for a shill. Like many of the characters. They're in it to try and confuse people. And what we're here for is to try and show people logic and to simplify argumentation. Advanced simplicity. We're going to be talking about it a lot this year. Making the argument simple. And hopefully we can hopefully show that some people are, hopefully they're listening, watching. Hey guys, thanks for joining. That they're not helping people understand things. In fact, they're making more confusion than there needs to be of such a simple thing. The truth, which we can prove, is the earth is not flat. Don't get upset. Don't get upset about the earth not being flat. We're just talking about reality. There's no need to get fixated on models and stuff. So what we're going to go over here tonight is a few clips from this, and then hopefully we can get round to actually going over what the end hour, was it? I don't know. These are clips that have been done by Rob Keane, specifically. Are these like a sequential? As you're going through the video, you're clipping the bits.
Start at the top. Yeah.
Okay. You guys can see that. Is that a new one?
What there is an overriding consensus worldview that the sky is a vacuum and that it's a sphere. Now, when you make the assertion of Modus tollens in the Black Swan, that isn't you making a positive claim, it's you taking their positive claim and then taking it apart. And in the same way, what there is an overriding consensus worldview that the sky is a vacuum and that it's a sphere. Now, when you make the assertion of Modus tollens in the Black Swan, that isn't you making a positive claim.
Shouldn't Modus tollens be making a positive claim?
It's making a statement that it isn't. Right? That's Modus. It's by denying, isn't it?
Yeah, no time for that.
Are you there, Paper?
See what's wrong with the microphone.
Is that hot mic?
Yeah.
Battery is turning the
He's
fucking
working.
almost every.
Somebody want to stop hot mic Rob from hot micing? Okay. Modus tollens actually means.
Sorry, was on the phone.
Yeah,
Yes, tollens, tollens. It means that we are denying something by denying something else.
Mm.
That's what it means. Tollendo by means of denying.
Yeah.
Deny by means of denying, but it is not just denying one thing. We are denying premise by denying consequence.
Yeah. And you must mind your P's and Q's within that. So did you hear Nathan Oakley? See what he says?
What there is an overriding consensus worldview that the sky is a vacuum and that it's a sphere. Now, when you make the assertion of modus tollens in the Black Swan, that isn't you making a positive claim, it's you taking their positive claim and then taking it apart.
So he's making their positive claim. I've yet to find anybody to make this positive claim.
This positive claim would be if the Earth is a sphere with radius. That would be positive claim of Globers.
Yeah, have you ever heard anybody do that? Make it like within an argument? Because like I say, we've been struggling for a year to find an argument coming from just about anyone, really. And I don't consider a claim just words that you put together. That's not really a claim, is it?
Stating that Earth is a sphere, it is a claim, yes.
But
statement.
Have you heard anybody actually make that claim?
The Globers, they do. They claim it. They say that it is.
Yeah, I suppose. Just in like a brief flippant statement, but there's nothing to back it.
Of course. Mm-hmm. But still, it is a claim. You can turn this claim into some kind of argumentation. It is not valid, but still there are attempts to do that, but failed attempts.
Yeah, I think the particular modus tollens that Nathan's talking about there is pretty unclear. It's not an actual modus tollens because it was unfinished badly, and the P's and the Q's, the consequent, didn't really follow.
Last conclusion is not following a whole modus tollens because as I said before, if the statement was like, if the Earth has radius, width, and number, then etc. That would be modus tollens correctly with one predication, but in consequence, denying consequence and denying premise, that would be that the Earth has not that radius. But in conclusion, we have that the Earth is not a sphere, and this is just non sequitur. Simple. It should be simple. One predicate should be one predication, but in this modus tollens we have two. Mm-hmm. If the Earth is a sphere, being sphere, this is first predication, and this sphere has a radius, this is second predication, and this tollens, this tollendo, this part which is denying, is about only length of the radius, not about sphericity. or shape of the Earth. So in conclusion, which is denying sphericity, it does not follow from this consequence. Consequence only denies length of the radius.
And in which case, linking that to a black swan, I don't think is possible. And I think if you try to make that into a black swan, it turns into there's a distance that you should be able to see, and we see further than that, i.e. we see too far. That's the best you could do out of a black swan is a we see too far fucking ridiculous statement.
This is not black swan.
No.
Because there are many pictures that we can see too far, quote unquote.
That's a stupid statement. You've got to admit that.
Yes, but I am just quoting what people say. So black swan is among thousands of pictures where we cannot see too far. We can find one that would be black swan, but there are no white swans, I think, here. So all swans here are black. So it doesn't fit this Karl Popper conditions, I think.
Which is one of the things I've had for quite a while. We do deal in logic here, and as far as I can see, it's neither a black swan nor a modus tollens. So don't be fooled by people claiming to be flat earthers, spouting ridiculous nonsense about logic and trying to fool you. Neither black swan nor modus tollens.
Okay, I would say not correct, because it has form of modus tollens, but the conclusion is non sequitur. So it is modus tollens with a fallacy inside.
Yeah, I think the consequent doesn't really follow from the antecedent either within the P and the Q relationship. You have to make sure that they are actually a antecedent consequent relationship. It could do to be tidied up. That's the idea of if you were having that argument, it would basically need to be reformed as a whole in order to make it actually, which again, that's what we're here for, these conversations about how to fix and how to talk about the argument. That's what we're doing.
Yes, in last statement that Earth is not therefore Earth is not a sphere. Instead of that should be that means that Earth
radius
has not that radius.
Yeah.
That this radius is impossible because of and modus tollens.
Yeah.
That would be correct, but not sphericity.
Yeah, it's an endless cycle, that particular argument, if you take it on, because then you have to disprove another one and another one and another one and another one. You have to put pictures for each of them, and it's just a ridiculous just not argument. Do we want to, let's see, let's check with Rob. Are you back, Rob? Sorry about that. Hot mic.
Sorry.
No problem.
Clip number 2.
Yeah, clip number 2. Off we go. Thank you, Rob, for these, actually.
Difficult, because I would avoid making positive claims when the overriding Western worldview is that it's a sphere and we can just debunk it. If people then wanted to draw inference that it's flat, then that's up to you. But I didn't necessarily make the positive claim. Difficult, because I would avoid making positive claims when the overriding Western worldview is that it's a sphere and we can just debunk it. If people then wanted to draw inference that it's flat, then that's up to you. But I didn't necessarily make the positive claim.
Oh, what?
Holy cow.
I think he did. I think he's definitely. I think that's
Don't they say that a sextant proves flat Earth?
I think that's what he said
Celestial
quite a lot of
navigation?
time. Yeah.
Isn't that a positive freaking claim?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Holy schmolies.
So what's going on there?
This is in reference to the Black Swan only.
To the Black Swan. You are making a positive claim, though, aren't you?
Wrong. When he entered the arena in the beginning, his idea was to not make a claim.
Yes, I remember that, and especially, for example, for a dome, that they should avoid this. That it is maybe plausible, but still there is no proof. So let's avoid proving a dome, for example.
Well, that's sort of similar to what I came into this with, except we went through the advanced simplicity to what can you actually prove? Personally, what proofs do you hold? What's in your bag of proofs?
Yes, so like 2 or 3 years ago, yes, that was his claim, general claim, to avoid positive statements, just for debunking globe model. So I remember that since it was like 3 years ago, or something like that.
I think I was making the same positive claim that it's definitely not flat, and that we have proof that it's not flat. About the same sort of time, that was a positive claim. I was making a positive claim that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Now, I'm pretty sure at the time Nathan Oakley was saying this, I was actually making positive claims. That's strange, isn't it? Making positive claims that it's definitely not flat.
But anyway, now it seems that it has changed, because now I can hear on Nathan Oakley show that everything is a proof for flat Earth. So I don't know.
So something's changed recently, I think.
I would say that since this sextant, because it was first, let's say, argument that on Nathan Oakley's show, it was used as positive argument for flat Earth specifically.
Yeah. Again, definitely not flat. The Earth is definitely not flat. And you can tell that because of elevation changes. And people laugh at me thinking I'm joking. It's not. Definitely not flat. There are elevation changes. If you want to look into how they measure elevation changes, be my guest. If you want to come and see the geometric reasoning behind it, it's very simple. It's all to do with a horizontal straight line. But there's a lot of existential cognitive veiling that takes place whenever anybody has to address the issue of that straight line and the geometric principles around with that, based around it. Anyway, let's go. Number 3.
Before you move on to number 3 really quickly, there's the other thing that you mentioned about what is this Earth that they say in flat Earth? Because wouldn't you have to make a claim about what Earth is, or at least predicate upon it, or say what it is as you're describing it as flat, right? And I don't know that I've ever heard what they say that the flat Earth is, or making a positive claim about it. I have heard Nathan say that he wouldn't make a claim about the Earth in its entirety, or what it is. So even that point is a little bit confusing to me.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody else feels the same.
How can you claim shape by looking at stars?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we talk about here, Earth to us is the thing that you plant things in. Now people laugh, but that's what the word means. At least to
I've
us,
heard
right?
them say many times, bro, that the pool table analogy.
Hmm.
You can't tell what shape the pool table is by looking at the cue balls or by
Right.
looking at the light, the
Right.
light on top. And
Yep.
now we're doing the complete opposite.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's
No,
going on?
yeah, I've never heard anyone claim that, when Dave Weiss talked about you can't tell the shape of the floor based on the lights in your ceiling. I've heard that one as well. Are they throwing all of that out with this positive claim that they now say isn't a positive claim? It's strange.
Yeah. Within the understanding of what's going on here, this is why I've titled this. Is it FE or is this FES? Right? Are we going to add the S onto the end of this? The S stands for just confusing the shit out of people. Because we're talking about reality, aren't we?
I'd say one man confused them because they were doing just fine. Just fine. No disrespect to 10th man, I like him, but he came up with this sextant thing, and I think that messed everything up.
I think they're protecting him. We can't let him come out. There's some ridiculous claims been made, and there's conversations that people can't have. I'm willing to have them, providing people can obviously grow up a bit, start acting like an adult, and actually have the conversation. Because it's pretty obvious, right? It's not flat, but it's pretty obvious also that level is horizontal. Now, if you want to conflate the two of those, then there's a logical break that's occurring because they don't follow. They're non sequitur because you use the level to measure the elevations of the land, i.e. to measure that the land is not flat. You actually have actual measurements that you can have. You could call that geometric. It's a mathematical reasoning. There's a break that's going on somewhere in this.
Yeah, I think, seriously, I'd like to invite them over in all sincerity, the whole crew, come and have a sincere conversation about this because there are legitimate concerns about the sextant. I'm telling you guys, there's legitimate concerns. You need to hear them.
About the argument. Like, we can't find an argument.
The argument from 10th man is that sextants proves flat Earth because navigators using sextant are utilizing horizontal baseline, which is true, whatever it is. And so it means that this horizontal proves flat Earth, but I cannot see a following step from that, how horizontal baseline is proving that the Earth is flat. By the way, it is mainly done on the water, and this horizontal line is not physical thing. It is mathematical. So I cannot still see the link between flat Earth and horizontal line.
Yeah, we are. We're lacking an argument to go with their statement that there is a proof to be gained through a sextant, an angle measuring device. I mean, put a bubble level on it. Dangle a plumb bob doesn't really make any difference. We'll get around to the angle on a stick at some point within geometry and whatnot. Next clip. Thank you, Rob. Number 3.
The next ball busters are going to be all the proofs, the flat earth proofs on my website. So we're starting off here with the gas pressure argument. So once we get there, bring that back up and we'll evaluate it. The next ball busters are going to be all the proofs.
That's good. QE's bringing some proofs.
Gas pressure.
That'll be interesting. Yeah.
I'm free from gas pressure now.
Yeah.
But okay, let's talk about pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's most of this stuff comes down to the identity of the subject that you're talking about, really, doesn't it? Most of these things. And within finding the identity, you normally reveal some sort of a flaw. But hey, QE's got a load of proofs. Proofs of what?
The flat earth proofs on...
Flat earth proofs. That's should be very interesting, because we have a proof that the earth's not flat. So let's have that debate, QE. Let's get going. Two opposing views. You can present your proof and I'll present my proof. Let's go proof for proof within debate. I like this, Rob. Thank you very much.
I still cannot see how gas pressure can prove shape of the earth.
No. No, I mean, it's obvious that QE's taking flat earth proof out of the realm of actual proof and into this arena that they've done, they've made. They've just changed the meaning. Like, they've changed the meaning of debate. QE now and the Flat Earth Society Supermen are going to be trying to develop this changing of the word proof. Who will it aid? Who knows? I think this is Rob clipping these bits from the beginning, I think. So go to the next one. That's one to look out for, though, right? Perhaps we should go over that video. The Proofs of the Flat Earth by QE.
What you're saying, it reaches the horizon. You can say, right, Mark, there it is, that's 0. However, when you go another 100 miles, there it still is.
Well, the thing about it is, if you look at the globe model, how they had to explain this in the past.
What you're saying, it reaches the horizon. You can say, right, Mark, there it is, that's 0. However, when you go another 100 miles, there it still is.
Well, the thing about it is, if you look at the globe model, how they had to explain.
I don't know. A bit unsure of that clip, Rob. You got any context?
Yes, because I cannot decipher that.
No, I don't understand what he was doing and marking. Or maybe it was the fact that Brian was wanting him to look at a model. Look at it! Rumpus like. If you look at this, then I don't know.
Maybe he was talking about moving horizon on the globe model. I don't know. So I cannot decipher context.
Yeah. Timothy's put a super chat. Thank you, Timothy. There's a plot grid. It's laid out in a grid. This is done using straight lines. Yeah, it's a grid formation, squares. Of course, within that plot grid, there is differing elevations. Yeah. It is having topography. Yes. Thus making it not flat. Everybody knows this. Right? It's pretty obvious to everyone. The difference between flat and not flat is the bumps and irregularities of measuring elevation changes. Makes it not flat. To say that it is ridiculous. But hey, we do have people that think they can prove it flat. I'd say they've got a pretty hard job myself. QE. And I put this clip in here. This is Blue Marble Science. Blue Marble Science says horizontal is a straight line or plane. In quotes. He said, that's your claim, Bev, along with level is horizontal. So horizontal is a straight line or plane. And you can do fuck all with an angle. So now please support that claim by showing us how you can move across a flat surface and record a change in the angle to measure a light in the sky of exactly 1 degree for every 69 square miles. Square miles. 69 square miles. Blue Marble Science. Thank you very much.
I think statute or statute.
Statutory miles. Why doesn't he not just do 69 miles? Just to confuse people. Wally's changed that number just recently. Thanks, Wally. 70.1. But no, so he's saying that I'm making a claim by saying horizontal is a straight line or plane. And he's going to put that claim along with level is horizontal, which I'd say, yeah. And you can do fuck all with an angle. Put all three of them together, yeah. Let's have a conversation about it. Statute mile. He doesn't mention anything about position or anything like that. But so he says, you can move across a flat surface. You can't move across a flat surface for 69 miles because the Earth's not flat. Don't know what's up with him. Crazy. Blue Marble Scientists. So I'm dealing with the Blue Marble Scientists saying utter nonsense. And now we're dealing with Flat Earth Attack. It'll be coming in a minute. Here we go. Next one.
Does it matter? Am I going to get one? No. So how do I know whether above? I'm never going to, am I?
Well, what I would say is the all-round best map that we know of as far as a world map goes.
Does it matter? Am I going to get one? No. So how do I know whether above? I'm never going to, am I?
Well,
I don't know what that one is again, Rob. These 15-second clips aren't really helping that much contextually.
Rewind that one a bit.
I can't. They're only 15-second clips. I can't go out of the realm of the 15 seconds.
I saw videos.
Pardon? Listen to it again.
Does it matter? Am I going to get one? No. So how do I know whether above? I'm never going to, am I?
Well, what I would say is the all-round best map that we know of as far as a world map goes.
Does it matter?
I don't know. You help us out, Rob. Next one.
Do curves have slopes?
Oh. No, that's a slope.
Curve,
slopes are an equivalent rate of change. No. So no.
Curved lines are defined as having slope, by the way.
Whoa. Listen to that one again.
Do curves have slopes?
Oh. No, that's a slope.
Slopes
are an equivalent rate of change. No. So no.
Curved lines are defined as having slope, by the way.
Oh, that sounds like the bit unsure about what they're talking about.
They are talking about straight curved line or what?
Yeah, they're confusing a curved line with a slope, or it sounds like QE's trying to confuse them by saying that he thinks a curved line has a slope, but it's straight lines that have slope. Curved lines have curves. Well, at least that's what I think. QE's obviously, maybe, a geometric genius. I don't know. I've never heard of a curve explained as having a slope. Well, I say that. I have, but it's not coming from where you'd think it's going to be coming from. I think it was Rumpus that said that, actually. I don't know where it was, but that's definitely slope of a curve. Stark-Odder type stuff. Gets stranger and stranger when you hear these clips like this and highlighted as they are being. That's interesting. Very interesting. Curved slopes.
A water level is not an optical tool, right? So if you're arguing with a bowler about a water level proving that level is horizontal, it doesn't even matter how big the water level is, whether it's 500 meters or... A water level is not an optical tool, right? So if you're arguing with a bowler about a water level proving that level is horizontal, it doesn't even matter how big the water level is, whether it's 500 meters or...
Optical tool. Not an optical tool. Oh, we've done the proof one. Don't know, these are weird clips.
I have heard him saying that earlier, so yes, he's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's definitely not an optical tool. You don't need it. Doesn't need to be. That's one of the main benefits of a water level. It does not need to be sighted. We've said that all along. Next clip.
Wrong, because you can do F all with an angle. Yeah, we'll have to address that, especially as he's using it to undermine us. You've just said he won't go as far as citing celestial navigation, which would settle the argument in this regard. Okay, Brian, by the way, I'm now clear out. It ends in a draw. Wrong, because you can do F all with an angle. Yeah, we'll have to address that, especially as he's using it to undermine us.
I'm not using you can do fuck all with an angle to undermine you, Nathan. If you feel like that, tough shit. You have to explain the angle thing and what you're doing with that angle. Not me. I've made my statement. I've made my claim. Time to show us where you're wrong. Interesting that you feel upset like that. Interesting indeed.
You were told by Bev that the water level proves that level is horizontal. Bev tells everyone this, right? You take a 500 meter water level, right? And what you have there is a 500 meter begging the question. You were told by Bev that the water level proves that level is horizontal.
When? When? I've never made that claim. I can put arguments together to link everything together. But I don't ever show that or ever say that a water level proves that level is horizontal. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. I've said that all along. It doesn't prove it. It just is.
That would be self-evident. So you can't say that it proves, because if it is self-evident, it means that it proves itself.
Yeah. You can prove that a straight line lies within a plane. That's provable. And since the water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane, you can prove that that horizontal plane, a straight line that lies within that horizontal plane, does not move from that horizontal plane. I mean, that's provable. I think that seems to be what they're missing, right?
Yes, but if water level establishes horizontal, you can equivocate that. So you can say that water level, it is horizontal.
Yeah, like we said at the beginning, the enthymeme is what we deal with here. Hopefully in the place that somebody else can fit in those gaps of the syllogism. Place the pieces together. May sound a bit cryptic, but I'm hoping people can come along on the journey. This doesn't get handed to you. There's a little bit of work that I'll leave people to do cerebrally on their own. This is listen to this one.
You were told by Bev that the water level proves that level is horizontal.
When? I don't know. Brian doesn't want to come and have a discussion with us, a conversation about these things. Am I giving him loads of fucking views by clipping all of these bits? Probably a way of Rob getting him more views on his video.
Of all the things we could have discussed, Bev came in there. Why?
I feel like a lot of projection is going on because, I just feel like a lot of projection is going on right now. I have nothing. I think you guys are great, man. But
of all the things we could have discussed, Bev came in there. Why?
I feel like a lot of projection is going on because, I just feel like a lot of projection is going on right now.
A lot of projection. Nice.
Was that no tanks?
Tanks, yeah, bringing me into a conversation over there.
No tanks joined in on a conversation that was already going on about you, and then they tried to make it that he started it. Ridiculous.
Nice. There we go.
Process of listening to the Gospel of Bev for many hours, you achieve telling somebody who would be at a bus stop that Earth is not flat because it's not two-dimensional. Is that the broad strokes of the outcome you would hope for?
I mean, real quick.
Process of listening to the Gospel of Bev for many hours, you achieve telling somebody who would be at a bus stop that Earth is not flat.
No, Nathan, for fuck's sake. What's up with him? People don't go round to other people at bus stops and tell them that the Earth's not flat. It's not conversations that you have. You only really have to say it's not flat if somebody says the Earth's flat. They're the only times that it's ever necessary to say it's not flat. The Earth is not flat, right? Is a reply normally to somebody who says the Earth is flat. They make a positive claim and you reply with the rebuttal, the Earth is not flat. That's the time that you say the Earth's not flat.
Yeah, same thing with the 2D. That's exactly what you say when someone says the Earth is surface of the Earth is 2D.
Yeah.
You go, everything is 3D. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, these arguments work both ways. Some people say that all surfaces are 2D. That's a ridiculous claim. Like saying the Earth is flat. That's a ridiculous claim. Yeah. Yeah, Ian says in the chat he sees it as flat, but is that what you mean? Because that sounds, I don't know. I definitely see that it's not flat. I'd say that there's something going on there if certain people see it as flat and we see it as not flat. We need to have that discussion. That's the only way that these things can happen. These conversations occur. And the gospel of Bev. What's that? Thank you very much, Nathan. Right. Keen's titled this one, I'm Not Brainwashed.
He put it to me in the way that he's brainwashed his minions with. I agreed with him, with a little smirk to one side of my face. Yeah, I agree, Bev. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a flat earther either, or a stupid notion we've got mountains and valleys. Yeah. Yeah, but it is flat. Earth is flat. Yeah? Not in, as Brian's defined it, some geometric concept. He put it to me in the way that he's brainwashed his minions with. I agreed with him, with a little smirk to one side of my face. Yeah, I agree, Bev. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a flat earther either, or a stupid notion we've got mountains and valleys. Yeah. Yeah, but it is flat.
What? That sounds like a confused person.
Wow.
To me.
That's amazing.
Yeah. That law of non-contradiction is applying here, right? He seems to have contradicted himself.
Yes, let's ignore mountains and valleys.
Yeah.
But still, it is flat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I've always said, start with your baseline, with the horizontal. That's what we're dealing with geometrically. That's where we're at here. Now, it may be tough for people to realise that it's not flat, obviously. But once you enter into the geometric understanding, then you'll realise that having elevation changes proves that it's not flat. Crazy. Let's listen to this one again, but listen for the contradiction.
He put it to me in the way that he's brainwashed his minions with. I agreed with him, with a little smirk to one side of my face. Yeah, I agree, Bev. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a flat earther either, or a stupid notion we've got mountains and valleys. Yeah. Yeah, but it is flat. Earth is flat. Yeah? Not in, as Brian's defined it, some geometric concept. He put it to me in the way that he's brainwashed his minions with. I agreed with him, with a little smirk.
Brainwashed my minions. Is that what you thought was you, Rob? Because you did say you thought he was speaking to you. I don't have minions. We just have conversations. Nobody's attempting to brainwash anyone. If Nathan and the Flat Earth crew get upset about people saying it's not flat, then I'm sorry.
Okay.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther. I can't be one of your minions.
Yeah.
Can you go to the very end of that, Bev? Maybe the last 3 or 4 seconds of it?
Not in, as Brian's defined it, some geometric concept. He put it.
So he says the Earth is flat, not in the way that Brian says some geometric way. Then in what way? In what way is it flat?
Define. It needs to be defined.
Not geometrically.
Not geometric. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. Then in what way is it?
Yeah.
In that it's not a globe? That makes it flat. So the dichotomy, is that what we're talking about? The 1 or the 0, the Republican or the Democrat, the labor or the conservative. Is that what we're talking about?
But he's just done away with the non-contradiction. He's contradicted himself in the statement just before it to say that it's not in the geometric way. Well, not in the geometric way that flat isn't an orientation. I don't know. Alex, all good talking points though. Yeah, he's getting quite a few clips. Is that it? Right. Have we got the actual video? Right. And if it's 40 minutes. Right. So, we're now going to go over the actual video, the last bit, the last hour, I think it was. Now, this is what people have been telling me to go over. I personally don't enjoy watching this because people just make up a load of shit about me. They've done it for ages, and this time it seems like it's the Flat Earth Society supermen that are doing it, but it has been the Flat Earth Society Blue Marble scientists that have been doing it in the past. To me, this shows there's no difference between them. And he's got the war duck. I'll have to put this on. Sorry, turn up. But look at it. See the war duck. Right, let's listen.
This is abhorrent.
I
He's
can't
got
call
people's
anything out
minds.
because I'm not allowed
He's
to.
got
He's
people's
making an
minds.
example,
Brian.
Brian and Adam.
You and Nathan keep
Right.
talking over me.
It's because you want to make another point where he's not right about something geometric. And I know where you're going instantly, and you're right. I get it. But Adam and I are both on the same line now. Adam from a kind-hearted, empathic point of view, and me from a stark, brutal one. And at this point, we're beyond the making examples of where he's wrong when he's proving to be gaslighting, proven to be a liar, and proven to be triangulating his parties against others. Once you've got a few different aspects of psychopathy, that's the thing I want to focus on. Now, Adam...
You see? Have I gone a bit too far? Let's go back a bit, because that sounds like we've missed an interesting part there.
And I guess
It's not a tough
situational
question at all to anyone with a soul.
Yeah, it's I would guess it's situational.
No, it's not situational.
Hey, Bev.
Okay, now this is where I step in and go.
Yeah.
Hey, Bev.
Yeah.
Farther back, because they start talking about you before No Tanks even comes in.
Okay, how much further back?
Probably 20 minutes.
Can I just make a comment?
Yeah. Please do.
An observation that they say. I don't know whether anybody else ever watches any true crime or any of that. And there is a whole, like this arena, there's a whole true crime arena of people who are online sleuths and whatever.
Yeah, I watched some of them, Emma.
Yeah, okay, but they're very quick to be like, they think that they can spot a serial killer, that they can spot a pattern in this evidence, you know, and it's I'm gonna have to step away, sorry.
No, okay. Yeah. Let me I'll find this bit.
Then that's what I wanted out of you, bruv. Not to indict you. Just to see whether you were honest. Yeah, and you are.
Okay, so
it's not
for me,
okay just to lie.
No, and again, as much as it frustrates me, you have got your own motivation to seek out his motivation. For me, it just makes me want to do a few shows on psychopathy and show what they are, how they behave, and how they ensnare people, and how they get people to defend them when they've been ensnared and are showing or being shown their lies and deceit, and having the lies and deceit justified to them, so that if someone else points out that lie to them, they get a justification back from the person that's being used potentially to triangulate against yourself when you're trying to appeal to them. All of these things about how narcissists behave. I've become reaccustomed to in the last couple of weeks as I refreshed my memory when it suddenly dawned on me what the hell was going on. All right, he's gaslighting the hell out of all these people. Oh my God. Oh yeah, he's just lying to them and they're defending his lying. Oh right, that's what we're dealing with. Yeah, people are well unaware.
Wow, it's loads here.
For me, the first golden rule you need to learn about anybody like this, that's a narcissist.
Do we? I'm sorry, I'm back.
Yeah, go
Do
on.
we?
But you've
Do we
also,
really think that this is a worthwhile thing to listen to? You've got amateur armchair psychologists.
Yeah, flat earth psychologists. Come on, yes.
Flat earth. Okay.
This is exactly what we're doing, isn't it?
Trying to turn around and tell everybody that someone's a psychopath, right? One, when your whole livelihood and you have been unashamedly admitted to saying you make your living out of this, and then you go and do, I mean, he's basically talking about himself, right?
I endured that whole show so that you guys didn't have to.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's one of those shows where you just hear a group of people who think that, I mean, who went and studied psychology all of a sudden?
We put the find on.
Oh, I supposedly now, if you're a pharmacist, you're a psychologist.
93.
Maybe if you work for the BBC, or your family does as well, that also makes you a psychologist.
Oh, that's right. Rob finished the clips right at that bit. 2:25, the first quote of Bev. It's brilliant, this. Is it like for... Right, so they're going over the Charles clip. And Emma's right. This is great. This is the sort of stuff we've been dealing with, right? In the background, Emma. Isn't it? Now we're getting to the bit that people should be actually thinking about.
This is what goes on in the background all of the time. Now it's just being made more public because they realize,
extremely public.
Yeah, because all of the stuff behind the scenes hasn't worked, right? We're still here doing what we do, which is talking about logic and truth.
Yes. And this sort of stuff.
Yes.
This is what we've been doing. This is what we talk about. Right? People may
exposing the scammers, like,
yeah. Oh. Yeah, people may think we've been talking about flat Earth. We haven't. That they're stories that have been told by people who definitely lie about us. It's completely different. What we've been actually doing is getting to the bottom of some really weird shit. The amount of times we've said, this is getting fucking weirder. And just when you think it can't get any weirder, it gets weirder. And this is one of the stages that we're going through right now. The stage where the flat earthers start acting like the globers. We have had the stage where the globers started acting like flat earthers. We've had that. And this is just a reversal. I think, me personally, this is who's showing who is part of the flat earth society. The people that want to confuse people about stuff. We're talking about very simple logic, very simple understanding of how we can understand things. And we're watching a lot of illogical nonsense that there is no link to it. It just makes no sense. Literal nonsense. That's where we're in at the minute. And it's going to keep getting worse. I've said this many times. This will get much worse. These people that are trying to confuse will try and confuse you even more. I don't want to do that. I want to try and make it as simple. I want to help you understand. I want to help people understand things. But this is, unfortunately, this is one of the things that people need to understand. People need to understand that there are people out there that don't want you to understand. They want to confuse you. They want you to be like them, confused about things. Obviously, let's see what they sort of say. Wow.
Like 500 meters. A bowler, just like Charles, can claim that it's making an apparent horizontal. There's such little curve, it's not noticeable, which is the exact argument he used, basically, more or less, against Bev some nights ago. Because I was told about it, and I listened to it, and it ended up in nowhere. Nobody won anything. Actually, Charles kind of won because he got a draw. Because a draw is a win for Charles in that situation. Because if you're trying to rely on a water level as proving level is horizontal, with just a water level alone, you never...
Did Brian not go over and listen to... I guess he didn't listen to the straw man rebuttal that we had, even with math. Because he's misrepresenting it again. It sounds like math is coming up with the video. And he thinks that's a win when it's a straw man of an argument that nobody ever made. So Brian, it seems to me, is also misrepresenting an argument that was never made. Very interesting.
Well, because you must pre-assume that it's doing what you're expecting that it does. You can't check a water level. It's not even an optical tool. You just must pre-assume. So that's why Charles is able to put out things like this and claim that that level line is a hump of water. You know, it's total nonsense. But what does prove... I'm just going to say, what does... Just one second. What does prove that level is horizontal and validates the water level is the height of void correction in celestial navigation elevation angles.
What?
What did he say about a hump? Did I hear correctly?
He said you can just say, the ballers can just say there's a hump. In the bit where the water level doesn't exist, they can.
Yes, because I think that water level, this tool, is working that way that these two ends are higher and the rest, the line is lower. So it cannot be a hump. If the hump was higher, the water would flow from the ends, I suppose.
Yeah.
So it would leak.
And I've said this quite a lot. He's got on the screen there a picture of Jose. That particular little cardboard cutout thing was made and given to Jose by WS. Everybody knows who WS is. He's changed his name a few times since. But you know who WS is. Well, that's there. Now, why is Nathan showing that? What's the point in it? Ridiculous.
Because you're correcting down
Maybe they think that's a water
to
level.
the water line. So that vertex or the horizontal baseline of that triangle.
The vertex
is in a direct horizontal with the horizon and the GP point of the celestial body. You can't do that if the horizon line is below the level of the water underneath your boat. It has to be in a horizontal. So that proves that level is horizontal. But if you only have a water level, then someone like Charles can come along with that argument and you'll get a draw. And you'll never get more than a draw. Which is what happened the other night when he was going against Bevan then. They couldn't.
He didn't go against us. We were going over a straw man that he'd made. And then he didn't go against us with anything. He agreed with us on nearly everything. But interesting that Brian's portraying it this way. Very interesting. I don't know whether Brian was actually listening to something that he says he doesn't listen to.
They couldn't beat him because they are begging the question and he's begging the question. You know, so it goes nowhere.
I'll tell you where this one goes with the horizontal line being sloped. You want... Go ahead, Adam.
They couldn't beat him and Nathan spanked them? Yeah, nice job, Bev.
What?
I didn't understood because he was slightly breaking. Can you repeat what he said? Because I didn't catch that.
I can try and get it again if you want.
That just sums up Neil. Just that.
Yes, I know that was Neil, but
Yeah,
I didn't catch what he said.
I don't know.
Actually.
Yeah, I think it's something about what Nathan did. But I mean, 30 seconds. Here we go again. Listen.
Going against Bev and them. They couldn't beat him because they are begging the question and he's begging the question. You know, so it goes nowhere.
I'll tell you where this one goes with the horizontal line being sloped. You want... Go ahead, Adam.
They couldn't beat him and Nathan spanked them? Yeah, nice job, Bev.
No, I didn't catch it. Anyway.
It's still. Well, I don't think it makes any sense what he's
No,
talking
it doesn't.
about.
It doesn't. But that is the perfect sum up.
Yeah,
for
that's Neil.
Yeah.
That's why Neil's never been over here for a chat about his. It's just a tough guy, a New York tough guy that cannot talk about anything. Obviously, because it doesn't make any sense. Obviously, I think that's what's going on in his head all the time.
I don't know why you guys have got such an obsession with Bev. Comes up on almost every after show, you know.
I got an issue with anybody that comes against us.
It's everyone.
I've not come against Nathan.
Say, I've got an issue against everybody that comes against us.
Yeah. Neil?
Is he... I mean, are we at war?
He seems
Is
like
he at war?
He's like a trumpeter, isn't he? Come on, guys, come on! Let's go! It's like, go where, Neil? I don't know! Bev has done something. Nathan shouted at him.
Hey, see, now this is where I was talking to you yesterday, Bev, where I said I didn't want to feel like the guy that was just coming around starting shit.
Yeah.
But I feel
So now
I felt like Neil in
Neil,
that instant.
Yeah.
so now Neil is playing a Farmer's Boys machete guy? Or
Yeah.
what?
I think so. Yeah, he's like, they have different roles for people, and it sounds like Neil's being a farmer's boy for the Flat Earth Debate Superheroes Society. Feds.
Oh, comedy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So how you like his statement in here too? In a plane Euclidean geometry. Is there another kind? Two lines perpendicular to one straight line are parallel to each other. Next point, horizontal and vertical lines are perpendicular to each other. Yeah, it's the definition of perpendicular. Therefore, the Earth cannot be a globe. It's kind of non sequitur, the last statement.
Yeah, that's the thing that he put in. What made it fucking straw man? For fuck's sake.
Like his modus tollens.
Yeah.
Very similar. Non sequitur.
Yeah. This conclusion at the end that Bev never made. It just doesn't really make any sense. Yes. Exactly.
Statement. However, if you just take these statements up here, that is all true. Now, if you apply it to the Earth, then yes. Therefore, the Earth cannot be a globe. Yes.
You apply it to Charles's example that you just took apart.
Apply it.
So, definitely it is not non sequitur. I don't
yeah.
understand now.
It's a non sequitur, right? Like it is,
Yes.
but he's saying, but
overall
yeah.
conclusion is all right.
If you take it as a not non sequitur, then yeah, maybe. Crazy.
So based on the assertion and example given by Charles with reciprocating zeniths on his ascribed parallel.
Reciprocating zenith. It doesn't sound like Nathan even understands the wordage of whatever's going on. Do you have reciprocating zeniths? I mean, like, what does that even mean? Get ready for the confusion, guys. Reciprocating zeniths. Crazy.
It's like inclining horizontal or declining horizontal. You cannot decline because it is not horizontal anymore, but still. So
parallel lines. I haven't got the diagram in front of me, by the way. Lines that he had with a 90 degree at the bottom, correct me if I'm wrong, were labeled parallel. Well, if you've got that diagram in front of you, then every bit of that assertion makes perfect sense.
What? In the diagram, or in the bullet point, the red bullet, the third, horizontal and vertical lines are perpendicular to each other.
See, it's a good job they're talking about this sort of stuff, isn't it? This is the basics of geometry that we've been talking about. You know, taking everybody through the steps of Euclid. And we're applying them to vertical and horizontal. We did it over a year ago. These guys are just catching up now because of a straw man that math got when math got triggered. Flat Earth math, that is. Flat Earth math and the Flat Earth debate crew. Supermen Society guys. All working together. Flat Earth math and the Flat Earth debate crew. And now they're all talking about vertical and horizontal being perpendicular. Brilliant. Top conversation. That's exactly what's meant to happen. That's why we talk about these things. We want to bring more people into the conversation. It's about time.
None of the things labelled vertical or horizontal are perpendicular there.
Nope.
With respect to each other.
Nope.
Or four.
Yeah, they've got that little square bit, right? That means perpendicular.
to a curve.
Well, I mean, the fact that they've got the line curved shows that they're lying shitbags. But, I mean, that's what that square means there in between two lines. It means a right angle, 90 degrees, perpendicular.
Or they have no Euclidean understanding.
Well, quite simply, they've got a curved horizontal line there. They've curved horizontal, obviously. And as everybody knows, horizontal doesn't curve. So you just have to mentally uncurve it, and then these right angles are there. It's a true statement. Just don't be ridiculous and try and curve a horizontal. Makes no sense. So what I see going on here is, right, there is an argument that people have been developed into the argument. And because of the lack of logic, what people see often takes over from what the logical mathematical statements are. Statements there, apart from the big in bold that he put for embellishment for his own bit of flair, those statements, the vertical and horizontal lines are perpendicular to each other. There. I don't see that line as being curved because it's not. Horizontal lines and verticals are perpendicular. Horizontal isn't a curved line. Horizontals don't intersect. However, some people might continue a ridiculous conversation about something that just doesn't happen, because they imagine that somebody else has an argument by stating truth, mathematical truths, and just bending one of the lines in a drawing.
Yes, and they have hint in first sentence. In a plane, Euclidean geometry, two lines perpendicular to one straight line. To straight line, it has to be straight line. So if this line is bendy, it means that this is not the case.
It's not in a plane.
So this drawing is not showing two perpendicular lines. And this statement, this first sentence is saying that. Don't look at this picture because this picture cannot show you two perpendicular lines.
Yeah, it means nothing. That picture, literally, it separates it from the statements.
Obviously, yes, quite opposite.
That's the trick. If you can't see that trick, then welcome to the trick. The trick is to show you something and then to tell you truth. So you associate the truth with the picture that has no meaning. That's how you put confusion into people, by doing this. And it's our duty to point this out. You know, that the reply should be, don't associate the picture with the thing if you can see that there's an obvious falsehood within that. Ridiculous.
Yep. So
that's where I was a little bit confused, but I didn't want to sound dumb when Brian said it only leaves you in a draw. Based on, from my limited understanding of our Bev debates, right, he would just implore Euclid's principles and win here, wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he? Why? How is this a draw? Just laugh at Charles, don't you? Where's this a draw?
Oh, nicely done, Nathan. Now you're getting on board. It seems like Nathan understands at least. Charles has said the ridiculous statement, not me. Charles has drawn a bending horizontal line, not me. I didn't do that. Quite rightly, Nathan says you just state geometric principles and carry on.
I don't draw because.
Go ahead, Brian.
Sorry, it's a draw because when it comes to proving that level is horizontal, what do you go to?
You don't. They're axioms.
Yes.
Say why are we proving that?
No. When we Brian, give me 1 second. When and I'll give you the glory. When many years ago I went on Bev's and we said, look, water is level. How do we prove it? There was nothing to substantiate it, and this takes us back to the first question. What?
What? Did Adam come over here and say that, Emma? Can you remember that?
No.
No, I can't remember that either. Why would Adam be coming over here asking us to substantiate that water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference? I mean, why would Adam, the famous mathematician, be able to do that? Why are they all talking about proofs and then disregarding geometry where there are actually proofs? Very strange. Strange things are afoot.
What would you make a positive claim for? Brian, if we're talking about these things, what proof could you use to substantiate this?
Well, I would need more. If I had to prove this, I would. One of the things I'd be going. Well, as I said earlier, the height of void correction with the celestial.
Was Adam here when we were actually going through that? We're spot on. Where we were actually having that conversation. How would you prove this to yourself? That's been the question right at the very beginning. That's what we're doing here. The question was asked, how do you prove this to yourself? There's no need to prove it to anybody else. You've got to be able to prove it to yourself first. Step one. How do you do that?
You mean water level is horizontal?
I think so. I think that's what Adam's saying. You think he came over here asking that question? That's what he's just stated.
I would recommend, strongly recommend, to see on Baby's lecture, let's say, about celestial navigation at Blue Marble Science channel, these two bottles on and in background horizon.
Oh, yeah.
This is, for me, this is great picture, and it proves that water level is horizontal.
Yeah, that'll be good.
So I would strongly recommend just to see that picture.
Yeah.
For me, it is proof. So if maybe someone can say that no, this is not a proof because this is evidence.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say evidence, hard evidence that level is horizontal. These two bottles, whiskey.
Yeah, pee bottles. They look like. He got up there without fluids. What can we do?
The navigation elevation angle. I wouldn't just try and use a water level, because then I have to beg the question. I can be accused by the opposition of begging the question.
No, you've done it already. You don't need to. No, you don't need to
I didn't
expand
mean
on it.
by
You've already done
water
it.
I mean,
you just said you're
with regard
using. Sorry, I was just going to clarify because Brian went on a bit too far than he needed to, which is to say, no. In principle, what you've said by saying celestial navigation is saying that you'll employ the principle of the water level and the horizontal with the horizon in practical application on the water being level. No, it's. I think you said it already, right? Why would we be proving this? It's an axiom. This isn't something we'd have to be charged with proving.
That's the question. You can just dismiss it as an axiom, but how would you prove it to yourself? How would you prove such a basic concept that you consider axiomatic? How do you prove that to yourself? Enter the conversation that's going to ensue. This is 3 years old for us, 4 years old, perhaps. But it's good to bring the new people back into the initial statement, right? Somebody charges you with a horrific crime against humanity, and then they say, right, prove that level is horizontal. And you go, you search your mind. You think, I know level is horizontal, right? It's been taught to me as such, but how do I prove it to myself? It's a brilliant conversation. Takes you back to understanding, knowledge, scientific method, the understanding and how you learn that and how you already take on concepts. How easy it is to take on a concept if you don't have a proof. Because if you get taught to be able to take on concepts without proof, then you could be taught to do anything, really. That could go into adulthood even. You can have people believe in all sorts of misconceptions very easily, if you let yourself succumb to them. And or perhaps you don't notice them. Perhaps these sort of things need revealing, right? The curtain needs pulling back of a few of these things to let people see exactly what goes on. Because, I mean, this conversation that they're having publicly now has been going on in the background for quite a while, of many different things, of people imagining what they're talking to or talking about is the things that they imagine that I've said that I never actually said. And nobody really wants to come and actually have a conversation with us.
Yeah, but the problem is it might be an axiom, but when we're dealing with our opposition, they can do things like Charles did here, which is create two, what he calls perpendiculars, on a curve with two tangents, on a curved surface, and say...
With two tangents? There's no two tangents there, Brian. I don't know what you're seeing. That's crazy that Brian can imagine that those are two tangents. I told my son today, I said, no two straight lines can share a common segment. Meaning that the moment that those two share a common segment, they become one line. There isn't two lines there anymore. It's just one. So how can he have two tangents in that picture? What's he saying? Did anybody else see two tangents in that picture before Brian mentioned it?
I cannot see. Still cannot see.
No. So what's
I
going
just-
on?
And by the way, I have to object on these axioms. Axioms are referring to our reasoning.
Yep.
This is axiom. Like, for example, that part is not a whole. You cannot prove that. That part is not a whole. But this is axiom.
Two straight lines cannot enclose a space. That's an axiom.
Yes. But talking about level and horizontal, that would be common notion. This water level, that it is not provable because it is common notion. I would
It
say
is
that.
provable though, isn't it?
You can show only because it is self-evident. I don't know how you can prove that water.
I'll show you. We've got a geometric test.
About water level that proves to be horizontal.
To prove that the water level tool lies within a straight part of it lies within a plane, which means that the entirety of it lies within a plane. Proposition 1, book 11, solid geometry.
So you are referring to your test, Euclidean test, but this is like experiment. That would be.
The Euclidean proof goes along with the actual reality of the thing, so you can link the two together.
Yes, so I would say that this is that proof, Euclidean proof, is backed up with a common notion.
Yeah. Obviously the understanding that this straight line and it all lies within a plane goes to show that there is no slope, right? There can be no slope. So in order for us to define the straight line, we have to prove the zero slope, right? The straight line in the horizontal position. That the water level defines the horizontal position. We use that water level to be able to prove that one part of a straight line also lies entirely within the plane, right? It doesn't ever leave that plane.
Okay, that would be proof. Quite tautological, but still you can create proof.
Yeah, you can do it.
Okay. But it's still water level. It is self-evident for me.
Yeah.
That's why I would call that common notion.
I would say that was the beginning of somebody, right? Obviously brought me into this arena and then gave me the idea that how would you prove something that you don't think you have to prove, right? Because bandied around when I first came into this arena. There was people saying, "Where's your proof? Show me proof. Give me proof." And then when somebody questions you to say, "Well, where's your proof of something that's most basic?" You have to then think to yourself, "Well, how do I prove that?" And then the debate arena is supposedly how you put forward arguments. Arguments are the starting blocks for building proofs. You've got to get your argument correct first for you to build upon to get anywhere. And to me, the advanced simplicity idea is to break that down to its most simplest form. That's what's brought us here to 2023. Eye-opening. Extremely eye-opening.
That they're horizontal at a point, but it's curved in between.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
That wasn't the point, Brian. The point
Charles
was-
hasn't done that. Hold on. Just 1 second, Adam. You're saying you can't just do what Charles has done. No, neither can Charles. Everything about that's wrong. There's no 90s on it. There's no verticals on it. The line is called level or horizontal. I forget which. It doesn't really matter.
I'm not listening to Brian.
No, Brian's not.
I know.
We've gone off the point, Brian. The point was exactly to get to that point. Bev and Charles were having this argument. At what point and how does Bev win the argument? What is he going to cite?
What is the argument? The only argument is the one that is on the page right there, and that's a straw man of an argument that was never made, just added to by Flat Earth math.
Yeah, this conclusion, which is non sequitur.
Yeah.
This would be argument ended with non sequitur conclusion.
Yeah. Yeah, it never even started. So I don't know what Adam's trying to get at.
Win this argument, because we've had the water level argument. You can't prove it from a distance, that they're either equidistant or parallel. What methodology could you use that would settle this argument that water is level based on another principle that allows us to navigate?
Yes,
But he won't cite because of his ego.
What?
Yeah, you can also use commercial air traffic.
Are they saying that there is an argument within celestial navigation for a water level being a tool to establish a horizontal?
Exactly what he said, that water level being horizontal has his principle in celestial navigation. So,
well,
for me, this is very weird statement.
Yeah, that sounds like yeah. Strange one from Adam. Adam sounds like he might have been drinking a bit. You never know.
Travel. That's another thing you could use.
Ah.
Because
it's called celestial navigation.
Just stop a second, Brian. Brian and Adam,
hang on.
stop just 1 second.
Yeah, Adam's been drinking. Yeah.
Hello, just 1 sec.
Hang on.
Hello. Yeah. That's a step beyond what I care about, though. It's different if he's saying we're wrong because you can do F all with an angle. Yeah, we'll have to address that, especially as he's using it to undermine us. You've just said,
wow, that was the context to that. Where did that come from? Wow. Sounds like these guys have got something going on in their heads that they're not quite letting out.
He won't go as far as citing celestial navigation, which would settle the argument in this regard. Okay, Brian, by the way, I'm now clear about it ends in a draw, just so we're clear.
Celestial navigation would settle the argument. What the argument of what? The statement you can do fuck all with an angle. Sort of like an axiom. Like wait a minute. Two straight lines cannot enclose a space. That's like an axiom. And you can do fuck all with an angle is maybe based on that. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? It's just bring it into common common, because everybody may not know about these thing about the axioms that are within Euclid that people seem to have just forgotten about, just thrown them out, just like you don't need them, but they're still there. They're still basic truths that you can just say. Two straight lines cannot enclose a space. I brought it into modern day termage. It's saying you can do fuck all with an angle, and it's not a slur against any flat earth society guys or anything. It's just it's just an axiomatic thing. Maybe Euclid had it in for Nathan Oakley as well. Who knows? Does it sound familiar to everybody else? Can you see the commonality? Oh, just a minute.
I still cannot understand why they are pushing this celestial navigation every time when they are talking about everything. So it sounds like this old MacDonald had a farm again. But this time there are not verticals everywhere, but celestial navigation everywhere. So too much for me.
Well, in my understanding, which when it comes to celestial navigation is kind of limited, but the claim made by the FED panel is that celestial navigation requires a horizontal baseline. So all your angle measurements are using straight horizontal baselines at the bottom. So
Yes,
that proves that level is horizontal, because you need to use a horizontal in celestial navigation.
Yes, I know that this is this core of this, let's say, argument that you need horizontal line, baseline, and of course on the globe you cannot have this because your calculations would not match your calculating straight line, because you have to calculate straight line, but if the Earth was a globe, there will be no match between your calculations and real distances. I get that, but still you have to have a horizontal first. So the level and horizontal comes first, and then celestial navigation. So not otherwise.
Yeah, the equal elevation is vital. And whatever your concept of equal elevation is, will have come from whichever model you have.
Yes, so it has to be straight line and has to be horizontal, therefore level. But it is first, this is like antecedent. So for celestial navigation, let's say, you have to have this antecedent, that level is horizontal. Simple.
Yeah. And what we're getting to now is the question that everybody needs to ask themselves. Do you know what level being horizontal is within the shape conversation, and how that relates geometrically to your understanding of how you're going to continue within a conversation? It needs to be dealing with. It needs to be dealt with. This is the conversation. This is the psychology that goes on within this sort of thing now. The understanding within your own mind. You that's listening, you that's out there. I've done this. It's a process that has to be gone through. Once it starts, there's no way it stops. And there's going to be a few people that are going to struggle with it. The understanding of a straight line. Is that geometric, or can you separate it from something that is geometric to something that isn't geometric whilst keeping intact your understanding of mathematics and logic. It's a tough one. Seems like these guys are just getting on board. It sounds good. Normally has repercussions, though, for the mind as soon as you inject this conversation.
Yeah. How could he settle the argument? Well, he could cite celestial navigation, and you're saying he won't because of his ego. I don't care. What who cares?
Has Nathan been drinking too? Sounds like Nathan's been having a few. Citing celestial navigation wouldn't help my argument in any way, shape, or form at all. That's why I don't. So, yeah, nothing to do with celestial navigation. We talk about geometry and the geometric principles. You talk about looking at lights in the sky. Fair enough for me. Just like another group of people that wanted to stare at lights in the sky. Very similar.
No offense, but right. So what? Right. So this is my only concern. We invented this term, neutral outcome.
We invented this term, neutral outcome.
With respect
What
to
it is?
the outcome.
Who invented it? Who's this we group that Adam seems to be part of?
I don't understand this expression. What does it mean? Neutral outcome.
Neutral outcome. I don't know. Like, he's invented it anyway. So I don't know. Perhaps he'll
the
explain.
Best possible outcome the ballers could have. This neutral outcome platform. Why wouldn't you use celestial navigation to destroy Charles' flat Earth math? Why would you seek a neutral outcome where you don't prove the point, even though you can? Is it ego, or is it something else? I don't know, because it's not.
Buddy with Pop.
It's not.
Adam wants me to destroy flat Earth math with celestial navigation. Like, literally, listen to the words he's saying.
From that, what he said, I can say only that this neutral outcome is just vacuous expression. It means nothing. Because...
Hey, don't forget what Neil just chimed in there too.
Yeah. I've instantly forgotten anything. He's a farmer's boy, so inconsequential, right? I don't take any note of anything the farmer's boys say. Yeah, that's you, Neil. You're a farmer's boy. Hope you're listening.
It's not
a fair enough question
of the subject, is my point.
Yeah, well, it's a fair enough question. What I've got now under this black bug is my motivation divination ball. You all just need to hold hands for a second again.
I knew you were going to try to connect this.
Oh my gosh.
I like a good om.
That's their
Like
cult.
Rasta Billy Skank.
Are they got a bit of a cult meeting going on? I don't think I was privy to that joke.
He's buddy with Xanadu.
Who cares?
And all they get is draws. Because all they do is get draws there too. Nobody freaking wins there. Nobody wins for flat Earth debate.
So what? So what?
Oh, he's passionate, isn't he?
He sounds a little bit. You know how Nathan was describing psychopathic traits earlier.
Yeah. Would you say so? Is it not just a character though? Could it not be one of these society guy characters?
I'm taking the piss. I'm not diagnosing him as I'm not doing a Nathan Oakley. No, but it just like, why would you sit in the background and then go, "No one's gonna win. We're gonna win"? It's this a football team?
Yeah, he's a cheerleader. He's a disappointed
cheerleader.
Oh, so Neil has pom-pom.
Yeah, he's a farmer's boy. Just shouting
Brilliant.
from the backgrounds all the time. Never to be the front man. Just always, the guy in the background.
As one of the guys in the background here, I take offense.
You're not in the background, Rob. Rob Keane.
You are frontman.
Yeah, you're the best representative of a ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Rob, you're the guy that people would want to meet, right? You're the ideal face for flat Earth, right? Because there's no ridiculous shit about it. But that's not what they want, right? I think the society guys want it to be like this. They want it to be Neil in the background and QE and Nathan Oakley and Adam Makin. That's what these guys want. And they can have it. They keep bringing us into it for some reason. I'd say it's strange, but I mean, I must have said that over 100 times in the last year. And it's been going on for multiple years, this. 2023 is the time to let people into, some of the goings on that occurs. This is coming out into the open. Don't forget, these guys are bringing this out into the public domain. It's been going on for years in the background. So something's occurring now for this to come out. These conversations to be coming out, actually out into the public. It's going to be good.
But he's answering me. So what if they don't win over there? Do you care if they're losers? You care about these losers? Well, who cares?
I didn't say I cared. I asked why you wouldn't use that argument. Why you would settle for a neutral outcome as opposed to using that. Is it ignorance of the topic, which I don't think it is? Then is it ego? Possibly. Or is it something else? I don't know.
What does it matter to you, Adam? Let's make this a bit more personal.
Curiosity.
About Bev?
Yeah, what's going off over there? Just genuinely. Because he purports to be...
My God.
You guys
I don't think
do a little
bit.
Did he say because he purports to be and then stop?
Yeah. No. Curiosity. I need to know what's going on over there. Well, you know what? Just come on in and have a chat. Come on. Well, I know what's going on over here.
It's like talking shit in the background. I like it. It's good.
You're not picking up what I'm putting down, Adam. I'm saying, right, you're asking me to divine the motivation of one man in regards to this specific argument. Now, the argument is epic. It's great. But why someone wouldn't want to use it? Curiosity, fine, but let's just move.
What argument? Has anybody seen this argument yet? The one that I'm not using. The argument against the straw man that I never made in the first place. Like what's going on here? Is it was a straw man argument that Flat Earth Math made of a really weird triggering that when he was listening on his drive home from work, he made a rush video within 12 hours, put it out, and it was a complete straw man. And now the Flat Earth debate guys are going over it. And misrepresenting it and saying that there should have been a rebuttal argument to an argument that never got made that I should have known, but I don't even know what the argument is. It's madness, isn't it?
Even you should know celestial navigation to rebut this Roman argument.
Oh, man. No, we just said it's a straw man. Like, we didn't need celestial navigation to rebut this. We just simply said Flat Earth Math made a straw man argument out of his own triggering because of his model Affliction. And now it appears that another group of guys have got such a model Affliction that they can't see the straw man that Flat Earth Math made.
Move on, because as far as I don't care about,
I'm not asking you to define it.
Are you guys having a private conversation?
I'm not asking you to define it. I'm asking you
to. Adam, no tanks is trying to get a word in, but yes, Adam, go on, round out and then no tanks.
Okay, I wasn't asking you to define it. I was just asking to merely question whether it was what it purports to be. And when so many things come into question, why you wouldn't use a fairly reasonable proof to win and destroy against a anti-flat earther, I have to ask that question. I can't divine motivation, but it does, in that behaviour, raise the question. And at that point, I'm done. No tank.
Right, they're talking about, they're going over there. That video is a rebuttal that Flat Earth Math made to a not argument, an argument that was never made. So when they're talking about me, I'd done my show the day before. So what exactly is it that they're talking about here? They've got it on screen. This rebuttal to Bev Try Thinking, which was a complete straw man. Is it that they're talking about? Fucking crazy. And they're talking about arguments, but never stating arguments. That's going to be a common theme.
Thanks. Off you go, mate.
Are you guys? Is this private or open conversation?
It's a live show.
You're in here. What the heck?
Yeah. Well, I did want to comment. I mean, I've been in Bev's quite a bit, right? Not recently, but I would say that amongst the flat earthers, right, who come onto his on the level Discord, he gets them stuck to the point where they will admit that level is horizontal, and he's the only one I've ever seen do it with such success.
We've all no, this is my rebuttal.
Who cares? Level is horizontal.
Yeah, that's what I said. No tanks. Respond to what I said. We have seen that. We've seen that. So, with regards to when we get Charles Flat Earth Math at this point, why do you think then, given you've watched him, why wouldn't he use celestial navigation to destroy Charles and win the argument instead of leaving it as a
You
neutral
gotta
outcome?
be kidding, Adam.
Your email address.
You
I'll
gotta
email
be
you
kidding.
my divination ball.
Is he serious? Did he just say that?
No, I think that from the way he's
The emphasis of the certain words, yeah.
Really drunk. Yes, he's really
Use
drunk.
celestial navigation to destroy? Did he just say that?
Yeah. To destroy a rebuttal of an argument that never got made by a guy who got triggered about us saying that level horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. And giving sort of a geometric understanding of those two.
Fucking complete nonsense. Like, are you serious, Adam? Really? My God, man.
Yeah, it's strange that these guys are going off a rebuttal to me of an argument that never got made and not the actual statement about vertical and horizontal being perpendicular.
That's amazing. That statement is truly amazing. Yeah.
I couldn't speculate on why. There could be many. He may not understand celestial navigation. He may not see the need for it, but he does seem to get his point across when they will entertain the conversation long enough, just simply defining horizontal, and then they'll have no other choice.
I like that. Absolutely no malice. But your understanding is the reasonable understanding is he just doesn't understand celestial navigation. I'll take that. Yeah, seems fair.
I would like to add something.
No, Brian, I've still got a query with no tanks.
Hang on, stop.
Right,
stop.
you're saying is
go on.
Stop. You didn't catch
how he just put that statement in No Tank's mouth that No Tanks did not say.
Which one?
He said you may. And I got a train. Sorry.
You good? Anyone else catch it?
I would say that why I don't understand still why Adam Miken is saying about celestial navigation. Now he's saying about that you don't understand celestial navigation, but still you should use that to reboot
yeah.
Flatter's mud. So for me, it doesn't make any sense.
It's a confused mind, right?
Maybe he is really drunk, but
yeah,
So let's get this straight.
Nonsense.
We're gonna leave behind our level is horizontal, our level, our water, our hump and drop argument, and use a cockamamie argument about some light in the sky proving the shape of the earth.
That we don't
Are
understand.
you for real? Are you for real, Adam? Like, seriously, you do not suggest that, right? I hope you're not suggesting us leaving our solid arguments for your stupid sextant argument.
It's not an
Please
argument.
don't say that.
What is the sextant argument? Nobody's ever said what it is yet. The actual argument behind the thing seems to be just stating celestial navigation. But that's not an argument.
Unbelievable. We have the arguments. Us, not you. That is stupid. Using a star, using a light in the sky to prove the shape of the earth is ridiculous.
We're not trying to prove the shape of the earth, though, right?
No.
We're just talking about things that happen in reality. These guys do what these guys do. And obviously there's two sides.
For years, I've been making fun of people using lights in the sky to determine the shape of the earth. And now you're telling us that this is the number one argument? Are you out of your mind? Like, seriously, gather your thoughts, man.
His achievement.
I think they've been drinking.
Comparable to getting somebody to say, yeah, I've got these nutters to concede that the ducks float. That's what you're saying. Bev achieves getting the fundies to say that level's horizontal. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's an achievement.
There's no curvature. Yeah, there's no curvature, that it's perpendicular to vertical at all points, equidistant, and they will end up defining it as what some would say is a flat earth. And it's I don't see many other people pulling it off to the point where he will get the opponent to then stipulate and describe what is said to be a flat earth.
What's it when you say getting them to say there's no curvature, and then you said they describe?
They turn every surface into 2D. Nathan.
Wow.
They're the real flat earthers, Nathan, and we'll just realise it at some point. But nobody can be more flat earth than Nathan Oakley. So he's in a competition now with the Blue Marble scientists on who can be the most flattest, 2Dist. Who knows? It's on, though. They're like merging together. One wants to be the other. Competition.
Describe it as being parallel.
Level.
What's it?
Yeah, level. Level.
Being
horizontal, yeah.
Does this have any relation to reality, or just geometry?
I think No Tanks is a troll, right? But he's a very clever troll. He's good at it. Possibly Tim Osman-like.
They haven't figured out that he's trolling them yet.
No.
They haven't figured that out yet.
No.
It's amazing.
You can even hear it in his laughs. I mean, like you can hear it. And what he's doing here right now is simplifying an argument with the intent of winding Nathan and them up.
Hey, newsflash, Nathan Oakley. Newsflash, Nathan. No Tanks is a troll, and you're getting trolled.
This is exactly how he works and what he does. They're very clever. But
Yeah.
he's like what I would class as a super troll, because he has the ability to troll trolls, and you're gonna get see what happens.
I picked them off from day one.
He learned
From
a lot
day
though,
one.
right? As
Yeah.
people do. Come on in.
Yeah.
You too can learn much. Develop your own new styles like this. I like this.
And one other question. If it is heavier than a duck, will it sink?
I've got my love for Brian.
What's
Got
in the
rumpus.
it?
Well, Brian was literally inserting lines into scripture, metaphorically speaking, and I was like, "He's a very naughty boy." Quoted like, "You just rumpus me."
Well, I would like to say something on this. I have never heard any baller over there say that level is horizontal. I've never heard that, and I've listened to Bev for years.
Who cares?
Hang on.
It's equally frustrating, Brian, but I can.
Hang on.
I'm allowed to.
Yeah,
They don't care, but they can't stop talking about us.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no ball. What about Ruhev saying, "All right then, level's horizontal. I'm going to bed."
Yeah. Yeah, they just get confused otherwise. It leads to madness. You've either got sanity or madness. And then epoche, actually. That's... You can understand that you can know that there are things you cannot know. And that is right there in front of you. When you can see that, then you can just go at ease not knowing things. It's all right to not know things. If you know that you cannot know them.
If you know that you should know and you are rejecting, this is not epoche. This is just blindness or what, willing stupidity. Willingful stupidity.
Yeah.
To get annoyed with you.
Hang on.
Who cares either way?
I'm not finished. That's not me. Hang on. Leave me finish, right? I have heard the baller say that level is horizontal at a point. Now that's a different thing.
In relation.
Brian.
Yeah, you have, haven't you? Many times.
Yeah, but there's the example of somebody giving a ridiculous argument to justify just saying the words, right? This is how mantras are done, right? As long as these words are said, then people hear them.
Yes, so now he is talking about perpendicular at a point.
Yeah.
So
He's added that into the argument, hasn't he? Brian's done that.
New word for you guys. Single point geometry. Single point horizontal. Write that down, Nathan.
Brian's logic, right? Just brought that in too. I wonder whether he's just going to try and undo it now after he's just injected it in.
That means equidistant from the center of a globe.
This gets deeper.
I have never heard them. I have not heard what No Thanks is saying. I have not heard these concessions over there. I have not. I've listened to it. I have not heard those concessions.
You're getting trolled.
At a point. Every point. Like, what does that mean? What does your understanding mean whenever you hear that? Like, what does that go? Because, like, I don't think Brian can see it. So confused by the model. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. That's why that's why Flat Earth Maths made these things, because he got triggered by that statement. Geometrically. Seems to be troubling a few people. Mainly, I don't know.
I have, and that's why
I haven't heard it. I've never heard it.
You're rumpusing him.
Can you give me an example? Name a baller who said that, who admitted the level is horizontal.
Hold on, Brian.
I've never heard it.
Oh. You know,
bust the song. True level bitch.
He's saying it's happened, and I'm saying, you got some trimmed out little clips? Have you got some sound bites that we can all chuckle along to? I'll commend Bev as much as the next man if he's got people to, in context, describe the level ground that we're navigating as horizontal, because contextually you can see how that's got benefit. But just getting them to say level is horizontal, it's like, wow, profound. So what? Or in Brian's case, no, I've not seen them profess that level's horizontal. Oh, wow, so they're nutters and don't understand axioms. Either way, who cares?
It's only profound
contextualized,
when
in which case, No Tanks has hopefully got an example. Go ahead, No Tanks. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't have them on hand, but I've been there to hear them with my own ears, and others have as well, right? But it is astounding when you're dealing with an anti-flat earther who starts with the premise that that horizontal is tangent to a curve of which is level, right? And everything is curve is a drop from the horizontal. But what I see Bev do very slowly, it takes a long time, right, to play out, but he will have them define it with their own words, with their own mouth, as it has to be horizontal, and it's
again. It. What's it? Doing that. It. They define it.
Yeah, the surface
Do they
of
specify that it's the
standing
ground?
water. Well, the
water.
surface of standing water. No, the ground would not be. That would be measured from the horizontal.
What's it?
Of course not. The ground.
What's it? Hold on. I'm
They're
trying to
not
he's
getting
clarified
it.
it again. I want him to give me the detail.
Nice. No Tanks is very talented at doing what he does. And I would say he's not misrepresenting me either. We just have conversations and it's hard to explain what it is that we do, because all we do is have conversations. We talk.
I think No Tanks did a great job on that show.
Yeah. Yeah, he's enjoying himself, though. This is what No Tanks does. Because you can sense now that Nathan's getting agitated and No Tanks is at his element right now.
Yep, this is what he does.
Yeah.
Thanks, No Tanks.
Yeah, thanks, No Tanks. Just remember, we've banned No Tanks.
When you say he gets them to define it, and you're talking level being horizontal, what's the it? If you're saying, well, no, not the ground, I don't know why that came from. Very abrupt, brainwashed, gaslighted response from Bev's server, but there we go, that's fine. Even though that's what you're bloody arguing, I don't know why you threw that out like a Tourette's patient. But you did, nevertheless. We'll worry about your gaslit position that you're now putting forth for no reason whatsoever later.
Gaslit? Wow. What's Nathan getting? He's getting a little bit triggered.
We'll get back to the it. What's it if they're somehow professing to something? Is it that the ground isn't flat? That's what you've just thrown in. So what's it that they're achieving when they do this?
Yeah, the surface of standing water. Yeah.
Surface of standing water being level and horizontal, but not flat. It seems like you've been gaslit into a contradiction. We will now cover that contradiction that you've been gaslit into now putting across to me, frustrating though it is.
Contradiction?
Go ahead.
Blurted out that it's not flat. That's what you just blurted out. You've been gaslit by a fucking psychopath and it frustrates the hell out of me. You've just made your point that...
Gaslit by a psychopath? Wow.
I think this is the part where No Tanks starts talking about projection.
Yeah. No Tanks is he's good at doing what he does, and he can see once he came around here the simplicity of this thing, and he's now developed a way of using something very, very simple to maximum effect. And I know, like I say, I know how No Tanks works, and this is genius. Well done. Well done for falling for it, Nathan. Thank you.
Wait till they find out who he is.
Is the level horizontal surface of the water, but you've also, in a brainwashed, gaslit, fundamentalist, nonsensical statement, also blurted out that it isn't the ground and isn't flat. I don't understand how you've been gaslit into a contradiction by Bev.
What? The water level's at an even altitude. It's definitely not the ground. That's not gaslighting anybody. That's just stating a fact, Nathan. Wow. What's going on? I don't know what's going on, Nathan. This is crazy.
Well, I thought I heard you say the ground is no, not the ground, the water.
You said standing water. Now, if I was
Yeah,
to
then I
use-
said standing water.
Okay, but by Bev standards, that's not flat either, isn't it?
No, and that's the important
Hold
point.
on, Adam, I got this. By Bev standards, that's flat then, the water. You blurted out that it isn't. So with the water, we're talking about all water being like a sheet of perfect glass with no undulations. There's no. I know what Bev standards are. You blurted them out like a Tourette's gaslit patient. That's what I've got an objection to. That's
Bev
why
may
I'm
not
so
use that.
agitated.
Wow.
Yeah, Bev may not. I'm not Bev. Bev may not use water
You
right
blurted it
on the
out.
lake.
You don't
Right, but
put this on Bev. You took this on your shoulders when you blurted it out about it not being flat.
Yeah, he may use like a water
Oh,
level.
no tanks is getting some heat.
Because No Tank said that the ground isn't flat.
yeah, he doesn't realize that he's getting trolled. It's beautiful.
Yeah. He said one small little statement about it not being flat.
I know.
And now, here we are.
You did. You blurted it out. Take ownership of what you blurted out, like the gaslit. Just calm down. Like,
What did I
you've been
blurt out? The
brainwashed into this
water?
notion of not being flat to the point where you blurted it out. Now you're like, well, Bev doesn't mean this. No, you said it, right? But it completely contradicts the principle of it thing that you're getting the glory of Bev.
I'm not
I'm
Bev.
getting interrupted.
Yeah, just want to clarify. I'm definitely not Bev. I can't speak for him.
Yeah, I know you were the one who blurted out how flat it's not when you clarified that it was the surface of the standing water, representative not of the world though, because that isn't flat by virtue of what you blurted out. No, not Bev, you. Get it? It's you.
Yeah,
That's
me.
why I'm agitated. I need you to blurt through me while I'm getting this across to you that you've got a contradiction that you've been
No
gaslit
taste
into
is
making.
getting a
and
taste.
You blurted it
No
out in the
thanks,
middle of your
Jimmy.
point about the glory of Bev getting these fundies who think the Earth's curved to describe it as being horizontal. What's it? The surface of the water. Is that flat?
Wow.
Well, by Bev's gaslit standards that you're going to be contradictory with, absolutely not.
No, Bev may not say that, right? But what will happen is these anti-flat earthers will go into the room and they will say, "Yeah, the water is flat." Yeah.
And is it?
In reality, no. I mean, it's always moving. Yeah.
Is it?
So what, we're proving nothing then? Achieving a neutral outcome?
Well, there's a datum, right? And you can measure it based on horizontal and everything parallel to that horizontal.
Everything parallel to it. Like
Yeah,
all of
everything.
the ground, all of the world being flat. Like something Bev
Yeah.
contradicts, brainwashes. It isn't.
Way to go, tanks.
Yeah,
Way to
I mean,
go.
I get it.
Gaslit.
Yeah, I get it.
Hey, you've been gaslit. You're the archetypical example of somebody gaslit by a psychopath. You've been gaslit into contradicting yourself. Now you've got me annoyed with you. Understand you've been gaslit by Bev.
Wow, did he just call me a psychopath?
Yeah.
Nathan Oakley, the flat earther. With
Yes,
the
Bev.
cape on.
Mhm.
Superman cape.
With his many qualifications in psychology.
Nice.
This is better than I thought. Now, No Tanks is getting a taste of his buddy.
No Tanks is enjoying this. No Tanks is...
Of course he is.
Yeah. No Tanks
course
is
he is.
learning, I'm telling you. Clever man. He's learned as advanced simplicity. But he's also learned that my name actually is just as effective.
Bev.
Just,
been gaslit.
Nate, just to add to the gaslighting, and Brian's second piece that he played in your show this week shows that Bev is gaslighting you with his own contradiction.
Whoa, whoa. I think Adam's had a few too many drinks. What's Adam going to say now, right? He's just come in. He's not been in that long. Not been away that long.
Go and look at a whiteboard.
Yeah. What it was, let me give a little bit of history here, is Bev was holding people for a year to a geometric standard on the term flat. But flat is technically not.
What? I never made an argument about flat. Never said anything about flat. Apart from the statement, all maps are flat, which was a statement that seems to work quite well. It's a truth statement. All two-scale maps are flat, geometrically speaking. But I've never made anything about that. Brian's imagining. He's done a word association thing, and he's imagined something that has never been stated. Strange, that.
Not a geometric claim, right? A tabletop can be, and I made these points to Bev, right, in videos to him, that a tabletop can be described as flat. A sheet of paper can be described as flat, and I can draw three straight lines and make a triangle out of it on that sheet of paper, and it can be described as a flat or two-dimensional shape. But at the microscopic level, it's not. There's undulations on that piece of paper. There's undulations on that tabletop. Now, Bev had no choice but to concede to that. But instead of conceding to it like he should have done, what he said is he kind of brushed it off and said, yeah, my whiteboard is flat, but it's not two-dimensional. You know, it has undulations. But yet he wants people to, who say the earth is flat, he wants to try and shame them because he says,
whoa,
there's hills, valleys, and mountains, which are just...
Listen, the statement about there being elevation changes is not intended to shame anyone, particularly flat earthers. Don't feel shamed by the fact. I would say again, the earth is definitely not flat. That statement should be a statement that you're willing to come and have a conversation about. If you can't do that, don't be shamed by any of the other comments like Brian seems to have been shamed into.
Just undulations. If you could see the earth from high above and see all of the earth, are you going to notice Mount Everest? No. The same way as you don't notice the undulations on your tabletop or on a piece of paper. The point is that Bev is holding people to a standard, a geometric standard.
I'm not holding anybody to any standard. That's just the best way I can describe it. Right. So, yeah, I'm not holding anybody else to those standards. I'm just saying that's the best way I can communicate to people is about communicating about myself and how I do things. I'm not telling everybody they have to do anything like that. Just opening up conversation. Strange. Brian's shut down communication. Doesn't want to have a communication. He's told us that.
A statement that is a description. Flat is not a measurement. It's not an angle. It's not a shape. It's a description. And Bev is holding people to a geometric standard on that for a whole year, saying there's hills, mountains, and valleys, so it's not flat. Yet his whiteboard is flat because he had to. He had no way out of it because of the position I put him in. He had to admit that his whiteboard is flat, but it's not two-dimensional.
Definitely not two-dimensional. My whiteboard's definitely 3D. I could move it around. I had to screw it onto the wall. It's definitely not 2D. And I don't know what Brian's talking about that I had to concede it. I mean, why would I not concede it? He did say about my TV being flat, and I said, no, I've got curved monitors. They're not flat. So that's why I had to use the whiteboard to explain to Brian my communication of my understanding of what flat is. I did say it's a visual surface condition. That's it. It's not part of any argument. I would never make it so.
He can describe it as flat, though. So what Nathan is getting angry at, no thanks, is that when you said, well, the land is not, but the water is, that's Bev putting that into your head.
What? You're not making there's a difference between the water level and the land that's got lumpy bumpy bits on it. I mean, what's going on? Whoa.
These undulations on the land wouldn't matter if you could see the whole earth from a high vantage point. It would just look like your tabletop.
What? No way. Is that a scale? From far enough away? If you could see from somewhere that you can't, it would be this. Have you heard that before? That type of argument. You want to prove something to yourself, then go somewhere that you can't. I think it's very interesting, this.
That's it would look it, yeah. It would look it, but I mean, you wouldn't measure it as flat.
That's the point,
Yeah.
Tank. Yeah, that's the point. Right? Let me just finish here because this goes back to AI overlord.
It's just said we don't measure it as flat, and that's where you're wrong. We do that. We never.
What? Oh, I'm gonna have to go back into that again.
I don't understand what they measure as flat.
Yeah. Yeah.
What they measure as flat.
What Nathan is getting angry at, no thanks, is that when you said, well, the land is not, but the water is.
See what Nathan is getting angry at. Ian saying that.
That's Bev putting that into your head. These undulations on the land wouldn't matter if you could see the whole earth from a high vantage point. It would just look like your tabletop. That's
It
the
would
point.
look it, yeah. It would look it, but I mean, you wouldn't measure it as flat.
That's the point,
Yeah.
Tank. Yeah.
Well done.
Yes.
That's genius. One short comment.
Yes, you will not measure as flat.
That's how to maximize it, right? It wouldn't be measured as flat.
That's the point. Right? Let me just finish here because this goes back to AI overlord.
It's just said we don't measure it as flat, and that's where you're wrong. We do that. We navigate it and measure it as flat.
No, forget that. Forget that.
Ooh.
No.
Wrong. See, Adam. That was good.
Even
forget
Adam-
about that. Forget about that, Nathan. Shh. Keep quiet about that. That's a really strange thing for Nathan to be saying, that it is measured flat when it's obviously not.
Yeah, because this is so stupid statement that even Adam had to intervene.
Yeah. I hope. Well, let's see. Let's see how good Tanks is, because
your point, Nathan, is the gaslighting as you're describing it. What Brian's pointed out is this contradiction. Do you see?
Adam, gaslighting, contradiction. Where? What? Has your mind changed? Have you changed your topic? Have you been influenced by Adam Meakin stating two things that are never said, and you're meant to imagine something into them? Very clever again. Well done, Adam.
Now, Bev has contradicted himself in these points. No Tanks.
I don't, especially I don't see it. So I don't want to argue it.
Maybe
yeah,
that's
but I don't
maybe
think-
that maybe that's what we should go over then. Yeah.
I don't
Why
know,
do you
but there's.
Why is the whiteboard flat? Is it flat?
Well, yeah. I mean, if flat's a description of something,
No.
not an orientation.
I'll let Brian go over the.
Not an orientation. No Tanks has seen the use of the vertically placed whiteboard as being a descriptor of flat.
Descriptions again and how they're used, but AI Overlord used come up again tonight. It's a lexical error. You're using the definition in the wrong point, yeah, in the wrong application.
What do you mean
So
by
flat can have these terms, and this is what Bev is gaslighting you with. Okay, now he may be good enough to gaslight a baller and you guys at the same time.
What is Adam talking about? Where's the gaslighting occurring here? I wonder. Let's have a think.
What we're showing you guys is that he's gaslighting you. Yeah, fundamentally, I don't know why. The reason he's gaslighting is he has to stay away from discussing the surface of reality and how it has a relationship to these geometric functions he alludes to so eloquently. Yeah,
Flat is not really a geometric shape,
and I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why. You've come here tonight to defend him. I'll ask you the same question again then.
I don't think he came over there to defend me. I think he just went in with the topic of conversation that he like he does. Very clever. These people in these communities, you get to see all sorts of characters, and where they get enjoyment.
I would say that this No Tanks is doing great job here because I would say that he learned that against this argument they are armless. They cannot argue.
Yeah.
So this is why Adam Miken is saying that stupid shit because about you gaslighting.
Yeah.
And why? Why you are beating your wife? So this is no gaslighting, but why?
Yeah, they're not giving the direct example of where the gaslighting is occurring. So people can be left to imagine where Adam imagines the gaslighting is taking place. Right? I would assure you that there's no gaslighting occurring here. If you think there is, come in. Question us. Talk to us about this. You'll find out. Gaslighting, you can question about gaslighting. The thing that can't be questioned when it's gaslighting, you normally know you're being gaslighted because you have no right of reply. That's gaslighting. So, yeah, if anybody imagines that they're being gaslighted by me or anything that I say, come on in. Test it out for yourself. Make sure. Nobody would want to be gaslighting anybody. And I'd make sure that you had chance to talk. No subscription required. Just coming in for the conversation.
Why would Bev refuse to use...
Remember Adam was called a Flat Earth Society member by Emma. That might have been for a reason, right?
Celestial navigation to destroy Flat Earth math. Why wouldn't he do that? Why wouldn't he do that? And why did he decide to...
Why? Like, again, I have to point out here, How could I destroy somebody who did a rebuttal video to the thing that I did the night before? How could I possibly use an argument against that?
But even if you could, why the hell you should use celestial navigation for that?
Yeah, and I'm gaslighting for some reason by not doing that. Adam's just a confused mind. I hope nobody thinks Adam's some sort of mathematical genius, because there's no logical processing going on here at all. At all, Adam.
Not use his geometric knowledge, yeah, and outstanding as it is, and equivocate with celestial navigation so that he's talking about reality as opposed to just geometry. Why is he prepared to take a draw instead of using that tool at his disposal? Is it, as you first alluded to, ignorance, or is this something else? No thanks, because
as far as celestial navigation goes, I can't ever see an argument. Nobody's ever presented an argument. So therefore, I'd never use it. Sounds like fucking stupid to me. But I mean, just stating celestial navigation doesn't make an argument. And nobody's ever presented an argument. So that's why I'd never use it.
But you use geometry. For me, this is better argument than celestial navigation. So why to use worse argument instead of better?
Yeah.
Everyone should use better argument, and geometry is better argument. So there is no point to use celestial navigation if we have better argument.
Would agree.
you've listened to a bit tonight. Is there more to it, or is there not?
Well, I would only be speculation. That's all. I mean, it's his choice not to do that. But I would say he has his hands full. I want to say two things, right? So I would say he has his hands full just on this contradiction of level and horizontal, not brought by you guys here, brought by the anti-flat earthers or the globers who enter his room. The second thing I wanted to bring forth is that me and Bev are not buddy. He banned me from his room about or maybe 2 months ago for calling him out on being such a dick about being a dick to flat earthers.
Dude,
Yeah.
I'm not having a go at you. I'm not having a go at you.
Okay.
What's interesting in your comment there is that you provide apologetics for him once again, and this is something he's been accused of in the past, that it's okay to lie if you're talking to a baller. You just said the same.
Who said that? Who said that?
Adam said that.
Yeah.
We don't think it's okay to lie to anybody for any reason.
Yeah.
Whether they're a baller or a flat earther.
You know who
But
does
you
say
what?
that?
Keep pushing it. Keep pushing it.
You know the ones that do say it? They gotta lie to flirt guys from Twitter.
Yes, this tag.
Yeah.
Gotta lie to flirt. Maktoum.
Yeah. It's strange that Adam's sort of saying that it's okay to lie to globers.
He is like putting this into your mouth, or what?
I think so. It sounded like that, yeah. I've never said that for anybody. Please don't lie to anybody. There's no need for anybody to lie to anybody. You're best off with the truth, or speaking as much as you can the truth.
The self there, when he's saying this to whatever, as long as it's not hers, is he allowed to misrepresent the truth? Are you happy with him misrepresenting to the truth, as long as it's not to a supposed flat earther? If it's to a known anti-flat earther, you can just bullshit. Is that acceptable?
I think he is misrepresenting it, though. I think that we got onto being a globe by imagining these things are all 2D, or a circle with straight lines on a piece of paper shows that we live on a globe. So when we go back down that same route to prove it's now a horizontal or flat Earth using 2 dimensions, then we're going to fall into the same trap.
Does that mean it's okay to lie if you're lying to
I don't know if he. I don't know if he lied.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Wow.
Got proof of that.
I can prove that. So just answer the question: is it okay to?
Adam can prove that I'm lying. Wow.
Lie if you're lying to a baller.
Yeah, you can do fuck all with an
I
angle
don't.
is a
Is
lie.
it okay to lie now? Probably not.
Irrespective of Bev. Irrespective of Bev. If you're talking to me now and I'm a baller, is it all right to lie to me? To convince me?
Yeah,
it's
right. No,
not?
like I said, it's probably not okay to lie most of the time.
Then that's what I wanted out of you, bruv. Not to indict you, just to see whether you were honest. Yeah, and you are.
Okay, so
it's not.
Wow, he's honest because he said, yeah, it's probably not okay to lie most of the time. And Adam was convinced by that. Do you want to hear that again? Because that...
This is proof of honesty.
Yeah,
I am
yeah,
not
yeah.
lying all the time.
Yeah.
So I am
genius.
truthful.
This is how you accept somebody's honesty, right?
You're lying to
I don't know if he. I don't know if he lied.
Yeah, it definitely does. I've got proof of that.
I can prove that. So just answer the question: is it okay to lie if you're lying to a baller?
I don't. Is it okay to lie now? Probably
Irrespective
not.
of Bev. Irrespective of Bev. If you're talking to me now and I'm a baller, is it all right to lie to me? To convince me?
Yeah,
it's
right. No,
not?
like I said, it's probably not okay to lie most of the time.
Then that's what I wanted out of you, bruv. Not
Probably not okay to lie most of the time. That's 2, right? He doubled down on his maybes. Probably. That's genius.
By the way, if someone is going to be a good liar, effective liar, he should use like 99 truth and 1% of a lie. So this is, if a liar is lying all the time, he is very poor liar. So what Tank said, it means that he is a rather good liar.
Yeah.
Not bad liar.
But what's even better is Adam's response, right? That statement gets the response from Adam like this.
not to indict you, just to see whether you were honest. Yeah, and you are.
Okay, so
it's not
for me,
okay
just
to lie.
And you are, mate. Just check whether you were honest. And you are. Because you've told us that it's probably not okay to lie most of the time.
Yeah, proof of honesty. Hard proof.
Oh, well done. Definitely one of the best is Adam.
No,
They should
again,
they
as
should
much
have
as it frustrates me-
conversation with the conspiracy cats about honesty in debate.
Yeah.
You have got your own motivation to seek out his motivation. Me, it just makes me want to do a few shows on psychopathy and show what they are, how they behave,
What?
and how they ensnare people. And
Nathan's going to move over into psychopathy. Did he say that? Really? Wow. Nathan, I think you might be... Well, I mean, hey, try moving over and try it. It should be good to watch.
and how they get people to defend them when they've been ensnared and are showing or being shown their lies and deceit, and having the lies and deceit justified to them, so that if someone else points out that lie to them, they get a justification back from the person that's being used potentially to triangulate against yourself when you're trying to appeal.
Triangulate against yourself? What's that?
Maybe this is new psychological term.
Yeah.
Appeal to them. All of these things about how narcissists behave.
What?
I've become reaccustomed to in the last couple of weeks as I refresh my memory.
What? I hope Nathan's okay.
Look who's talking about narcissism.
The last couple of weeks as well.
Maybe it was during shaving.
When it suddenly dawned on me what the hell was going on.
What?
All right, he's gaslighting the hell out of all these people. Oh my God.
Gaslighting all these people. Me? Nathan Oakley? Really? Oh dear. Sorry, flat earthers. If the statement about two straight lines cannot enclose a space was converted into you can do fuck all with an angle, hey, who knows? It wasn't directed at anybody, but I think Nathan might have had a little bit of a mental break a couple of weeks ago.
Wait a second. When I say that part is not a whole, is this gaslighting? Now?
I don't
Maybe
know.
it is.
I don't know. I did say a bit, just like people, mental states are going to be questioned. And this, a straight line thing, the geometric, I don't know. Let's, there's still a bit left.
Oh yeah, he's just lying to them, and they're defending his lying. Oh right, that's what we're dealing with. Yeah, people are well unaware. Now, for me, the first golden rule you need to learn about anybody like this, that's a narcissist, is don't try and divine their motivation. Don't try and convince the people under their wing that they've been deceived or that they're dealing with a narcissist. Just get the hell away from them as quickly as possible.
I hope Nathan's okay.
So he is saying that it is not worth to debate narcissists, even if they have arguments, because they are narcissists.
Yeah.
Strange.
He's saying that's me, though.
Yes, I would say that he can label that anyone.
Yeah.
Who he dislikes.
Yeah, this is.
Don't allow anybody from their sphere of influence get into your sphere of influence so that that narcissist can triangulate themselves with you via that person.
What? What?
This is new terminology for me. So,
oh,
narcissist triangulating himself
with spheres. Spheres of influence.
So it means that this triangulation is definitely spherical triangulation.
No, it's a sphere of influence. It's like you've just got to imagine a big sphere around you as you're triangulating with an actual triangle with a few people. People triangles. It is a new triangle, like a geometric thing. You've just got to put people there. I don't know.
I have to get used to this new language.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, so yeah, it's my first time as well, so we're both imagining it together, right? Sphere of influence triangulation.
That's the two golden rules. Don't allow yourself to be triangulated with them. Get the hell away from them. That's it.
What, the two golden rules of... Uh-oh. Sounds like Nathan's had a bit of...
Golden rules of triangulation, I suppose.
What he's telling them here is keep away. Keep away from that place. You don't want to go there.
Calling me a narcissist and explaining how narcissists work, right?
Yeah.
His understanding of narcissists does not come from me. He's not done this research because of me. Nathan, I hope he's okay. Everybody making sure. Somebody's making sure Nathan's okay.
That's all you got to do. Don't worry about why they've lied or their motivation for lying or why they allow you to be exposed to their lying to other people with justification. But you obviously just get the truth because you're in the right sphere of influence with me, says the narcissist, while they gaslight the living crap out of you with contradictions. You'll parrot off to other people, and then in the back of your mind
Don't
think, no,
pull on my cape.
Yeah. I feel there's an internal conflict going on here, personally. But hey, go ahead, Rob.
No, I was just saying, don't pull on my cape.
Can I read a couple of traits from a narcissist?
Go on.
Inflated ego, lack of empathy, need for attention, repressed insecurities, and few boundaries.
I wouldn't know.
Does that sound like somebody we know?
Hang on. Do you remember when No Tanks said he heard a lot of projection going on?
Uh-huh.
It's coming up.
Yeah.
no.
Let me just read one
Go on.
more.
Go on.
I just want to read one thing. Check this out. Overview. Narcissistic personality disorder. Mental condition in which people have an unreasonably high sense of their own importance. They need to seek too much and want people to admire them. People with this disorder may lack the ability to understand or care of others.
I don't know whether that could be me or not. You'd have to ask other people. I don't know.
Maybe he is treating you as a threat, because maybe you are a threat for his position, or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah,
hard to tell.
I can't tell what's going on here, but it just seems a little bit out of place. I don't know. It's a little bit strange, but hey, nothing we're not used to.
Hours of the lies and deceit with the other opponent that we've justified the lies and deceit to, it was all worthwhile because they proved it was flat. It's not flat. Oh, whoa. You sound like a nutter. Why? Yeah, because you're basically in the sphere of influence of a nutter. Not a nutter, an actual narcissist. That annoys me. I feel it's failure on my part, given that I know what a narcissist is and spent a number of years studying what they are and what they do and how they behave. After being confronted with one, suffering their wrath, and going, "What the hell am I dealing with?" and having to find out what the hell I was dealing with, so that I could never have to have the experience again. Yeah? And after that, finding out what one is, how they behave, what they do, how they gaslight people into contradictory statements that seem perfectly reasonable and justified because they've spent hours listening to their boring lectures, which is what this boils down to. Now, if you want to prove that Bev is somehow good at something, get me those sound bites, get me a few numpty clips, get me a few toe tags, trim out a bit that I can say, within this 3-minute section, you've got a fundamentalist religious zealot who thinks the ground...
Oh dear. Is this why Nathan's getting a few clips of me and putting them out on his channel to make money? He's actually asking for people to send him clips.
But he was talking about your contradictions in these boring lectures. So, and he went through that. It seems he said that he was listening to them. So we are waiting for showing these contradictions from you, supposedly. Okay.
Yeah.
That won't happen.
Yeah, but people have actually
waiting.
sent him videos. And what he's done is he's tagged it with "the Earth is flat" when it's obviously not flat.
Yeah, and he got sent a video from somebody of you talking to a surveyor.
Yeah. And he's put it out on his channel. Nathan Oakley, that is. But hey, that's what flat earthers do. Flat Earth Society guys, anyway. Get triggered about stuff. Nathan somehow thinks that I'm a narcissist because he's studied narcissists.
Round curving. To say it isn't curving. What's not curving? Well, that's flat. Don't pepper it with your contradictory gaslit nonsense that it isn't flat, while somehow telling me that you've got a victory out of a glober because he's told you how flat it is. Now, if you can't realise how nutty you sound when you declare this kind of crap.
Somebody's got an obsession with a certain word.
Yes,
Pretty obvious.
Because I can rebuke that, because straight line is definitely not curved, and the straight line is not flat.
Yes.
Crap as a victory at Bev's. Right now, you just don't know what you're dealing with, do you? You're dealing with a narcissist.
He's the only I'm telling you, I don't know. He's the only person I think I've ever really heard be able to do it.
Do what?
Do what?
Well, point out the contradiction.
Can you give me a clip? Can I get it in a toe tag form? Maybe 15 minutes long. Maybe in a 3-minute numpty clip.
Yeah, it's a good point. No, you should have those at your disposal. You're right.
Well, no, you made the claim. He wants it from you.
Whoa, what's going on now?
This would be a good part, because, for example, if someone has spotted contradiction, it would be good to comment on that, to spot that, to show contradictions. So everyone has right to do that. This is part of debate.
Yeah, that's what we've been saying we're going to do this year. We're going to show everybody the contradictions, and that's what No Tanks has just said. That we're pretty good at showing the certain group of people a contradiction that they hold.
Yes, and if Nathan is going to do the same, that's good.
Yeah.
To spot your contradiction, that's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's the way it should be.
Yes, so that's why I am waiting.
Yeah.
How he's showing York or whatever here on this Discord channel a contradiction.
Yeah, I'd show a contradiction of somebody knowing that it's not flat, showing a picture of mountains, and then saying that it is flat. That's a contradiction.
Yeah.
That's a contradiction that I ask a lot of flat earthers that come in. Self-identifying flat earthers. How do you deal with the contradiction?
Yeah, you go up 100,000 feet and then it looks flat.
Yeah, it's a very similar to another argument, isn't it, by somebody else? Another group of people that say if you go a bit further, it turns into a different shape. So it's not really a very good argument. Very strange.
They're going to make me go out there and fight for better.
No, he's not going to make you. He's not going to make you. No. You made a claim. He just wants some cowbell to make it what it is now, from a baseless assertion fallacy, which is right now, into something with some meat on it. That's all he wants. You to support your claim.
Yeah. I know you can. Well, all I can say is believe me or don't believe me, but other people have, I guess, witnessed it as well.
Other people, that's an anecdotal fallacy. How many more fallacies you got?
I'm not interested in No Tanks, right? No,
Oh, wow. It's like they're all trying now. They're all having a little nibble, like little piranhas. Very clever.
Get fallacies disproving you. If you've got something that is helpful to us moving forwards to truth, then you should show it. You shouldn't turn up here and say somebody said something that I can't even remember that says that you lot are talking crap and you should reconsider. You should.
Where did he just add that you lot are talking crap? Why did Adam just add that in? Did everybody else spot that? Who said that? Oh, well, apart from Adam talking crap, which he obviously is.
At least bring it to the table, yeah? Not prove somebody right or prove somebody wrong, because ultimately that's inconsequential. But to seek truth, because surely that's what you're here for, isn't it? Now, if you know this truth, why can't you at least recite this truth to us? Help us, because we're not egotistical enough to not listen to it and not hear it if it's truth. So give us the truth, son, because that's why you're here.
Yeah.
What did
No,
you hear
just
that
trying
brought you? What did you hear that's brought you here today to make you look, frankly?
Wow. Adam's doing a right number on him. Like, you see this technique? Sort of like a interrogation type technique.
Yes, a few minutes ago, no thanks was very good guy, and now he is not good guy.
Yeah.
Like a bit of a numpty right now, yeah, to tell us what this truth is that we should be musing over to adjust our perception, take this message to a much broader community forward. Because surely that's what we're here for. To enlighten me, son.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen. So the truth is, I've heard him have a discussion with I guess ballers, right? Is what you call them, right? So I've heard him have the discussion with ballers who have adamantly and angrily described level as being horizontal by the time he was done talking to him. That's all. Yeah.
We got
and
that.
I've seen him do it repeatedly.
Everybody, let me just have it. How
How
do
do
you
you do
feel
it?
that? How do you feel that description, that enlightening truth you just unveiled, that you've heard Bev say something to a baller about horizontal? How do you think that resonates with us? How enlightening do you feel that statement was?
I bet No Tanks right now is thinking, exactly. Thank you very much, Adam. Because it seems to have worked a much better trick on Adam than anybody else at the minute. No Tanks, I say he's good at what he does.
He's very good at what he does.
Yes, Adam Meakin is exposing himself.
Yes.
So
Yep.
how it has what it has to do with us?
Yeah.
Our cause. So the truth is good, but only if it supports our cause. If it does not support our cause, this is not the truth. So this is my, let's say, conclusion from what Adam said.
Yeah, how can we use it? Tell us.
You maybe expound on that to give us more illumination.
Hold on, Adam, let him answer. How did it resonate with you? Or how do you feel it should resonate with us, No Tanks?
It's just a result, right? So what I'm putting out is that he is amongst those I've heard get a result. Yeah, like a turnaround 180 result. Yeah.
Brilliant. So we come back to the point, that initial question, and brilliant. Let's say he did achieve that 180 turnaround. Did he lie doing that? Did he tell the truth?
Mm-hmm.
You just said, yeah, I've got evidence of him not telling the truth.
No, I didn't say I had evidence of anything.
We've got evidence of him not telling the truth. We've got evidence of him not settling an argument with ballers. Yeah, by using stuff that we've given.
Fuck all with an angle.
Yeah, that Tenth's found out that was already there to use against ballers.
What's going on here? Is Adam laying out? I'm gonna have to listen to this again. This is I feel important.
Initial question, and brilliant. Let's say he did achieve that 180 turnaround. Did he lie doing that? Did he tell the truth?
Mm-hmm.
You just said, yeah, I've got evidence of him not telling the truth.
No, I didn't say I had evidence of anything.
We've got evidence of him not telling the truth. We've got evidence of him not settling an argument with ballers, yeah, by using stuff that we've given, yeah, that Tenth's found out that was already there to use against ballers. But it seems to go against some fundamental dynamic of his. We don't know why. So, given that he's achieved a 180 turnaround of a baller, what kind of validation is that to him speaking truth, given that we can show you that he's a proven liar?
Oh, I mean, that's a lot of information, I guess, and questions to take in, right? But there is a truth, right? There is a truth in general. So when he does speak to again, I don't want to keep talking about him too much, but when he does speak to these other people who come in and they're under the belief that that level is curved, he will ask them to define it. This is just like a summary, right? He'll ask them to define it and how they came up with these definitions: horizontal and perpendicular to a tangent, etc. To the point where at the end of the discussion, they will, yeah.
T-shirt
Right, I don't want to
Neil.
stay on repeat, right? Yeah, I
Neil.
don't want to stay on repeat.
That's good. Okay, so I'm cool with you on that. I think we'd agree. I mean, I've listened to Bev's channel, and yeah, I've heard him destroy some ballers, as we've discussed tonight, take some to a neutral platform for whatever reason. I've also got evidence that he's a liar. Should he be someone that you move forward with, knowing that he's a proven liar, or is he somebody that's only useful for showing that ballers aren't telling the truth?
What's Adam doing here?
He is trying to frame no tanks in some statements. He is very fervent to do that.
Yeah, he was he tried the good cop, bad cop, and now he's being interrogator.
Yes, but he's setting false dichotomy. Now he said that that you are the guy who kicked some asses, ballers' asses, and now he is saying that you are a proven liar. And I don't know what he wants to achieve. From he wants some statements from no tanks that you are a proven liar or what, I don't know, because very for me this is very more and more disgusting. What I hear from him.
He's trying to tarnish his name. He's saying basically, even though he smashes ballers left, right, and center, don't follow him because he's a liar. That's what he's trying to say, without even
not a
saying
flat
what lie,
earther.
and just saying liar, liar over and over again.
He's not.
Oh, you're breaking up.
He's not one of us. Shun him.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah, I've never been one of them, right? It's quite obvious, quite a bit ago. I'm not a flat earther. I never have been a flat earther and never will be a flat earther. Ridiculous
I'm okay
position.
with that, Bev.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not about him; it's about the argument, right? So the argument that him is one subject, the argument is another subject. The argument that he makes, he doesn't use many things, right? He doesn't bring in spacecrafts or stars or anything else, right? But he does bring in the water level and definitions, and that's about. He uses that in his argument, and he comes out with the result that everybody in this room would want to achieve. And I've never heard him do it.
Right.
Sorry,
So this
Adam,
is again
Adam,
no tanks.
Please.
This is my point, right?
Genius, no
This
tanks.
is the point.
Yeah.
He made good point.
Yeah.
And now Adam is saying this is not a point.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
No
It
tanks.
is.
He's good at what he does. He gets people to expose themselves, and for that, I thank you, no tanks. You're very good at doing that.
Methodology or result. Now, for me in my life, methodology is ultimately important. Yeah, it's not the result, because if I go, even if I don't get the result if I want, I want in life, yeah, I go through the methodology that I know is correct and true, especially when I'm dealing with other people that are lost in this world, yeah, then that's the most important thing, isn't it? Or is it?
Does Adam sound like he's on a bit of a crusade here?
Yes, I think he's referring to this example. Lost
Are you
lost
guys
people
feeling
on the
lost?
boat looking for an angle to save people. So
He hasn't caught on what No Thanks is doing.
Yeah.
He's agreeing with him, let him talk. Then when he says something, then he's disagreeing partly. Then letting him talk. That he's playing him like a fiddle.
Yeah. He's exposing Adam, right? Adam's obviously, I think he might be drunk, but that's allowing Adam to come out, right? This is why Emma said that Adam is flat Earth society. It sounds like it. Sounds like he's arguing for arguing's sake, but exposing all of his shitty little tricks.
maybe because of that he drank too much, he's not vigilant.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
cannot see that No Thanks is playing him.
Well, I don't think he's aware, probably because of the drink, that he's exposing his own tricks. He can't see them. He can't see the tricks that have been played on himself, I'm guessing. Pretty obvious now.
Doesn't matter the methodology, as long as I get the outcome.
Yeah, I mean that's a tough question, and I guess
It's not a tough
situational.
question at all to anyone with a soul.
Yeah, it's situational. I would guess it's situational. Yeah.
No, it's not situational.
I was going to agree with him. Watch.
Okay, now
Very
this is where I step
plausible.
in and go, yeah, I just recognize when someone is lying, triangulating, and gaslighting.
That's a new word, ladies and gentlemen.
What's that?
Yes. New psychological term.
Yeah,
Spherical triangulation in psychology.
Wow.
Sphere of influence and self-triangulation.
Who does Nathan imagine is part of this within this triangle? The narcissist's triangle, let's say. Nathan Oakley and the narcissist's triangle.
And unlike Adam, I'm just not as empathic as Adam. I'm just going to come out with it. Adam has got a shining light of a soul. And
What? Now, something strange going on here.
Inquisitive about the motivation of psychopaths. Me, I recognize these traits and go, I'm going to run away. There's no benefit for me here. Bye-bye.
No thanks. Let me ask you a question.
What's going on?
What can you prove with a water level?
You can prove with a water level. See, I can't do it like Bev does it, but apparently with a water level you can prove
Hang
that.
on. 1 second. Neil is off mute. Neil. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Jet.
Yeah, I can't make the argument like Bev does, but Bev makes the argument to show that using the water level that level is horizontal, and that all other levels and horizontals are parallel to that water level.
Yeah, but water levels don't prove. You see, a water level. This is Bev. This is exactly what Bev will say. A water level is a.
He says it exactly what Bev will say. Let's see whether it is exactly what Bev would say.
Tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? But a water level doesn't prove that level is horizontal. I believe
Brian.
Hang on, Adam, please. I was quiet when you were talking.
Forget the water level. You've just heard the man admit he's totally gaslit.
Adam,
he can't even give you the description.
Brian.
Wow. Adam. Nice.
Brian was trying to say what you said correctly.
Yeah.
And Adam cannot resist.
Yeah.
So I don't understand.
Yeah. Interesting.
This is strange for me.
Brian, please, Brian. I know you've got a good geometric point to make. I want Adam to labour this point more. Please.
Listen.
He can come back to you, Brian, I promise.
He can do the job. Listen, Brian, did he not just say he couldn't give you the argument? He just.
Wow, did Nathan just come and support Adam?
Yep.
Whoa.
Cutting off Brian. They don't want to let that out.
Just knows that Bev's correct. But they started out as gas, and Nathan said gaslight.
Yeah,
Hey,
and I'm about
this
to
isn't
point out
gaslighting,
something
mate.
to him.
This is evangelism. This guy has no idea why he believed Bev to be true.
What? I think Adam might be guilty.
Best evangelist.
Yeah.
Can't even verbalize it.
Yeah,
What's
but that's
wrong,
where
no
I'm going to. I'm trying to show no thanks.
Don't just fucking call it out for what it is. This is a.
Let's not talk about reality.
What did Brian want to talk about?
Let's talk about Bev.
You know when I said Adam was FES?
Yes.
I forgot to add. Well, no, I did say that he was a chemist, didn't I? I meant pharmacist.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's a pharmacist. And he's drunk, ranting on the internet. And I'm glad he's not my pharmacist.
Yeah. Strange, this.
Warren,
I
he's
can't
got
call
people's
anything out
minds.
because I'm not allowed
He's
to
got
be
people's
fucking
minds.
examples,
Brian.
Wow, guys. Come on, control yourselves.
Brian and Adam.
You and Nathan keep talking over me.
It's because you want to make another point where he's not right about something geometric. And I know where you're going instantly, and you're right. I get it. But Adam and I are both on the same line now. Adam from a kind-hearted, empathic point of view, and me from a stark, brutal one. And at this point, we're beyond the making examples of where he's wrong when he's proving to be gaslighting, proven to be a liar, and proven to be triangulating his parties against others. Once you've got
triangulating his parties against others. What the fuck is going on?
He's having sexton dreams, it seems. Sexton terminology.
Nathan is blatantly stated that it means Nathan and Adam, we are making a public enemy from
I'm
Beth.
starting to feel attacked.
And Brian is interjecting with your true statement.
I get it now, Rob.
And yes, don't interrupt. So he is just interrupting that game.
No, I think what Rob's just said there, he feels attacked, right? There's a triangulation, and Rob is that person, right? The person that listens to both. I think that's what Nathan's going on about, and that's what Rob got out of this. Right, he feels attacked because he's the other party, the one that listens to both sides. Is that right, Rob? Is that the triangulation that you're imagining?
Yeah, that's a fair statement.
Yeah.
I would agree. Yes, maybe.
Yeah.
But there are many vague statements from there. So
yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I can guess that as people are listening to these things, right, and you hear things, you associate with those things. And when they're left vague, then you're in a state of, I don't know, like, it's a strange state for you to be in. If you imagine you're part of that triangle of something that Nathan Oakley seems to have just made up.
Yeah, no, and that's what, like, I don't think he was actually talking to me or even implying it. It's more my mental state that took it that way.
Yeah.
But, you know.
I think that's what it's meant to do, though, right? It's putting you in a position that you shouldn't need to be in. All because Nathan Oakley has made up some triangulation method within people. And you're meant to feel bad about it somehow. Nathan's trying to make you part of this narcissistic behavior triangle, which is fucking weird. Like, very strange. I hope Nathan's okay. He's got friends, right? Other than Adam. Hopefully.
A few different aspects of psychopathy. That's the thing I want to focus on. Now, Adam's got to the point with this guy where I was going to go.
Nathan might be starting a new YouTube channel. I mean, hopefully, Nathan. It may be because we're going into logic this year. Well, we've always been into logic, but we'll be focusing more heavily on the simplification of logic and argumentation. Hopefully Nathan does well.
Get there, or try and get there early.
It's only a natural
and draw
progression,
the comparison with what I've been looking into recently, which is cults, and specifically Scientology, and compare it to...
What? Nice.
Somebody preaching after a few hours of their mind-numbing tosh that seems so worthwhile and valid. And someone goes, what did you learn in the 3 hours that you spent the lecture in the church at the server? That's what this is for this example, at the server. Well, you can't give it me in a numpty clip. You can tell me that you think your preacher's right. That's what we're getting. I want Adam to labour that instead of the geometric bit. And
wow. Guys, come on. Get a grip
Stay
of
away
yourselves.
from the geometry. Whatever you do not talk geometry. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, stick to the religion, guys. Get into the religion again. Always a good topic, that.
You're so
he
right,
said
Brian.
that you are high priest of geometry, and now geometry is religion.
Yeah.
So,
Logic, yeah.
Logic
all
and
hail
geometry.
the great logic and reasoning that's open to everybody. Yes. Hey, if that's the way Nathan looks at it, hey, I guess we're not in the similar sort of thing. He can forget all about us. We're in a completely different realm. Pretend we weren't even here, Nathan.
And I want to add that point in 10 minutes earlier too. We're past that. I hate to be brutal.
I don't think we are. I think that's where we should be getting to. But it's up to you. Allow me to speak about it. So I'm not gonna waste my time.
Please, Bri. My apologies to you for being rude. Just for me, what I've heard here is beyond what's talking about the geometry, the actual argument. It's about what this gentleman's come in this evening to present himself for his priest, Bev. Yeah. And what he's admitted this evening, that he's got no idea what the argument is. He can't verbalise it. Yeah, but he's prepared to present himself here with us lot. I don't know. Are you a masochist, No Tanks, or
It's
just
no detriment to No
this
Tanks?
happens.
Hold on, Neil. No
Neil,
detriment
chill.
to No Tanks.
I'm
right?
not being horrible, dude.
No, I mean I hear what you're saying. I mean, you said you believe that it's that it is horizontal just because you believe.
That's not what we're talking about, brother. We're talking about why you've come here today, okay, with no idea to describe why you believe so much in the way what Bev describes. It's beyond ridiculous. The only way I could describe it was as a religious evangelical faith.
Hold on, Adam. Go ahead, No Tanks.
I was just, it was a little confusing because he's telling me about these, evangelical beliefs, and he's saying, I believe it's horizontal. Does he know it's horizontal? That level is horizontal, and if so, can you prove it? And how do you know? He just believes it. That's not what I said.
It's an axiom. This is where he's got you gaslit. You think that when he gets a fundy... Oh, God, 5 people talking. And when he's describing this achievement of getting a fundamentalist zealot who violates axioms in their belief to admit to an axiom, that's somehow an achievement. No, it isn't. Not at all. He's gaslit you into thinking that hours of preaching to anti-flat earthers who violate these principles that he also preaches is an achievement.
Does anybody feel preached to? I don't know.
No, but he is making a nonsensical statement about this axiom. What he is saying, it is axiom. It is not an axiom, but this is statement of fact, and he said that this is your belief. This is not belief. Things which can be proved or are self-evident, like common notions, it is not belief. So I don't know why, because he's talking about you preaching supposedly something, and that's why he's talking about belief, because preaching is about beliefs, but level being horizontal is not your belief. As I understand your statement, this is not a belief. So completely nonsensical statement.
Yeah.
Not only that, he stopped. Notice what he did here. He stopped one of his own panel members, Brian, from talking so he can gaslight, so he can do what he's doing now. I hope you realize that, Brian. Your boy, Nathan, stopped you from talking, from giving your opinion. Live, on air.
About the geometry.
About geometry. I hope you see that, Brian.
Yes, so now they can misrepresent Bev, and this what Brian's logic was trying to say was just normal statement, what you said about level and horizontal and so on. So
yeah, about an actual argument.
Yes, so they stopped Brian's logic to say that, and now because he didn't say that, now they can just say this gibberish.
Yeah, let's go on.
It isn't. What do you take forth from that? Next man comes around the corner, you're at the bus stop, no tanks, and you, in your bus stop conversation / elevator pitch to the guy at the bus stop, disseminate to him in a 2-minute period / 5-minute period before the bus comes something that Bev has said you can offer to him is useful to the layman. What have you got? What can you disseminate?
Yeah, so that's why I think you guys do a great job of.
That's a good question. Very good question. But I don't think stopping people at the bus stop and talking to them about some guy you've heard on a YouTube video, or maybe you've come into Discord. I'm not too sure whether that would be a good topic of conversation. That's a hard sell. Challenge.
Taking, I guess, the argument that he makes and applying it in practicality to make angles and straight lines, and where you can use it and it's applicable in reality as well.
I get that. No, don't get me wrong. I know we are ace. That goes without saying. But make Bev as ace as us with an example is what I'm asking you to do.
Yeah, so I can't make his argument for him. That's his argument, right? That
his arguments are contradictions. His arguments led you to blurt out when describing it as being an achievement.
My arguments are contradictions.
It has to be proven. And by the way, he was talking about us. I mean them as aces. We are aces, and Bev is not.
Yeah, he just stated that my arguments are contradictions. None of you guys spotted any of these contradictions within the arguments that I've presented. What's going on? Why is Nathan Oakley the supreme triangle commander of these
Ace of aces?
The ace. The guy, the only one that seems to be able to see the contradictions, yet never speak of them or let anybody else know into them. It's a very similar tactic I've heard many times before. And I'd say the people that have presented that argument before, arguments similar to that sort of a thing, Flat Earth Society, the lot of them. It's the only reason you'd want to do it, to perpetuate a bullshit. Keep it going. See how long you can keep it going for, guys. That's what we're doing now. We're in the last little bit.
To define level as horizontal from a fundy, and their geometric principles violate that. It isn't that it's an axiom that needs proving or claiming, even. Right?
It's just a belief.
When you were describing that, you blurted out that that means it isn't flat. Right? So rather than having something to achieve here, you blurted out a contradiction for a live audience. That's where you've been led to by Bev. Maybe my exasperation's getting this through to you because
Is Nathan doing it again? Is he saying it's not flat is a contradiction?
What I understood from this, what he said, he is attacking your statement generally that level is horizontal because it is not useful for flat Earth, because you are using this argument as a proof for Earth being not flat. That's why I think that's the whole thing is about that you use this argument wrongly, not in favor of flat Earth. So,
well, yeah. I must state that whenever I make statements, they're from reality, and obviously it's not flat is a statement that's obviously measurably and observably true, right?
Yeah, but I think that I understand what this way what he's
he
going
thinks it's
through
a contradiction.
He names it contradiction because
I think because he has it as an argument to prove flat, and I have it as an argument to prove not flat.
Yes, it is not it cannot be contradiction, but I think that he's just looking for any similarity with fallacy.
Yeah.
Whatever will fit the narration.
Yeah. Yeah, the confused mind, with obviously no logic, has to employ whatever means it can. And it's just latched upon something that he imagines sounds quite... what is a contradiction? I mean, it's a big word. Does everybody understand what a contradiction is and all of that? And I don't know whether Nathan's relying on the fact that people... I don't know. It takes that reasoning process that seems to have been missed, doesn't it? To find a contradiction. I think. I don't know. Don't know how deep the game goes and how deep within people's minds this is. And I don't know. It seems like it's multifaceted.
I don't want to say the word, but I'm going to have to. I pity you.
Well, maybe I misheard you then, because when you said what is it is the ground. No, it's not the ground. The ground is it changes in elevation. So it would have to be...
Audience, stop a second. Did you hear that? It's the ground, but it's not the ground. Did you hear yourself?
I heard it. Yeah, I heard myself. Did you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I heard you tell me that it's...
Like I said,
Let me just... Hello?
Let me just tell you what I think you heard you say, but I'm going to tell you anyway and not let you tell me. Typical tactics. I've heard it before.
Yes, used very, very, very often by net, and this is part of conversations with people, which I would say that this is not fair.
Yeah.
With
this is when he
within
starts
conversation.
activating the mute button at these type of moments.
Let me verbatim quote back to you what you said. It is the ground, but it is not the ground.
No, you misheard me
is
again.
what-
That's what. Yeah.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
And stop.
No, it's not what I said.
You don't need to go through the computation.
I love that. Genius.
Beautiful. Yep.
You misheard me.
Get a taste, Nathan. Get a taste. I told you.
Very clever, Miss Tanks. Very, very clever. You misheard me again. I love it.
Of this mentally while I explain it to an audience, right? I get that the penny's starting to drop for you. You have been gaslit by Bev. I don't need you to stutter and stammer your way through me explaining this to the audience now with you as our example, which I commend you and I praise you and I want to kiss you for, frankly. And the fact that you've been so tolerable through the process that could be easily misconstrued as us attacking you when I want to convey my pity for you. Because you've been gaslit by Bev to the point where your statement only 2 minutes ago was, it is the ground, but it's not the ground. That's what Bev's given you. Not an elevator pitch that you could give to someone like we give out to our audience when he poisons us and undermines us. But that's the crap that you're coming to us with, this literal, in one concise sentence
I have to point out, whatever Nathan's imagining there, No Tanks came up with. I didn't give that to No Tanks. That's not an actual argument. It is the ground, but it's not the ground. I mean, that's nothing that's come out of here. That's Nathan's entirely imagined that all on his own.
Yes, and because he needs that to make a strawman, and now he is beating the strawman.
contradiction.
I tried to clean it up, right? So what I was saying was what I thought I was saying, right? Was when you say it, what do you mean the ground? That's what I thought I heard you say, and I said no, not the ground. The ground changes in elevation.
So what's level / horizontal then exactly? It?
Well, how do you
What
establish
exactly
one?
is the achievement? When we get the fundies to say that it is level / horizontal, where would there be achievement if that's not the ground?
Yeah, it's not the ground, right? So even they don't use the
So
ground.
no, I get that. So where would there be an achievement in this other than a glaring contradiction you're not getting?
Wow.
The achievement. Yeah, I'm missing the question.
Me too.
Yes, yes, me too. Yes, because he blatantly stated it is not the ground.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Nathan's
because
just ended
horizontal-
up in aporia, right?
Yes,
Nathan's
horizontal
lost
line-
himself right now.
Horizontal line is not on the ground. It never been.
Yeah. Yeah, Nathan.
You know shit. Yeah, how is this an achievement if you've in this statement of getting a fundie to say that level is horizontal in reference to the ground when you blurt out like a Tourette's patient that is in one sentence actually not the ground. My God, I know what this experience is like. That's why I'm getting agitated, because I've dealt with.
Wow.
And he said in reference to the ground. No, it is not in the reference to the ground.
That's what he's just said, right? No Tanks has just said that it's not, but Nathan has blatantly disregarded what he's just said and what we say all the time. And it's an even altitude, not on the ground. We got rumpus with that one. How can it be a tangent if it's not on the ground?
Yeah. Was somebody talking about narcissism before?
Yeah, I think he's about to go into it again. Like, really strange, right? that he's just disregarded what No Tank said, and what did I just hear him talk about? Let me go on.
Empathic people, nice people like yourself, just getting snared by psychopaths, and it's like banging your head against a brick wall, even in light of the most glaring lie or contradiction. In this case, contradiction. It wouldn't matter if a lie was being presented to him, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you're dealing with. That's why when I said not only detach yourself from them, detach yourself from anybody in their sphere of influence, because they're...
Oh, what is Nathan calling for now?
To get rid of all of, don't listen to any one of us at no
If
cost.
anybody says anything that sounds like it might have come from Bev or any one of these people that have been listening to Bev, then get away from them. Run away.
You were labeled as anti-flat earther now. So you are enemy, public enemy.
Yeah. Of the Flat Earth crew. The Flat Earth debate superheroes have issued the order. Do not talk to anybody associated with Bev now. We've gone one step further than Bev. Anybody associated with Bev. What does that mean that these people are talking about me? Are they wow. Is Nathan trying to run away from No Tanks now? Just ban him. Like, get him out with her. If you even suspect him.
They're almost 99% as bad as them. Now, I hate to say that to you, No Tanks. You're an empath. You're like Adam. And you'll get snared by many a psychopath.
What? No Tanks is an empath, like Adam. Wow. Nathan's good at this sort of stuff, isn't he? Not only has he been studying narcissists, he can tell empaths. Discord, is it? No. Maybe. I don't know. Google meets empath. Maybe you can tell. Maybe they've got an empath meter or something.
That's just how the world works, unfortunately.
You will.
It is.
You get burned. And No Tanks, mate. Can I just ask you?
Good cop, bad cop. Adam's back again.
Listened to a lot of the stuff you've not explained this evening. None of it is your truth. And I just, why are you here trying to explain somebody else's truth that you clearly do not understand, even their nonsense? You can't even understand the contradiction that's being put to you with the rhetoric that Bev gives, which means you don't understand.
I don't see the
which means you don't, I'm not finished talking, which means you don't understand Bev's rhetoric, right? And pity is the wrong word.
The argument.
You're my brother, and I'm trying in this format to show you that I'm not trying to tell you anything. Nobody should. What we're trying to point out is the obvious contradictions, and hopefully you've, in your total inability to explain your position.
Has anybody explained these contradictions that Adam's just said they're trying to show him? The blatant contradictions that I don't know whether anybody's actually mentioned them yet. Well, they might have mentioned some contradictions, but anyone pointed us at them? Just in the general area of where these contradictions may lie, apart from Nathan's misunderstanding of his own argument, I'm guessing.
And explain why this contradiction exists. You can recognize that you maybe need to take a breath and just take a pause, stop waffling and digging yourself deeper, and just go, maybe there is a point for you to consider. Because I've got no desire to humiliate you here, but that's all that's going to happen if you carry on down this silly path. And pointed out.
What do you? I mean, do you have another tool? Because I mean, it is.
No, I don't have a tool. You're the one that came here telling us that Bev is right. Okay, and we've gone through.
Well, I said Bev.
Can I talk? No, thanks.
You're not able.
Is Brian coming back in? This should be interesting. This is like a an expose, right, of all things society. It's interesting to me, these are the conversations we should have been listening to all along, I think.
To explain that. And I'm
Well,
asking
I'll
you,
talk to
Yes, Brian.
I'm asking
Yeah,
you to just take a breath.
Hold on, Adam. Yes,
many
Brian.
breaths do I gotta take?
Let No Tanks respond. then,
Okay,
yes,
bury
do-
yourself. Off you go.
Go ahead, mate.
Well, I was just curious if you or Brian maybe had another natural element, right, to establish horizontal, or I mean, did he take the water level from
God,
you?
you're
You have
missing
something
the
else that does a
point.
better
Well,
job of it?
You're
leave me, Adam,
totally
please. At least this
missing
time, leave me
the
do it.
point. Off you go.
No.
No, just let the lad realise with his question there that he's completely either not understood what's just been put to him, yeah, in the slightest. I'm not asking you for another action for me to explain the nonsense of the contradiction that's just been explained to you. It's not for
I'm
me to
asking
do
you
that, is it?
Brian wants
if-
to.
Adam just seems to be spurting out a load of words, stringing them together. Key tag words. They don't make any sense when they're coming from Adam.
And he said that they explained to no tanks these contradictions.
Yeah.
They didn't.
It's crazy.
I can feel your
I
pain.
know
Adam.
Brian does, but we're past the point of the.
Once again, Adam doesn't want Brian to talk.
These explanations.
We're
of
not
horizontal.
past the point.
This is
That's
talk-
the point.
We are. We're
Point is
talking
we're
to this
not.
guy
Adam,
on another
Adam,
level.
You
right.
haven't
Unless we
exactly
let-
had any success.
Hold on, Adam.
Okay.
Adam,
Chat
Adam,
geometry.
let Brian do it. Hopefully, it'll be less Brian than usual and get it really concise, because then we can just carry on. Brian is itching to do it. Let him. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, look, no thanks. You were told by Bev that the water level proves that level is horizontal. Bev tells everyone this, right? You take a 500-meter water level, right? And what you have there is a 500-meter begging the question device. Because there was no way to check the water level. There was no way to optically check it because there's not an optical tool.
There is a way to check it.
So you just have to, when you use a water level, whether it's 500 meters or 500 miles of a water level, you have to pre-assume that it's creating a horizontal, exact horizontal. Now, I would believe, it would be my opinion that it is, right? But a baller, it could be their opinion that it's actually it being equidistant with the center of a globe. And I can't, with just the water level, I can't disprove them. Now, they can't disprove me either, so we end up in a draw. So it never goes anywhere.
I would suggest you could try with 2, and then you could try to prove a Euclidean proposition within geometry into reality, right? You could make real a geometric proposition. Maybe the first one, book 11, solid geometry. So, yeah, but Brian said he doesn't want to come and have a talk about any of this sort of stuff, so that's fair enough.
So that's why I made a short video in the past week where I said water levels are gravimeters. And my point being is that if I say to you gravity...
A fucking stupid statement that I hope Brian's trying to justify again now.
exists, and you say prove it, and I point to a gravimeter. That doesn't prove that gravity exists. No more than if I say level is horizontal, and you say to me prove it, and I go water level. If you're a baller, you can argue against me using ball globe mathematics to get a draw out of that situation.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and what I would say to that is that the cycle.
Hold on, Brian. Let him respond. No, Brian, let him respond. Just let him.
Not finished,
let him
but
respond.
okay.
He's the guest. Let him go ahead. No thanks.
Well, I don't want to cut the end of the point off, but you made a point in there that we would be stuck in this loop of both either side presupposing that the water level curved or it's.
I just realised I must keep pausing it every now and again because I never know what Nathan Oakley's going to do to get a bit of money. I like to try and keep my videos monetary free. No ads for those of you that don't have YouTube membership.
Horizontal. So then you're stuck with this problem, and then what you need to do is prove that water that a water level is a tool used to establish a horizontal plane of reference. You'd have to prove it. Yeah. Otherwise, we're going to keep going in circles. So you're saying that we have to stop proving it, right? But the point is that you need to prove it. Otherwise, we're going to be in a circle.
Yeah, but that's my point. My point to Bev and the whole of the Try Thinking server, even though they all went against me, my point being is that you need more.
Did he say the Try Thinking server? What is that? There's no such thing as a Try Thinking server. We're not in the Try Thinking server. We're in the On the Level server, Discord server.
More than a water level. What you need to do is validate that the water level is doing what you say it's doing. Now, I gave away this week in a video to validate it without a shadow of a doubt. That level is horizontal, which proves the water level is showing that level is horizontal. But the water level on its own is not a proof. It's a begging the question device, and that's my point. But Bev is calling it a proof for the past couple of years, and it's not a proof. The water level on its own is not a proof. You need more than just the water level to prove that level is horizontal. Because level on it, the water level is... Yeah, hang on.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
He keeps saying it again. No. If you want to know what we did, we took Euclid, which is a mathematical proof-giving system based in logic, based in mathematics. This is the foundations of mathematics. And we went past all of the conceptual stuff. And when it comes to solid geometry, that's in 3D, we chose to prove that no part of a straight line lies within a plane and another part without it. It's proposition 1, book 11, Euclidean geometry. Check it out for yourself. Now, in order for us to prove that and realize that Euclidean thing, we used a water level and its ability to give us a horizontal in order to give us the proof the straight line lying within the plane. Very simple. A very simple way of giving an argument and showing how to represent that in reality, you know, so, and how to prove the statement, right?
But still, when he's saying that water level alone cannot prove a horizontal, he is saying that water level, that the sentence that water level establishes horizontal plane of reference is begging the question. So the burden of proof is on him to prove that water level does not establish a horizontal frame of reference, because I would say that this is in all manuals or whatever, or dictionaries.
Yeah, the idea of what we do is, right, I've had enough of people asking other people for things that they know they'll never get, right? Year after year asking for ridiculous things. We said it's about time we made some positive claims, right? There are proofs in reality, so why not demonstrate those proofs? Why not give people a way to find those proofs for themselves, instead of asking people for things that you know you will never get, getting yourself nowhere. So that's all we're doing, right? We're giving people a chance for them to be able to prove the first actual provable thing within geometry. I mean, you can prove that all of the conceptual bit by using a compass and a pencil, but I mean that's what classed as geometry, but it's the learning steps of logic within those frameworks, right? Well, book 11 is reality. It's the three-dimensional reality that we live in. So you should be able to use those geometrical concepts that you've learned earlier and realize them into reality. It should be obvious that that should be able to be done. Perhaps it isn't that obvious until somebody points it out. I don't know. I don't know what Nathan's talking about here. This is a personal journey that people are going to go on. Nathan's going to have to go on it too.
The water level on its leave me finish. The water level on its own is just a begging the question device. And saying it's an axiom doesn't prove that level is horizontal either.
Oh, bit of dissent there from Brian.
If we're talking about proof, PROOF proof, then we got to prove it. And stating an axiom or talking about water levels is not proving it. And that's my point. But Bev has people believing that they have a proof. When they
Come and have a chat. Talk to anyone about it. First off, you have to understand the argument and the idea of where proof comes from and how that logical statement has to make the logical link between the two. There has to be a syllogism formed. You have to have that first before you can understand proof.
They state an axiom or speak about water levels, and they don't. Not when it comes to dealing with the ballers.
Okay. I mean, is there anything else? I mean, that's what I gave it to Adam also to answer. Is there anything else, any tool, anything in nature that you could use then to establish a horizontal?
Yeah, you can use.
Hold on, Brian.
Wow. Takes me back to the good old days. Obvious. Good question. Thanks.
Proving the fucking question instead of where we should be.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
I want Adam. Hold on, Brian. And Neil, please, I'll ask you in advance. Please don't. Right. I want Adam to bring it back on track after the question that he's asking. He said before, the fact that you're asking means you've missed the point that Adam's trying so desperately to make. And I'm using as a point to illustrate to an audience who may be empathic, but haven't been ensnared by a psychopath or aren't currently psychopath ensnared.
What's this on about empath? Where did that come from? Very clever.
Now, one annotation to what Brian's logic said, because if he's saying that water level alone is begging the question device, it means that sextant alone is even more begging the question device, because sextant you cannot tell you if this horizontal is straight or not. So he is killing his own sextant argument in that way. If he is saying that water level is begging the question device, sextant is even more than.
Trying to make a proof.
You shouldn't say that.
I think Brian's allowed to say whatever he wants. It's Brian's logic.
3 point to Adam's overarching point that needs to be made to No Tanks, because he's appealing to him as his brother, and I want him to make the point. I want Adam to drill it into him, because if nothing else happens, the audience will get it more and more. The more he tries to drill it into no tanks.
For the third time,
is being so tolerable.
Wow, Nathan sounded a lot like Rumpus then, didn't he? Struggling to get his words out.
Ahead, Adam.
For the third time?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Happy to do. I suppose. Let me rephrase it. No thanks. Why are you asking me, Brian, Nathan, anybody else, what would prove it? Is it because you don't have a proof and that you accept that Bev's statement is not proven?
Well, that's what I'm hearing on.
Why
That's what I'm
would you
hearing
not
from,
come to us as fellow flat earthers and say, yeah, that's correct, but it's supported with this? Do you have any support yourself to move forward with, instead of asking us for a new belief based on?
No, it's not a new belief. I'm asking, why do you believe it?
I'm still talking, son. I'm still talking. Instead of asking us for a new way of believing or a new proof in the belief based on what you've got now, which is only the belief in Bev's babble, because there's no proof in what Bev's told you. Otherwise, you would be able to tell it us. Now, what are you asking for? Proof from us that what Bev says is true? Or do you have some proof? Or do you not have any proof for what your belief is and why you're here today? And if that's the case, what's prompted you to that, son?
Well, I mean, nothing initially prompted me, but then the more I keep hearing, I guess, the room say, right?
Hold on, Adam. Hold on.
I've got to stop
Hold
you
on,
there.
Adam. No, don't. No.
Okay.
Just let him get to the end of his. I'm sure he's got more than one
because
thought in
it's
his head.
disingenuous, and because you're talking about me being a brother, so no thanks. You to stop.
Wow. Adam just cut him off again. Fantastic. Well done, Adam. Thank you.
Start that sentence with nothing prompted me to be. For me, I'm being genuine with you to move forward from that statement. Clearly, you've come in to this server for a purpose. So at least do me the courtesy. At least do me the courtesy, of giving me a genuine answer as to why you came into this server tonight. From swearing on God. Swearing on God, you believe in
maybe
God.
at the end of my statement, right? So initially I wasn't going to try to make the argument, right? But the more I keep hearing the room assert that that level has to be horizontal because it just has to be, because it's an axiom and it just has to be, and you have a belief, right? Is what you're saying to me. But the more I keep hearing that, the less I keep hearing, the less I'm hearing any proof of that axiom, any proof of it.
So you're trying to prove an axiom.
It has to be.
No, Kiwi. No, I asked you.
No tanks is good.
The question, do me the courtesy of telling me, you said I didn't come here for any reason tonight, and I queried that. And I asked you to at least do me the courtesy of saying, what was your motivation? Could you answer that? So for the second time, what was the reason you logged into the server? What point did you want to?
No goods. I think the good stuff is about to start coming. I think.
Make.
No, I just saw the room was filled with smart people who often make great points and great achievements, and just went into the room, came in, expected maybe to stay on mute, asked if it was an open floor, and then began to speak. That was really it.
Brilliant. And
like
at that point, then why was Bev the topic in your head that you brought up after recognizing what great people you were with? And
it wasn't in my head. It was in the chat. It was in the conversation.
Even though you don't allow respectful speak. At what point? Let's talk about Bev. Why did Bev pop into your head at that point?
What made him pop in?
Yeah, they were talking about me first. thanks for pointing that out, Rob, right? If everybody can't see that Adam was already talking about me before No Tanks came in. Now Adam seems to have forgotten all about that. Strange, isn't it?
Of all the things we could have discussed, Bev came in there. Why?
I feel like a lot of projection is going on because, I just feel like a lot of projection is going on right now. I have nothing. I think you guys are great, man. But you guys were talking about Bev.
Adam, I'm done. I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to argue with you, man. I mean, but you guys,
I am.
Nathan, call off the dogs. Oh, the piss guys, one or the other. Who knows?
Right here. No, I am done. I'll say the gentleman's not.
You have to be done. You just have to stop talking right now. Stop talking. Stop talking.
You saying it? Yeah, I don't know.
Adam, please, I beg of you. Go ahead, no thanks. You're projecting.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, it was just the conversation of Bev was already taking place. I mean, if it was another conversation, I may have chimed in on that. But what I just take from just whether I have any sort of side, right? He does get through to people in a way, but they come back the next day, maybe asking the same questions. It is bizarre, right? The whole thing is bizarre. But he can get through. So, but yeah, I mean, just like when you pass, if you see like a bar, right? You pass, if you walk by a bar. I didn't have like an ulterior motive. I saw a bar.
Right.
With,
stop a second, no tanks. We've got.
Oh dear. What's going on? See, I like you guys in the Discord. Thank you very much for being here and being like normal people. Never making me like Nathan Oakley. That's good.
Got 2 or 3 people, Neil included, who can't take a bloody hint. Says who and Neil. Please, can you stay on mute so I can hear what No Tanks has got to say? He hasn't got a word in edgeways from the 90% of the conversation he's been involved in. Be nice to actually hear what he's got to say. Thank you. No Tanks. 3rd time's a charm.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I didn't really. I just that was the topic at hand, right? So I just chimed in on that. There was not like I wasn't sent or anything like that. And I am hearing a lot of it has to be horizontal because it has to be because that's how it has to be, without any proof. So it is a difficult task to then to prove that a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference. It is difficult to do it, but if you work through it long enough, as I've heard Bev do, if you work through the definitions of horizontal, vertical, perpendicular at a point, and along that line, extend that line equal distance from the surface, then you can get through to people.
That's new.
What through to people?
I've never heard you saying that.
Yeah, no, he said that, right? He injected something in there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Into your mouth. Yes.
He's fence riding this entire time.
Oh, this is like I say, No Tanks is good at what he does, and that little comment right there, inconspicuous little comment placed, boom. That drops in the minds of people. It's very clever the way it's done.
As I said before, 99% truth, 1% lie, or just 1 dot.
Yeah.
1 iota.
Yes.
People that it's not flat.
All right, that it's not flat. Yeah. Right. So we don't live on a.
Does that feel like the conclusion of a nutter, or the valid, fruitful conclusion of something worthwhile to be pursuing? Which is it?
Those 2 options.
The 2 options are that we've achieved something with lots of hours in front of the pastor, getting somebody who's opposed to the church to concede that an axiom is correct, but not because Earth is flat. Achieving precisely what? The ramblings of a nutter, when we're not referencing the ground, even though we're talking about the ground. And
what's going on here? I think this is inside the internal workings of Nathan Oakley, flat earther.
Yes, so he is angry because this argument about horizontal and level is not utilized in favor of flat Earth. That's why it is bad, and he's angry about that.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, Nathan. Observable reality shows that it's observably not flat. The measurably bit comes once you put the level there. You can measure the elevation changes, and that's proof it's not flat. Sorry.
We've got somebody on the opposing side to concede that level is horizontal, but that's not the ground because that's not flat. Therefore, what the hell are we doing? What is this achieving other than sounding insane at the end?
Just talking about reality, Nathan. It's not insanity. Don't worry about it. You carry on doing what you're doing. We're just talking about reality. There's no need for anybody to be getting upset or anything. Simple arguments, advanced simplicity, talking about reality. If you wanted to come in for the conversation, come in for the conversation. Don't be dissuaded by Nathan Oakley and what Nathan Oakley's done. We promise we will try to not turn you into a Nathan Oakley. But, I mean, depends what you think about certain statements about angles and two straight lines not enclosing a space.
Yeah, that's tough to get into that. But yeah, I mean, flat is just a description of something, right? It doesn't, you know, horizontal and flat, they can be synonymous, but it all depends on the context.
When you say it's tough to get into that, do you mean it's got any relevance to the topic of flat Earth?
It does. Well, we don't live on a flat Earth, right? Like a piece of paper. We don't live in a 2D world. We live in a 3D world. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Look at that. He's been trying his hardest to not say it. And look where you go. Look what happens. Very interesting.
Off you go, Nathan.
That's all right. No, God, can you stop groaning? Him literally verbalizing the gaslit position he's taking. I want that to be heard. He's been so conciliatory. We're getting it from him. Oh,
Gaslit position. He thinks it's gaslighting people to tell them it's not.
Yes, I would say that no thanks is just stating normal. He's conducting normal process of thinking here, and that's triggers Adam and Nathan.
Yeah, it's a familiar approach. I'm enjoying listening to it, apart from knowing the fact that No Tanks has got an ulterior motive in the background.
It doesn't matter here at the moment.
Well, apart from that one thing about perpendicular at a point.
Yes. This was well put injection. Precise. Let's say.
Yeah. Let's carry on.
let it happen. Don't groan. You got nothing to add, Neil? Just go on mute.
Ooh, Neil. Farmer's boy, get back.
I'm mute the whole time.
Yeah, get back, farmer's boy.
Yeah, so I would suggest that right in the middle of me telling you not to just interject with your verbal commentary that's adding 0, you should just blurt something through the middle of the next point I'm about to make. Thank you, No Tanks.
Sit down, farmer's boy. Get back. Mute button for you.
It seems like at the end of the process of listening to the Gospel of Bev for many hours, you achieve telling somebody who would be at a bus stop that Earth is not flat because it's not two-dimensional. Is that the broad strokes of the outcome you would hope for?
I mean, real quickly on a bus.
The Gospel of Bev. T-shirt. Maybe.
Trip, I guess I could be like, look how they...
Do I get a hat? Quite partial to a new hat. Is there a hat that I require for the gospel, speaking the words of the Gospel of Bev? What would they even be? What would that be? Well, we'll start work on it.
They came up with the globe, they wrote it on a flat piece of paper and drew straight lines.
But why, if we're intentionally trying to prove it isn't a two-dimensional piece of paper? Again, do you understand how this now, with you telling me how Earth isn't the flat piece of paper, would make you sound like a batshit insane mental patient? Given that, what's the purpose if Earth isn't that piece of paper? By comparison, by scale, by navigation. We'll get there in the end, though. But what purpose does this serve if that isn't the Earth? Because you're going to categorically say that it isn't, because that's what the Church of Bev says.
Church of Bev? Church of Bev? I like it. Welcome.
What says Church of Nathan?
With warring churches, apparently. All conjured up by Nathan's imagination. It's fascinating to listen to.
Again, that's a lot. That's a lot of questions to take in. Yeah, I'm not sure which one to answer.
Why declare it isn't the ground?
Why declare the ground is not flat?
Yes, when we've gone to the trouble of getting somebody who says the ground is curving to describe how level is horizontal, but it isn't the ground, even though saying that the purpose of getting them to define level as horizontal is in no way reference to the ground, because that definitely isn't flat. But this isn't making me sound nuts or anything.
What?
No, yeah, maybe not, right? So, but something you could do simply with like a carpenter or somebody is you could say, look, man, you use this spirit level to establish a horizontal, right? And you continue it.
So,
yeah.
Useful over at Bev's for training carpenters, then?
Maybe. Yeah.
Maybe. Is that what you would hope to achieve at the bus stop? That the person you're giving the skinny on what you spend hours at the church doing is that they might potentially become a carpenter?
If they're already a carpenter, they may understand that argument from that point. Yeah.
Argument for what? What was the positive position in the argument exactly?
Well, when they use their speed square and their spirit level and their plumb bob, right, that they are all measured at a horizontal and changes in that horizontal measured in the vertical. Yeah, no curve.
So flat then?
No changes in the
He's
vertical
correcting
datum.
him.
Yeah.
By the way, when, for example, pilots or navigators in aeroplanes, they are flying over like mountains, they still are using horizontal, and this is in the air. It has nothing to do with the ground. And Nathan doesn't get it.
No. I think what No Tanks is doing here is exposing, like when I first came up with QE and the flat is an orientation. I think this is a real expose of somebody who's swapped their mind into thinking that flat and not flat are the same thing somehow. Observably not flat and flat have linked together. This is diletheism in my eyes, unless Nathan can't see that it's not flat. I don't know how to I don't know what Nathan's trying to say. I think there should be somebody to help him.
Yeah, flat. Yeah, I understand what flat means. It's just in your brainwashed, gaslit programming, this is causing cognitive pain, me just declaring it as flat now, isn't it? You almost feel like you've got the need to tell me it isn't? Am I right?
Well, there's no need to say that it is. I mean, there's no
Sorry,
need to say
but
that
it is.
But...
No, there is a need. Because that's what it is. You've been brainwashed and gaslit by Bev to say it isn't.
I'm pretty sure it's not me that's done anything to No Tanks. No Tanks is completely 100% his own person and would have no influence by me on him and him on me. That's the way we are. We did have conversations, but as you might imagine. Well done, No Tanks.
Is sinking in?
No, there's just no need to say that that anything is flat.
There
right?
is. You didn't hear me. Maybe you're deaf. Is because the ground, we've gone to the trouble of getting somebody who says that ground is curved and got them to describe it as, in your words, horizontal, level. That would be the ground.
No, Nathan.
Oh, yes,
Not the ground. The ground is not level. The ground is not a plane, and the ground is not flat.
He's trying to force concession from no tanks.
Yeah. This is much the same as what I experienced, and I personally would call this gaslighting. They're trying to force him into agreeing something that he is never going to agree with because it's a falsehood. And No Tanks knows it's a falsehood, so he will never capitulate. But this is what Flat Earth Debate Superheroes Society guys do. This is how they work. Well done, No Tanks, for exposing this. This is literally when I got a clip of Nathan Oakley saying that Alberuni measured the mountain flat. He actually meant it. This is what we're going to get a delve into this now, hopefully.
I said I said that it was misspoke.
Yeah.
That it was just a genuine mistake. But now I am not sure.
Yeah. Hopefully we get to learn more.
That's level then. And your cognitive brainwashed gaslit position would be instinctually to say no. Correct?
I would say that you don't have a line in reality, right? Like a single 2D line, right? And then you extend the X and the Y
You are
axis.
going to now do this.
A single 2D line. That's another one. Clever.
2D line? Yes.
Yeah, 2D line. No.
You are going to now literally do it and tell me it isn't.
Nathan didn't spot it.
What's it? It isn't. What?
You're asking me now? Does that sound familiar? Like it was something...
Nathan's just done a reversal. A sopersal, as we call it.
Yes.
Very clever. Confused mind or actual subversal? The realization that you have to take a back step and flip things around.
I think I asked you about an hour ago. You tell me what it is.
What is it now?
What? You tell me.
Well, with the carpenter, it would be like a bridge or a structure that they're building. Yeah.
Where would they be building it?
In reality, I guess somewhere maybe in
On the
backyard.
ground?
They could be
On the ground, perhaps?
Yeah, they could go to the ground and build it.
Yeah? What do you mean, yeah? We're definitely not...
Bridge wouldn't be built entirely on the ground, right? There's a part that it's not. Over the ground? I don't know.
Not talking about the ground, saith Bev's church.
He's not making any arguments or counter arguments to what no tanks is saying. So he's not addressing really, logically, he's not addressing anything what no tanks says. So this is sad.
Well, this is usual, right? This is what you come to expect when you go over there. This is a technique they've obviously developed over years. Very strange that it's being shown so openly like it is.
But I know for a fact that Nathan Oakley can do that because I have heard him many times how he is refuting, for example, Coriolis effect arguments and something like that. So he can do that. He's able to do that. And now he's not doing that. Why? I don't know.
Yeah. think I might get this as a clip.
What? You tell me.
Well, with the carpenter, it would be like a bridge or a structure that they're building. Yeah.
Where would they be building it?
In reality, I guess somewhere maybe in
On the
their backyard,
ground?
they could be
On
building.
the ground, perhaps?
Yeah, they could go to the ground and build it.
Yeah? What do you mean, yeah? We're definitely not talking about the ground, saith Bev's church. We're not talking about the ground, my friend. You blurted that out to me.
That's good, isn't it? Do you want to hear that again? I'll have to get it on my video editor.
Where else are you supposed to build a bridge when it?
You cannot build in the air.
The middle bit's in the air, isn't it? It's not on the ground.
Yes, but still generally, yes, on the ground or underwater, these pillars or whatever. So, yes, it has to be attached to the ground, yes.
What about a suspension bridge?
Yes, maybe, but okay.
Still attached to the ground, right?
What, the suspension bit?
Yeah.
I think the bridge would be suspended off the supports, wouldn't it?
Yeah, where are the supports? I mean, it's got to be attached to the ground.
Yeah.
Somehow. But still, okay, so we can say that auto level is attached to the ground also.
Yeah, the
so
tripod.
What? Tripod, yes.
Yeah.
So what? But horizontal is not on the ground.
Yeah, that's the point, right?
Yes. So it doesn't prove that ground is horizontal.
Yeah, they could go to the ground and build it.
Yeah? What do you mean, yeah? We're definitely not talking about the ground, saith Bev's church. We're not.
Is that what we say? We have level.
Is that your new intro?
I think so. It's good, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about the ground, my friend. You blurted that out to me, did you not? We're not talking about the ground when we say it's flat. Do you?
Yeah, we're not talking about the ground, right? We're talking about level being horizontal, not the ground. That's pretty obvious, that, right? I think No Tanks has said it quite a few times also. We're not talking about the ground. Nathan.
Understand how batshit insane this is, my friend? Is it sinking in?
Oh yeah, the ground is not flat. That's why you need the water. That's why you need a water level.
We're building on the ground and we're describing it in carpentry terms as flat, aren't we? No. Yeah, not the ground. You're still not not dropping how batshit insane you're sounding. No?
Yeah, I don't think
the
we're
audience
measuring.
is getting it.
I'm not getting it. No, we're not measuring.
The ground is what we're debating. The ground is the achievement when the funding.
Is the ground what we're debating? I mean, nobody ever mentioned that until Nathan just now.
So if he is debating ground, he shouldn't use horizontal and level, because by this way he will not achieve what he meant to.
Yeah, I'd say it's one of the strangest arguments that you would ever have to defend is that the ground is flat, the earth is flat. I mean, how would you even defend that within a debate scenario? You can't actually have any arguments. You have to do this now. This is it. This is the best you've got.
Who says it's curved concedes it's level, horizontal. Yeah, that's not curving. That's flat. The moment I say that's what it is, you chant through me because cognitively you've been gaslit by Bev into saying the polar opposite of the conclusion.
Or no, thanks.
What? That's crazy, that, Nathan. The conclusion of what? Not even heard an argument to sniff at this to come up with the conclusion.
I would say that Nathan is now thinking maybe that no tanks gave him this concession he wanted to make, but no tanks didn't give him this concession. But Nathan is talking like he did. So now he is. I think that he is debating imaginary opponent, not real no tanks, but imaginary no tanks.
Yes, we've only got half an hour left.
Oh God, this is like pulling teeth.
What?
I'm just trying to put it into into a real life situation. Like, say the carpenters in the backyard building a deck, they could stick 2 poles in the ground, sure, right? But once they're in the ground,
It's
yeah,
definitely not flat, my friend. In the ground, definitely not flat. I better blurt that straight through the middle of this example. That's in the ground.
Yeah, you can
It's
stick
definitely
something in the
not
ground.
flat,
Yeah.
right? Not flat though, right? Better blurt that
not.
through the middle of it.
Can I
not
give
flat,
you a real life no tanks?
He's
Let me
not
give
getting
you
it,
a
Adam.
real life.
I feel you're.
Wow. Now this, obviously, what happens, right? Can you imagine having a conversation with somebody and saying, well, it's not flat though, is it?
Well, imagine if you're building that deck that No Takes is talking about. You just stick the posts in the ground and build a deck and walk away and say, well, the ground's flat.
By the way, I think that you put this concrete to the ground because the ground is not level and not flat, as they say. So you have to use concrete to make it level, horizontal, and as flat as possible, I think. So it means that the ground is not level and flat.
Yeah, I mean, how do you have water flow if it's flat? Slope? Tilt?
No.
What? Rise over run? It doesn't make any sense. It's just a nonsense.
Yeah, Bev, turn up here. Just
You're
so you know, because I did concrete. There's a minimum 2% grade in anything that's concrete because you don't want the water to pool up in the center. So yeah, there you go. It's built that way. Dum-dums.
Frustration from earlier now. Now he's going to start just describing what's happening with the ground.
So stop
No,
with
I'm
the
not
ground.
going to. That's
Stop,
what I
boys.
keep saying. I'm not
Boys,
going to go
no
to the
tanks.
ground. Yeah.
No tanks. Stop with the ground. Let's remember.
Well, let me get there then. Let me get to the next part of it.
Don't get there. Address the point I'm going to give you.
A different point.
No, the point that we're trying to get over to you, not the point that you're trying still to comprehend from Bev. Yeah.
Well, you're trying to. All right, show me the ground's flat. Go ahead. All right.
Listen. What we're trying to show you is the complete contradiction. Okay. Now, what we've got to tonight, and we've mentioned it probably 2 hours ago, is that
what's the contradiction? The contradiction, so far as I can see, is that they've got flat, not flat being flat. They hold a contradiction within flatness and not flat, and what the difference between flat and not flat actually is. Is Adam just sitting in aporia, pointing fingers at everybody else under his bridge?
that Bev gives you this contradiction. What you keep getting back to is it's not flat. Not flat. Yeah, I can show you your priest giving a sermon. Brian's used it where he's put into a contradiction with this lexical fallacy that he's using to brainwash you.
Please, Adam. It's about time. Show the fucking contradiction. Stop
By the
talking
way,
shit like Flat Earth Society.
By the way, Brian was not talking about contradiction, but begging the question. This is not the same. So, because he is referring to Brian, what Brian said. Brian didn't say that this is contradiction. He said that this is begging the question because of pre-assuming that water level establishes horizontal. So this is what Brian's logic said, not contradiction. So now he is misrepresenting Brian's logic.
He's just bringing other people into it, right? It makes it sound better.
He's forced into the admission that the whiteboard is flat. They're the words of Bev. So you need to deal with...
Yeah, the window is too. The walls. Maybe not my walls.
Those words. The whiteboard is flat. From your priest that she's saying that you...
How is that a contradiction? What's he talking about? Has Adam Meakin lost his mind here or what? The flat earthers are going crazy. They're imagining things that just aren't. They're seeing contradictions where there isn't any, and not being able to see the contradictions that they hold themselves. It's very fucking strange.
Feel like the only sane flat earther in the world.
You might just be, Rob. You might just be. You're definitely the nicest flat earther I've ever met. Well, not met, but, you know, had a conversation with. So thanks for being here.
Using this, like I say, lexical fallacy that you're falling for.
Lexical fallacy?
What's that?
You see, I don't know. Adam Meakin's just made it up, I think. But, I mean, hey, it might be a real one. But it's a lexical fallacy. Great. Well done, Adam.
Yeah, paper, you're not allowed to say that. You're not allowed to say, what's that?
We have many new terms here, so I am confused. We have spherical triangulation of
people and spheres of influence.
That's the spherical influence, and now we have what it was now lexical fallacy. So I have to process that to get used to that.
Oh, man.
You're misusing the representation and he's mugging you off. You're being gaslit. And we've spent a long time saying the same thing.
Being gaslit?
You keep coming back. Some things that...
Please, everybody, check that you're not being gaslit by me by coming into the Discord server and questioning me on the... whatever you may imagine that you've been gaslit about. The statements I make that you consider gaslighting. Please come in. Let's talk about them. We might get to find some. Adam might even be tempted into speaking them, vocalizing them, or just carry on some sort of a strange smear campaign that he seems to be on.
Have nothing to do with the reality of why you don't even understand what Bev's telling you. I'm done.
It's not Bev telling me anything right at the moment. Right now, we're saying that one person's saying the ground is flat, right? So we take these two poles and we stick them in the ground, right? And we don't use the ground, right? Now what I do is I take a water level and I stick it onto the pole somewhere at any given height off the ground, not on the ground. And then I I take the other end of the water level, put it on the other pole, and once they are at the same mark, the water level establishes horizontal, not the ground. The ground is not flat.
Wow.
Very good.
That was very good. Yeah. Very
Well
simply
said, yeah.
done and well said to the flat earthers directly. that you will now find exactly what happens when you speak these things to certain people. There's two groups of people that seem to get upset about that statement. But very well said, thanks.
So you didn't understand any of it. What Brian said to you, none of it has gone in.
Don't
Nothing's
understand.
rattled around there.
That's fine.
Yeah, this is gaslighting, right? This is actual gaslighting now that Adam's doing. It's not going to work to No Tanks, because No Tanks is a lot smarter than Adam, obviously. But maybe people listening to Adam admire Adam. Maybe some other people have said Adam is a mathematical genius. He's the guy that you go to that does logic and stuff. Maybe other people have billed Adam as one of the mathematicians. So, who do you trust? Tough decision, isn't it?
Fine, because now that's good because it plays into my next point for the audience. So no, that's fine. Yeah. When I said don't interact with people who are party to them, it's because of this. Doesn't matter what you try and appeal.
Oh no way!
And this is where I started to rethink my membership statuses.
Shit. Yeah. Well done, Nathan. Wow. This is a little bit one step too much. I don't know what's going on here.
Appeal to them with, you'll get nowhere. There's no saving them, right? Once the narcissist ensnares them with their nonsense, yeah, that is what is prevalent. Doesn't matter. So you're not going to achieve anything. If anything, from the position of Bev, this would be to our detriment, right? No offense to you, and I'm speaking like you're not here. I'm really sorry. No thanks. No thanks.
No, that's all right.
No thanks is going to go back to Bev's server and talk about this with them. Why wouldn't he? Right? Something to talk about. Right? Well, all that means is this is being fed back to the narcissist. He can use this to gaslight his followers.
I'll say it again. I think No Tanks has said it, Nathan. He's not a member of this server. He's been banned. Nathan. He can't come over here and talk about it. It's really weird, the understanding that Nathan's got about this whole thing. But now we are actually talking about it, but not because No Tanks came over here to talk about it, because multiple people told me that we should go over this, and they're right. This should be gone over, these sort of things. These statements that are being said, they're really weird.
Followers, or it's not going to benefit me to try and explain to this guy, No Tanks, how he's been gaslit, because I will never succeed, right? But in the process, the audience will be getting it, right? But it also means at this point I can say that's why you don't bother doing this. The only important thing is that you don't do this. You don't interact with the narcissist, appeal to the narcissist, try and divine the motivation of the narcissist, or interact with people that are directly connected to the narcissist. There's just no point, right?
What's he actually saying? What is Nathan Oakley actually saying here?
It's almost like he's saying No Tank shouldn't talk to him.
I would say that this is, for me, this is not fair and dishonest, because why he's talking to his guest to what who he should talk to or not. This is just not polite. Why? Maybe No Tanks wants to talk to narcissists. Why? This is not forbidden. So this question is just idiotic.
I hope Nathan's okay.
Yes, maybe not.
I've got to do some shows on narcissism. I've got to do it.
No.
Oh, yes, Nathan. Yes, you do.
Thanks. You still there? Yeah. Bev's exact statement was, because of videos I made addressing him, he was backed into a corner. And his statement was, without addressing the correction I was giving him, right, or addressing the fact that he had spent a year accusing people, trying to, what I call flat shame people for saying the earth is flat.
What? Is that not what they're doing to no tanks right now?
Well, it's not flat, right? We can safely say
not
that,
flat.
but I mean, don't be ashamed by me saying that, right? But I mean, like, if you do say it is flat, I will say it's not. It's not flat. Say, look at that. A big hill and a mountain. Look how flat it is. And it's like, it's not flat.
There's no not flat, not shaming.
Yeah.
Because hills, mountains, and valleys exist. His statement was, well, my whiteboard is flat, but it's not two-dimensional. So it's okay for him to call his whiteboard flat when he knows that there's undulations at the microscopic level on.
Oh boy.
Microscopic.
Yeah.
Undulations.
It's a big chip out of it. In fact, the reason I was saying that is because it's obviously 3D. I had to drill it to put it on the wall, right? It's about 1/4 of an inch thick. It has a thickness. That's how I know it's definitely 3D, not 2D.
On his whiteboard. But it's not okay for me to say the earth is flat because there's hills, mountains, and valleys.
You can say whatever you want, Brian, obviously. You guys do. I like it. It's of no consequence to me. But I would still say it's not flat, right? I think I can say that. I have as much right to say it's not flat as you do as to say it is.
How can you draw lines on mountains and valleys? No comment.
Yeah, nobody's trying to shame anybody about it, right? Everybody got free will. You know what happens? It's 2023. All things can be anything you want nowadays. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure you can have mountains and valleys as identifying as flat if you want. But hey, these are the people that don't want you to talk to us.
Right, that's total hypocrisy. Now, Bev also says you can do F all with an angle, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
then
that's
he
a good one.
turns around and starts
That one definitely needs to go on a t-shirt. If there's any one that needs to go on a t-shirt, that's that.
talking about theodolites. All they do is measure an angle, not special angles, just an angle, a vertical or a horizontal angle. They can measure one angle at a time. That's what they do. So there's a complete contradiction. Then he turns around and tells people that he has a...
Theodolites measure angles. So it's a contradiction to say you can do fuck all with an angle. Because we have a device that measures angles. That's not really an argument, is it?
Proof, right? And it's called the water level, right? He gives them the axiom, right, about horizontal, that all the axioms, he throws out a few axioms, he says he has a proof that level is horizontal, and that proof is a water level.
That there is nothing, no way of checking.
No, we have a realizing Euclid proof. And for that proof, we utilize the ability of a water level to give us a horizontal. We use that fact to prove that the water lies within a plane. Geometrically, within reality. So in order for you to go around that, you would literally have to say that a water level, well, work it out for yourself.
I would say that it goes along with a statement that that horizon is a plane, because you proved that water level gives you this horizontal line, and it means that horizon being a plane is true statement. This is simple.
There's no way to check a water level, right? You have to go on.
There is well,
faith alone. It's a belief, a faith.
A faith? Brain's logic think you have to have faith that a water level establishes the horizontal plane of reference.
So surveyors are praying to water level to be horizontal.
A faith,
and
yeah.
When they praise, listen to then water level works.
Yeah. Do you have any knowledge of that being a truth statement? Oh no. How do you know? Well, we're given this faith. At college, we're sort of handed it. Yeah, I have this faith that level is horizontal. Can't you prove it to us? Nope. You'll have to accept this faith. What's Brian doing? Brian hasn't got any proof of his own, has he? I feel sorry for you, Brian. All of that logic, no proof. Perhaps it's faux logic. Perhaps you put it in your name hoping that Logos might come to you. Or maybe you might be able to disguise yourself within this logic, within the name. But it's pretty telling.
What Nathan is saying, I've been listening on YouTube because I'm busy and I don't want to do what I'm doing now. But what Nathan is saying is keep away from us at all costs.
Yeah.
That is the message.
Actually, I feel you on the watching on YouTube. I do that a lot too. I'll leave and go watch on YouTube because I get too triggered.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way I see it, right, it troubles Nathan that much that he doesn't want to have anybody questioning him. So what he's really doing is saying to everybody, please don't say any of this, because if you do, you may be cast out. I can't be doing with this sort of stuff. I will throw you out. And if that's what happens to you, maybe you're watching us as a consequence of mentioning something in the wrong area and you being cast out as a, I don't know, a logical thinker. It's like a realist.
He's telling, bro, it's almost like he's telling his listeners, stay away, you will be infected. Don't go there. There's a virus there. The virus of truth.
Yeah. No, it's the bullshit detector, right? You come over here, you get a sense of logic, you can spot bullshit, and you'll see it. It'll be everywhere. Right? And you will see the game that's been played for years. You'll have your eyes open to it. Like it's like unveiling the curtain. Just having a look and seeing what's behind the curtain. and realizing it's a load of shit.
You don't want to catch the next level virus. Whatever you do, stay away. Stay away.
I'm having that clip of Nathan Oakley doing the Church of Both Arts.
A begging the question situation, right? But he tells people that that is a proof, and it's not a proof. And then he goes on further and says, this is the fourth one, that level being horizontal has nothing to do with the Earth. And when he's corrected on that by quantum eraser,
it's nothing to do with the Earth, apart from that you measure the elevation changes of the Earth using a tool called a level that establishes a horizontal. I can't remember the amount of times I've had to say that. Even No Tank said it. Brian, what's going on?
Because quantum eraser pointed out that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Oh, he memorized
as quantum eraser said. Quantum eraser didn't say that. That's pretty sure that's my argument. Holy shit. Brian.
Right? And the horizon is the Earth. So level being horizontal has everything to do with the Earth.
Horizon is not the Earth.
Yeah. Wow.
Right? And then he goes on, this is the fifth one, and says that there is no such thing as a flat plane. Right? Then he mentions a flat plane. So all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Horizontal is flat.
Wow, Brian.
Plane is
Amazing.
flat. So again, this is not good description of plane, because plane can stand alone as expression or description. You don't need to add a flat to the plane.
Yeah, plane's a geometric term, being a 2D. Flat is obviously a real world thing. There's a difference between a geometric concept and a real life physical thing, right? Flat has to be physical, right? It becomes part of the logical, doesn't it?
Yeah, because to see something that is flat, you have to see that. You cannot see the concept. You have to see real surface of an object.
Yeah. You have to be able to say that thing there is flat, and it will be judged by people to be right. Now, if you get somebody who says, well, microscopically, it's not actually flat, but we call it flat. Well, maybe that's your misunderstanding of what flat is. It's just a visual surface. I think if you're going to zoom in to make it not flat, then it's not flat. If you can visually see it's not flat, then you have to say it's not flat. But if you're the one that's zooming into it to do that, you can't really say likewise backwards and zoom out to the point that you cannot see it to be able to say it is flat when you do that. It's crazy.
Yes, we are using our eyeballs first. So
yeah,
if for our eyes it is flat, we say that this is flat. We are not going to check under my microscope that it is not flat. This is just ridiculous.
So is talking complete and utter rubbish over there, but he has everyone believing that he's some kind of an expert.
Listen, I am not an expert, apart from, I would say, in talking about level and horizontal. I'd be the only expert you'd ever see, because I probably think I've done the most work. I don't think anybody would ever have done any more than we have, me and Spot On, that is, to find an understanding and using a water level. 400 metres water level, actually. This summer, hopefully, we get it. Again.
I spend more time, and I've said this to him, I spend more time rolling my eyes to the sky than I do looking at the screen when I'm watching the show. So
yeah, that's a good one.
Think about those.
Brian spends longer rolling his eyes. Can you imagine that? I might be interested watching that. Put your face on camera, Brian. Let's watch you doing that. Do a review.
Brian, he's trying to respond to you.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to commend you and say, or QE or whoever brought that point up, that or all horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon, and you pointing out that the ground is the horizon. That's a good point.
Yeah, it's like this.
This horizon on which we can create a plane is not ground.
Yeah, that's why no tanks is good. Yeah, well done, Brian. Yeah, genius. That was a good argument, wasn't it? Well done, tanks. Thank you.
5 points in there that show Bev being dishonest, hypocrisy, contradiction, not knowing what he's talking about, you know, making statements that aren't true, and yet he has a lot of people following him that thinks that he's some kind of a wizard.
A load of people following me that think I'm a wizard. Really? I hope not. I'm not a wizard, apart from the fact that I got the missus to draw me a little wizard. Maybe that's it. I don't think I'm that cartoon character. That's just something I got my missus to draw me.
All he does is annoy the ballers. That's the best he does. He doesn't win anything. He gets draws and he annoys the ballers.
I wouldn't say I just annoy the ballers. Listen to them.
Yes, not only ballers.
Not just the ballers. Maybe the Flat Earth Society we could annoy.
Ballers. The ballers hate him, so people like him. But the ballers hate him. I've been listening to him, right? I've listened to Bev against some of the...
Is there really hatred? I hope not. I don't. It's not.
Ballers. I remember one specific night listening to him, we're talking to Ruhif, and Ruhif asked him a question, and Bev wouldn't give him a straight answer. The answer was just a straight answer. Just be honest. Just answer it. It didn't matter. It didn't mean he was going to lose against Ruhif, but he wouldn't answer. It's like, it's just give the answer. It didn't matter. Just be honest. And he wouldn't be honest with Ruhif. I can't remember exactly what the question was or what the answer was going to be, but he just would not be honest with him. I was like, this is months ago or whenever it was, maybe a good while back. I was thinking, why don't you just answer the man? Just give him an answer. What's the difference? But he wouldn't give him an answer. Why is he incapable of admitting when he's wrong? Why is he incapable of just giving an answer when it's time to give an answer?
Yeah, in my opinion, he doesn't give enough answers to be wrong. He doesn't say much other than maybe a vocabulary of 100 words. So how could he be wrong, right? But and then another critique would be, why does he attack those who are on the same same plane and with the same understanding as him? I don't know. I don't.
Who do we attack? I mean, come on. If anybody feels attacked, you're quite welcome to come on in. No need for anybody to be threatened. We're not actually trying to attack anybody. We invite conversation. It seems to be, well, I don't know. Judge for yourselves. The other people that are listening. Thanks for listening. Okay, thanks, Paper.
Good night.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get this finished. How long have we got? 20 minutes.
I don't know the Modus. I don't want to pretend to know him.
He also says that he doesn't talk about the Earth, and that he's talking about is not to do with the Earth. So what's the point of his channel then? Is it a geometry channel?
Yeah, it's a logic channel. Call us the misfits. Call us the people that don't belong anywhere. The people that enjoy conversation. People that don't want to be bullshitted. Maybe the people that have spotted the bullshit. Call us whatever you want. We're not really part of whatever this is. This is a load of bullshit.
Well, if I want to learn about geometry, Bev is not going to be the person I'm going to go to because he doesn't know everything about geometry.
I don't know hardly anything about geometry. That's not what we do here. We use a geometric book to teach the basics, to go backwards. So you can see where the fundamentals began and where they came from. We do the bit before geometry. Geometry is the proof-giving system. But what we do is we talk about the fundamentals that went together to place those things there. And then we can use that as a building block. Oh, quite obvious that a certain group of people don't understand it, and that's fine. I'm not attacking anyone because of it.
There's better ways to learn about it out there. Is it a surveying channel? I mean, why don't I just go to a channel where there's people who do actual real surveying, who are actual surveyors? I know he has a surveying certificate, but the point is, what's the point of his channel then? If he's not talking about the Earth, what is the point of his channel? What's it all about?
To engage people within conversation. Brian. Hey.
Hang on.
Go on.
Is the channel called Flat Earth anything?
No. Not Earth anything.
No, it's try thinking.
Yeah.
That's what we do here.
Yeah, it's a thought-provoking channel to engage people within conversation. Hey, it's something to do. Why not?
Well, he's talking about the proof, I would say. Like, that would be the point, right? Like Adam had put forth earlier, and some others would put forward, right? Would be the axiom that that horizontal and level are the same thing. Well, then somebody's going to walk along, and you've seen these people. They walk up and they say, "Prove it." Can you prove it? And Bev is taking an attempt to prove it.
What now?
Prove what?
That water and a water level is a tool used to establish a horizontal plane, and it does not curve and prove it.
Horizontal plane?
Mm-hmm. Which is an imaginary thing, yeah. A plane.
Flat plane. An imaginary thing that we're using to describe the ground.
And you could use it to describe the ground, and then I guess
it is not could, not I'll blurt out it isn't the ground, but it is. Just contrary to the gaslit nonsense that you've been spewed out to by Bev to psychologically manipulate you as one of his audience members or members.
I mean, like I said, a plane is just an imaginary thing that we use in geometry, right? And
a flat plane, a flat plane in reference to the ground that we're debating about. Is that what we're talking about right now?
Well, in order for it to be flat, it would have to be 2D. Yeah.
But it isn't 2D. But we're still talking about it, though, aren't we? So the flat plane that we're going to be talking about when we reference the ground, get that absolutely clear, so you can't blurt out that it isn't the ground that we are debating about very specifically and navigating very specifically. Or make it clear we.
Wow. Nathan, it's gone into rumpus mode. Wonder whether the mute button's been pressed. It's not got anything to do with the ground, Nathan. Why does he keep going into these monologues when he's trying to push something? Wow. I guess you know what you're going to have to say if you go over there. Go along with this, or maybe...
We are talking about the flat plane that is the ground we are debating about. Are you clear?
There's no such thing as a flat plane. And it's definitely not the ground. Very strange behaviour.
Here, have I washed away the gaslighting yet?
Yeah, if you want to apply it.
We
to
are
the,
clear. It's the
plane,
ground.
okay.
So the flat Earth, then, correct?
Well, no dimension. Yeah, I mean, you can use the plane.
The ground, the flat Earth, then. No shaming involved. It is what we're debating about. And when we get the fundies who say the ground's curving to say it isn't, that makes it a flat Earth, then. Oh.
Wow. Wow. Did we just get it just there, then? If it's not curving, then it must be flat. Not said by me, Nathan Oakley. Do you want to hear it again? I'm going to have to get through this, but...
Well, no dimension. Yeah, I mean, you can use the plane.
The ground, the flat Earth, then. No shaming involved. It is what we're debating about. And when we get the fundies who say the ground's curving to say it isn't, that makes it a flat Earth, then. Definitely not blurting through me while I'm talking that it isn't the ground and isn't flat.
Well, confused minds. Model Affliction Monday.
That it actually is. You've just been gaslit by a psychopath. You're all clear then.
Did he just call me a psychopath? Narcissist. Now psychopath. Nathan Oakley called me a psychopath.
I think this is the projecting part.
Holy. Wow.
Then.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, you can
Ground.
apply it to whatever.
Why are you laughing? This isn't funny. I don't find...
He's laughing because you've just called me a psychopath. I hope. No tags. It's very fucking strange. And it's even weirder when I'm in there, right? Now to watch somebody who's like no tanks, that's all of the ire and everything is still being directed at me. But he can sort of sidestep all of this. It puts in a really good position, Tanks. He's learnt a new trick. He'll be using this quite often, I would imagine.
I find it amusing. I find psychopaths extremely threatening. Oh, if you'll all beg my...
Nathan Oakley finds me threatening. And a psychopath and narcissistic. No projection going on here at all.
Indulgence and go on mute. Taken from the very well mind, how gaslighting works. Gaslighting is a technique that undermines a person's perception of reality. If someone is gaslighting you, you may second guess yourself, your memories, your recent events and perceptions. After communicating with the person gaslighting you, you may be left feeling dazed and wondering if there is...
It sounds like he's reading a fucking script on gaslighting.
Something actually wrong with you. You may be encouraged to think that you are actually to blame for something, or that it's just you being too sensitive. Gaslighting can confuse you and cause you to question your judgment, memory, self-worth, or overall mental health. May help you to learn tactics about gaslighting. Then it lists off the types of things that people do: lying to you, discrediting you,
I wonder whether this sounds anything like what I'm doing. That's it, listen.
distracting you, minimizing your thoughts and feelings, shifting blame, denying, using compassion as a weapon, or rewriting history. These are the types of things that when I see...
Yeah, go on.
Using compassion as a weapon. Didn't he tell No Tanks you wanted to hug him and give him a kiss earlier?
Empath. Other empaths. He called him an empath. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All sorts of techniques that have been used. Hopefully, you can come in and check whether I use any of those.
See someone doing and try and verbalize the contradictions to somebody who's had it done to them, and all they can do is defend the person gaslighting them. I just go, whoa, I've got to go away from this as far away as possible.
Well done, Nathan. I would too, Nathan. What we do here is we expose bullshit. It's good that you recognise that you're better off further away.
Can I shout? Hold on. I'd like to shout out a couple super chats from 18 hours ago. James Mays, I'm waiting to see Bev's toe tag. Cheers to the panel and Unitox Femu again. If you have...
Oh, that's interesting. James Mays. Shout out, James. Ex-member, I'm guessing.
Have GBD, that's Golf Bravo Delta, Globe Belief Disorder. Breathe deep and repeat sea level 39 times in the morning and 59 times in the evening. It could help.
I want to see Bev's toe tag. I've got a video titled "See Bev Lying on Flat Earth Debate," or "Bev is a proven liar, see him lie on Flat Earth Debate." And in that video, I'm trying to get Bev to describe what we can do with an angle. And that would be establish a horizontal plane of reference. That's a flat Earth.
You cannot establish a horizontal plane of reference with an angle, Nathan. It's the first time I've ever heard anybody say anything, but you definitely can't establish a horizontal plane with an angle. Sorry.
To navigate by way of using the ground as a horizontal plane. When you measure an angle, that's a straight line to the horizon. Find your position.
Did he just call that a ground? The ground.
By way of the GP positions of stars at a particular time, as noted in the almanac. Now, that elevation angle measurement, when used to figure out your latitude, was something that had been declared proactively by Bev 2/10 in advance of me asking him if he understood what you could use an angle for in regards to latitude. Bev chose to lie. So he hadn't got a clue. He wouldn't know the first thing about what you could do with an angle.
You can measure an angle with an angle measuring device, right? Call it whatever you want.
In regards to latitude. Only for 10th man to, excuse me, Bev, you very specifically told me, quote, you can get your elevation, your latitude with an angle to Polaris, end quote.
Yeah, that's what they do. They measure an angle and say, here you go. We'll call it latitude. Name an angle. You can still do fuck all with it.
To which Bev responded, yeah, it's, quote, just an angle to the light in the sky, end quote. Bev.
It is. It's just an angle. No.
Try lying. Because he had lied about knowing
To a light in the
precisely
sky
what.
that you say is on the ground.
Pardon?
The angle to a light in the sky that you say is on the ground sometimes.
Uh-huh. It has a position on the ground, he says.
You can do with just an angle. Or he's gaslighting his members of his server and his audience by telling them you can, quote, do F all with an angle.
Yeah, you can. You can do fuck all with an angle. Just like two straight lines cannot enclose a space. Axiomatic. Like proper axioms. Real axioms.
He knows damn well what you can do with an angle and how it relates to our argument he's also undermining. In order to get around that little problem while he's gaslighting his...
Can somebody state the argument that I'm undermining with the statement you can do fuck all with an angle? Does anybody know the actual argument that they've put forward that's being undermined by a geometric statement? Does anyone
Any
know?
evidence you can do a elevation angle without with a curved baseline? That's their question, anyways. I don't know how that.
It's not really an argument, is it?
No, it's a negative statement for one.
I don't know what they're talking about.
His entire audience.
Hey, I was wondering if you knew what they were talking about in the rectilineator observation.
The what?
The rectilineator.
The rectilineator.
Yeah, and the the Cretians in 1914 set up the levels along the beach of Naples, Florida, and I'm just trying to understand kind of like what their thought process of was, because they were using like a level and they were moving it along the beach, and along the way they were looking through their optical device, and I just figured you knew a lot more about what they're trying to claim about that.
You have to make a baseline. You start off with a baseline, an actual measured baseline. Now that baseline has to be horizontal, has to be leveled all the way along in order for you to establish your starting baseline. Has to be exact.
Okay, so I know what they did do was take the mean sea level as the horizontal baseline established over days when they were doing the measuring. But I'm just trying to figure out, because it's like I know what you say when we're looking through the sextant, we need to be measuring have some sort of measuring aspect, and it seems like you're forced the line kind of optical observation was kind of in line with this.
Sorry, what are you talking about?
Just the water level observation. So so this was, I think it was similar to what you had done, and so I was just trying to understand if you knew of anything about it.
About the realizing Euclid test that we did.
Yes, sir. With the and if you had known about the rectilineator experiment, which
I
is
don't
not
know
experiment, just observation.
Yeah, it's how they establish the starting point of a baseline. It has to be horizontal, and they have to make sure it's in a dead straight line. That's how you start off any measurement process. You can triangulate from there on in, but only if you have the length of the baseline, exact measurement. That way outwards, then you can triangulate from each point and just using angles. Because the geometric rules apply. Let's get into this. I don't want to be up all night. I just need to finish this.
Obviously, if
Yeah,
you've
that's
got a
amazing. And then
sympathetic
that's how
panel,
we do the triangulation.
Can I just finish the actual?
Give distances.
Can I finish the actual?
Oh, this thing.
Model affliction.
The fighting. Yeah. The fighting bits. No, I love it. It's great. Have a good night.
Yeah, night.
that's watched you lie and had justification for why you might occasionally have the need to lie. And this lie's just like that lie. Yeah, needed to lie to Nathan that he didn't really know what you can do with an angle when he's arguing that you can do nothing with it. You know, he's perfectly justified in his lies and double speed and gaslighting.
Wow, Nathan, you can still do fuck all with an angle. Sorry. Again, inconvenient. As inconvenient as it's definitely not flat. The Earth is definitely not flat.
I'll also say you can do fuck all with an angle.
Yeah.
And it's a 2-year-old argument. Like, it's not an argument, but it's something you were saying 2 years ago to root him.
Yeah.
Not Nathan.
Yeah, no need for Nathan to get triggered.
Right?
So it's a flaw in his own argument. Obviously, he can't even speak about what his argument is that's been undermined. That's how weak his argument is. It's like, oh, flat earthers are after me. Yeah.
No, he's not. Get the hell away from him. I said it ages ago, and I was like, just unsubscribe. If you're still subscribed after that point, you've heard me say
there
it.
he goes again.
More for you.
Whoops. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for subscribing.
Still a member of both channels, Nathan.
Now?
Is this a private conversation? Am I allowed to speak now?
Neil, shut up.
This is the appropriate
Neil,
time
shut up.
We were about to all join in a group so
this is serious. I find
I know it is.
psychopathy a very, very, very serious issue. And time and time again, when you're dealing with somebody who's actually interacting with the narcissist in question, the examples will fly straight over the example. In this case, I'm really sorry, mate. It's you. No thanks. It'll fly over their head. That's been conditioned into them preemptively. You wouldn't be out here doing this with the competence that you have to be shown to be contradicting yourself unless you have that competence installed to you by the narcissist. Well, you know, that makes you a great example and nothing more. And it makes me feel bad that, given how tolerant you've been of us doing it, it tells me how...
Wow, Nathan.
empathic you are and why you're in this position, which just makes my skin crawl. Because it's always the nice people who end up falling prey to this every single time. That's who narcissists prey on, the empaths. And Adam is my...
What? The narcissists prey on the empaths. Whoa.
Is my version of that because he's there next to me and I watch him do it. Adam, I hope you don't mind me doing this. He does it time and time again with every single narcissist. He wants to find out their motivation. He wants to find out why they've lied. Because he's an empath.
It's worse than that, Nathan.
Adam's an empath. What? Wow.
Initially, you believe. That's the first point. And there's nothing wrong with getting mugged off. No? I don't want to quote George Bush, trick me once, fool me right out and the fool. That sort of thing. There's nothing wrong with believing. Yeah. But there comes a point where the reality, I'm not attacking, because as you indict me, quite truly, I am that sort of person. I'll take people first. And if they're saying these things, then I have to take it. what I've learned is to analyze it first before forming beliefs through a number of slip-ups. And that just seems where you are, dude. Realistically, we've spent 3 hours showing you this, and
3 hours. Has it been that long? Yeah, it has.
there's nothing there that shouldn't lead you to the conclusion that there's contradictions there. You don't have to indict the man, whatever, but you should at least recognise that because you've admitted, he's happy to lie to people to win an argument, you know? And he's happy to allude.
Yeah. Hey, hang on. Let me. I don't want to have to stick up for you. You know, I don't think I have to stick up for you. But that was just blatantly dishonest because we're not liars here. And the lie that they want to get you on is you saying that you can do fuck all with an angle, even though you said, oh, you can get your angle to a Polaris with it and it gives you your latitude. What the fuck is your latitude to begin with? Is that a circle on your flat Earth map? Like, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop.
Yeah. I think I don't know how to. Well, hopefully, geometry should be able to explain this, and actually, logic. Really, it's the logical reasoning that's behind most of this that I'm pretty sure most people aren't aware of just yet. But hey, we'll get there in the end. I think this is just strange. I don't know. I think they're opening up too much. Very strange.
And use lexical fallacies to deceive you into a...
He said it again. Lexical fallacies. It's nice. Lexical.
Do you know that they're the ones charging you with the lexical fallacy, even though using flat in a geometric sense is a lexical fallacy in their definition of what a lexical fallacy is? Like a lexicon is like a group of words, right? They're saying you're using the wrong word in the wrong context, basically. But it's them using flat as a geometric term.
I mean, come on, that's unfair because you know it is set an overall aspect. So it's as not having a curve. It's not in three-dimensional sphere. It's of an overall horizontal as we can measure thus far. To say that it's any shape, a square, tetrahedron, infinite tetrahedron, whatever, would be inference from there. But there's horizontal planes and we level everything from horizontal. We navigate from horizontal measurements and build from it. So, you know, it's semantical and it's appreciative, but then if you're part of just the talking about having a semantical conversation about it, there is the other side where it's like, no, it is the overall aspect. And yes, rise over run is how we measure topography.
Yeah.
So,
well, no, we just measure topography on a vertical.
And level
not
is
rise
not-
over run. Rise over run is the slope, isn't it?
yeah, there is level is a horizontal, not the slope. Like a slope is not horizontal. And we know that.
Very true. Equal elevation.
Yeah, that's why I mean I love you know, I think you can do a lot with an angle, and I think you can do
What's
a lot
your
with
best
a horizontal.
If you were to come up with your best thing that you can do with an angle, what would you?
Sharpen a blade. Sharpen the
You
blade.
can
That's probably
sharpen
my
a blade
best.
with an angle.
With an angle.
That's a new one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you
Well,
want
maybe
to,
an
you know,
angle
the
grinder.
well,
Like, I got an angle grinder I could sharpen a pencil with, but I don't.
of course,
I don't know about
of course.
an angle.
Well, what angle is that? You know, gonna be at? Everything you start with the angle. Then you
You
get
would
everything
measure
else.
the angle, would you? Again.
Hang on, hang on. So, is this the angle? I got my screen showing. Here's a pencil with an angle. You
Well,
see the
yeah,
two straight
I
lines?
would think that
Is
yeah,
that what
you
you're
hold
talking
it,
about? Come
you
on, man.
holding a pencil at an angle is you doing something. You're holding a pencil at an angle. So I like it, and semantically, you can do a lot with just an angle. I think
Go on
the
then. Go on.
is
You
where
can sharpen
the
a pencil,
the
and was that your best one? Was sharpening a pencil?
maybe
Well, what's your second best one then?
you can sharpen the pencil and then you can draw the concept on paper.
Draw the concept of what?
With an angle.
Draw the concept of an angle.
So don't actually do anything with the angle.
Well, you did all that with the angle.
Did what?
Drew a picture.
The pencil. You drew the picture
You
with a
just drew
pencil.
Yeah.
You didn't do
That's
it with an
something.
angle. You drew
That's
a
literally
picture with a
something.
pencil.
But I literally did something though.
What?
I drew an angle.
With the pencil. That you purportedly sharpened
Yeah,
with
I
the
did a lot of
angle.
other things with a lot of other
But
angles.
you would use a pencil
And to
sharpener, wouldn't
finally
you,
do
to
the
sharpen a
angle.
pencil?
No, I think this is like the fun part. Like a plum is conceptually a plum hanging right vertically,
Vertical.
parallel to the plane of the horizon.
What?
And then
No.
build a plum.
Whoa! You're just talking shit again. You're not very well trained at this. A plum is not parallel to the plane of the horizon, is it? It's perpendicular to the plane of the horizon. Definitely not parallel to.
Oh
That's
yeah,
a ridiculous
yes.
statement for you to say.
No. If I did say that, that was me completely misplacing those words. Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%. Of course, it's perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah.
I got too excited. Geometry, I think, is fun.
Yeah.
Don't worry, you're not the only one that gets triggered around it.
Yeah, it's this. We're getting this last bit of Nathan Oakley. All right. There's no need to get. Well,
a view, and
I
you
know.
have
I
to
just
accept
came
that
to
because you have
to
not
have
been
the
able
semantical
to even
conversation. Same
You
way
don't,
you're
have
having
the
it.
video.
Fun.
You don't have the video playing, do you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Oh,
We'll
you might want to
carry
click
on.
it again.
Carrying
Every
on with
time you
Nathan
start the
Oakley.
video, you start talking again.
Yeah. There's no semantical arguments been made, is there? Have you ever heard tonight an argument being made? Let us know if you do hear of an argument.
verbalize what his
no,
claims are.
Level
Get you
is
here.
horizontal. I don't know
And that's
anything
kind of what
other.
Nathan's not having a
than
go
that.
at you at, but what angers him so much. Not at you, but that you're getting mugged off so much by somebody. That's
what I meant by.
Wow, it angers Nathan. Wow.
Pity. Yeah. I see it happening and it frustrates me. It frustrates me greatly because there's very little I can do about it. Now, to the person that we're talking to, you know, Tanks, there's no hope for you. I'm really sorry. I'm not going to be able to help you in this regard. No matter what I say to you, cognitively, you've been conditioned. Now,
whoa.
The people who run cults are psychopaths. I use the word grammatically intentionally. I could have said narcissist. It's perfectly interchangeable. That's who runs cults, right? And typically, you'd go, well, that makes no sense, right? Aren't they the evil monsters carrying the knives? Oh, no, definitely not. On quite the opposite. They're the charismatic reflection of everything you want to be. Everything you value in your life will be reflected back at you by the narcissist. And they prey upon weak people. Now, what is the weak group?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't want weak people. If you're weak, do not be preyed upon by me. If you're strong enough, come into the Discord and have a chat. Hey, only for the strong, not the weak. If you're weak, like Nathan Oakley, you run away. Best thing for you.
Group that's been preyed on in this example. Oh, it's the people who've suffered the persecution of being a quote unquote flat earther. And it's the person that's squashed under the ridicule of that title to the point where they go, I damn well don't want to be someone who declares the ground is flat. In fact, I want the opposite. Where can I find someone that can offer me this? I want all the principles that I've learned to remain intact, but with this unfortunate acceptance of the ground being flat, notwithstanding bloody oceans and bloody valleys and bloody undulations. The ground.
What is going on? Oh,
gee. The earth, it's flat. If I can just get away from that exact term, I'd be a lot more comfortable, because then when someone asks me in society, I can, as an empathic, honest person, say, nah, flat earth. Nah, the earth's not flat. Obviously, we've got mountains and valleys.
Yeah, there you go. Well done, Nathan.
And then rub my collar and feel good about myself. Those people who want to get away from that crap because they've felt persecuted for the last 6, 7, 8 years, or however long it's been, they're going to find it from Bev. He offers it on a golden.
What? Reality, come over. Come on in. Try thinking.
Platter. Nah, not flat. Look, I am categorically, it's part of his strapline and persona. I'm not a flat earther. I figured it out a few weeks ago. Why, it was part of his sales shtick.
It's not sales.
Yeah, he's appealing to that person that doesn't want to be a flat earther. Totally empathise. When he put it to me in the way that he's brainwashed his minions with, I agreed with him. With a little smirk to one side of my face.
What?
Yeah, I agree, Bev. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a flat earther either. What a stupid notion. We've got mountains and valleys. Yeah. Yeah, but it is flat. Earth is flat. Yeah? Not in, as Brian's.
If you want to debate, let's have a debate. Earth is flat versus Earth is not flat. Quite happy.
To find it some geometric context that you've bastardized. The lexical
But hey,
fallacy.
Bev.
Yeah, I can drop.
Yeah.
If you don't think it's flat, you must think it's a globe.
No.
No, but that's what they're thinking. Like, that's their thought process.
Yeah, that's not a very logical thing.
No, I don't think so either. Because we're definitely not globe believers over here.
Well, like I've always said, the globe is only something that you conceptualize, right? It's not real. It's a thing, a model for you to imagine. Been put there in the place of something that isn't, right? So the globe can be whatever you imagine it is. Because that's all it is. You've got no proof for it. You've got nothing to go with it. Literally, it's a made-up concept. I mean, if there is anything that's conceptual, that's it. Okay.
Drop it into.
Nice.
Nice. Sweet. But with the appeal of not being a flat earther, and that's a succulent deal that's on the table right there, and I can see how it appeals to people who, and when I watch on the occasion.
I did say this might be a problem for people who are stuck in that one place. They can't go anywhere else. We can. Just living in reality. It's not a succulent deal. It is literally just reality.
Times that it gets played on my show because we react to, because Brian's a real avid fan and subscriber, we have to react to him over and over again. What I see is the people that I've seen before and know they are. And I go, you've got tired of the shit that we have to endure as flat earthers, haven't you? You don't want to be a flat earther anymore.
I'm just not
Yes,
a
I
flat
do.
earther, for fuck's sake. Yeah. And like there's a hashtag on Twitter, defend the flat earthers. I started
There's
it.
also a hashtag. There's also a hashtag. Thanks, Bev.
Yeah, that's not a good one though, is it?
No, but I do like to thank you all the time.
I mean, I don't know what Nathan's trying to do here. I'm not a flat earther. Sorry if he feels that way. It's not an attack against him.
Someone's put their arm around you and told you don't have to be. And all you have to swallow is this glaring contradiction. And we win against...
Contradiction?
What, the glaring contradiction that it's not flat?
I don't know what's going on.
I don't mind it being not flat and still calling myself a flat earther, because I get to talk to people about the topic, and then we come to these realizations that geometrically it's not flat.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, at least it's a ground of concession that you can make, can't you, with anyone, really?
Yeah, like even a glober, I'll go, okay, fine, it's not flat. But it's not a globe, because if it was a globe, the surface of standing water would curve.
Yes, Blue. I did say put there in the place of something that isn't. Just make a positive statement.
Against a glober who says the ground is curving. We get him to say how it isn't curving. The ground's not flat. Malfunction.
Yeah, it's not, and there's curves all over the place. Have you never seen a hill?
Well, not only that, like either it's curved or flat. No other option.
It's not talking about the ground. I think Nathan's got a misunderstanding. I think he's actually talking about a horizontal plane. Who knows?
Yeah. That's where we're at. If someone's offered you something, who's offering it you? Somebody full of contradictions, double speak, triangulation, contradiction, nonsense assertions, fallacies, deceit. That's what you've got. That's who's giving it you. Is it worth it? I am proud to say I am a flat earther. In spite of all the nonsense you get from David Weiss and Jeranism and even Pete Shea, I'll shoulder all of it. I'm flat and I'm proud. Earth is flat. If you've found some teat to suckle on that tells you that it's flat, but you can say it isn't, then realise you're being brainwashed and gaslit for whatever the...
Wow. I don't know what's going on here now.
Purposes of the manipulative sod that's decided to use that stupid contradiction to give you some comfort. Man up! Earth's flat. Deal with it.
I think that's
Yeah.
the end of the show.
What I would, the last thing I would say is to no thanks. The last thing I say to no thanks is that a while back there, while you were speaking with Nathan, you used the term flat. He said, "Well, something isn't flat because flat is 2D." Now, Bev has spent
Who
a
said
year
that?
telling everyone that flat was 2D.
Who?
And giving people the impression that flat was a bad term or something bad about calling yourself a flat earther.
What is Brian doing again?
Because hills, mountains, and valleys exist. But Bev's whiteboard is flat, but it's not 2D. So I could not give anyone credibility if they're willing to be that hypocritical. I couldn't.
Brian's completely misrepresenting just about everything between flat and 2D. And then calling me, I don't know. This is crazy.
Do that. Even just that one instance alone is enough for it to lose credibility with me. And that's only one of many instances. You know, you said, yeah, flat is 2D. Flat is not anything. Flat is just a word that describes something until you decide to describe that thing as flat. Then you can start stating things about the thing. But flat itself is just a word that is a way of describing, a word for description. But yet you said flat is 2D. So you look out the window and go, there's a hill. The earth is not flat because there's a hill. It's like, no. If you can see the whole earth at one time from a high altitude, you wouldn't notice that hill. The same way as you don't notice the undulations on your table. But you still have to describe our table as flat. How else are you going to describe it? What other word is there to describe it? You know, there's no other way. A sheet of paper has to be described as flat.
Table is a good descriptor for a table. Maybe by how many legs it has, the specific function of the table.
Flat table?
You call it a dining table?
Yeah. No, nobody walks around calling it a flat table.
Yeah, 5 or 6 seater table. You know, like there's many descriptions of table, but flat, I don't think would be necessary. Really, seems like an overuse of this particular word as a descriptor. But hey, it may be used within an argument. The argument may be coming sooner or later.
Flat. But Bev wants the people to be shamed, to feel shame.
I don't.
When they describe the earth as flat.
No, I want people to be confident in what they say. So I don't want to feel people to have shame. It's crazy.
But he's totally fine.
It's the other way around. They already feel the shame. He's appealing to that.
He's playing on it though, but he's playing on it, Nathan.
Playing on it. That's a much better term. Playing on the shame.
Playing on the shame.
Playing on
but
the
it's
shame.
okay, but he's totally fine with calling his whiteboard flat and also stating it's not 2D.
Yeah, it's a very, very descriptive thing, right? It's not 2D. It's an actual, real whiteboard.
He's put on the spot.
Right.
See,
well, I want to be
is
the
it-
antidote to that. Right. Yeah. It's not something that you necessarily would pick up as a badge of honor. Yeah. When you stare over at the badge that says Flat Earth on it, it looks dirty. Yeah. Believe me. Once you polish it,
It does not.
you realize how gleaming the diamond.
Wow.
Hey.
Yeah, there
I
should
don't
be
agree
no
with that
shame,
statement.
right? In anything.
No shame. I got no shame in being called a flat earther. Like, if somebody wants to talk down to me because I don't think the earth is a spinning ball flying through a voidless gas vacuum, go ahead. No skin off my nose. My family still loves me. My coworkers still love me. People here still love me. Fuck the haters.
Yeah.
Anyways, sorry.
Yeah, I think it's just strange that there seems to be a lot of a dislike or whatever for what we do here. but very little understanding of what we actually do. It's very strange. It's like an imagined hatred of what they think we're doing, when really we're just trying to simplify stuff, and people get upset about it. Very strange.
That is that badge actually is. That's what it is. Now, like I say, I'll shoulder all the crap that comes along with it, this included, because it's a fact. And I'm not ashamed to say it. You shouldn't be either. The fact that it's a tarred badge is because they've had to pour tar on it. And the fact that once you've polished it, people want to come back along and pour more tar on it makes you want to go to somewhere like Bev's. And I get it. I empathise. I'm not devoid of empathy. When I see these lost souls going to Bev's, the shame of...
Wow, there's not that many people watching us. What's he talking about? Numbers are about the same. I mean, they've been going for 6 hours, and there's the usual 33, 34. Thanks for sticking with us, even though Nathan Oakley may have advised you otherwise. You poor lost souls. Come on in.
The flat earth, hopefully behind them. Well, I'm not going to offer you any comfort in that regard, I'm afraid, if I'm appealing to those people on his server and his audience, which is who I'm ultimately appealing to in this.
Is he, like, does he suppose that my audience are watching his, this is what this QE? Do you reckon there's some sort of a crossover? Do you reckon? After Nathan Oakley's told everybody to unsubscribe, why would anybody be watching us? And why would he be speaking to my audience over on fucking ball sniffers?
This regard.
Ball garglers.
I can't offer you the same comfort. I'll give you something different. We here, Ballbusters, will give you something different. And that's a pride that you can hold in that statement. Flat Earth is something to be proud of once you appreciate that the Earth is obviously observably and navigatably flat.
Oh, wow.
I say I'm flat and proud, I mean it. The fact that you, as an audience member or a member of Bev's server, feel shame for that, I don't bloody blame you. There's a reason for it. It's the flack you pick up as the target when you're close to the mark. That's all this is. Well, I'd rather give you the tools to deal with that, rather than accepting the shame, then relinquishing the obvious and observable nature, the very thing they've wanted to occult from you in the first place, you're left feeling like you have to deny. And what is the achievement of getting somebody who says the ground is curved to prove that it isn't by their own words? What isn't is flat. You've just got to accept that.
It's over.
Wow. Just got to accept it. Just
but I don't have to
it.
accept that.
You do just have to accept
the label. No, I accept the label. I don't have to accept that the Earth is flat because I can prove that it's got hills, mountains, and valleys. And if you want to say that's some sort of gaslighting, no, it's not.
I think it's very strange.
It is very strange. But if we're going to wrap it up here, I did want to have a little... Remember earlier in the show, right? There was some context missing from one of my clips, you said?
Yeah.
Well, there was two of them. One was the linear relationship of Polaris, when he goes, you see Polaris on the horizon, and then you go another 100 miles, and there it is, still on the horizon.
Oh, right.
Well, yeah. how does that work for 1 degree every 69 miles?
Yeah.
And who puts Polaris on the horizon?
Well, I've got there's a few statements that people would say that doesn't happen. Strangely enough.
And then the other one had to do with map making, cartographers, and how Nathan doesn't believe that cartographers even know that the GPS points are in those locations.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
when he was doing some sun tracking thing, nothing matched up. So how do we even know that your map points are in the right spot? But yet we'll take that magic book to tell us that all those magic points are in the right spots. On the land. Anyways, I'm done.
All right. Oh, is that math? Good day, math. Sorry, I've been watching.
Hello.
that video.
Hi,
Hello.
Charles. Wow. You didn't even say hi.
How are you folks doing? I was just gonna say, Bev, if there is some sort of ground that you could have between the flat earthers and yourself, would it be that both of you see that sea level is flat?
I would say
No, sea level's a vertical datum.
The common ground that we have with everyone is that we all live in reality. Right?
Well, I live in reality, and I live on a globe. So.
That's where we start off that we all just live in reality.
Right. But
Yeah.
I mean, like there's the term flat earther, and then there's you who's saying I'm not a flat earther, but
Yeah, I'm definitely not a flat earther.
Of course,
Charles,
but
are you a flat earther?
No, I'm a globe earther.
But your name is Flat Earth Matt.
Yeah.
Yes, that's because my channel is dedicated to the art and science. I'm sorry, the math and science of the flat Earth debate.
Wow. They have a math and science, do they? Dedicated specifically to.
I just use geometry specifically. Yeah.
What specifically to
reality?
The superheroes over there in the flat Earth debate.
I don't involve myself with anything. I mean, I chat with them on occasion, but it's funny to hear you say, flat Earth math was like, coordinating and writing scripts and stuff, and it's like, I'm just in my basement, like I work by myself. I've gotten an email or two from some of these guys, but all my stuff is.
You said your channel is dedicated to the flat Earth debate.
The math and science of the flat Earth debate.
Yeah, well, flat Earth debate is a channel with Nathan
No,
Oakley and QE, and that's the flat Earth debate.
No, that's capital FED. I use lowercase f, capital E, lowercase d. he actually named his channel after I had already made my channel. So, yeah, if anything, he was doing an homage to me. But,
Wow. Right, so
but
were you the originator of taking what the classical debate was then
No,
and turning it into the ridiculous thing that it is right now?
No,
You're saying
And
that's
there's
you.
been
Well, what's
there's been many
the best
incarnations.
debate that you've ever done then? What's your best argument within the flat Earth debate?
Yeah, well, my best argument is really, what you hate really vociferously, and that is studying the lights in the sky. And I think the reason why you don't like the lights in the sky is because.
What's your best argument then? Come on, give us your best argument.
My best argument
concerning the lights in the sky.
is equinox observations. Specifically the sundial on the equinox. Like there's 6 observations you can make on the equinox, and all 6 will give you data. And just using geometry, I mean, I know you're a big fan of Euclid. Just using Euclidean geometry and the observations you're making
Look at that,
on the
measure an
equinox.
angle.
Sorry?
Would they be angles?
Well, a couple of them. Most of them are like making marks on a piece of cardboard, you know, like for example, shadows. But yeah, measuring angles, but also you could say I'm measuring sizes. You could also say time
measuring
of day.
Sizes. What would you be measuring the size of?
For example, the size of the sun at
Size
sunrise,
of
and
the
size
sun?
of the sun, meaning the visual
That's an
size.
angle.
No, you could hold a pea up, like a pea, a normal green pea. Hold it up at arm's length, and you can kind of judge whether or not it's the same size.
It's not the same size as a pea, is it?
But what all I'm saying is,
are you saying you think you've got by holding a pea up that you can tell whether it's the same size as a pea?
I'm just saying you have an allergy to the word angle.
No, I'm just trying to work out what's your best argument.
My best argument is measuring things on the equinox.
That's not an argument. That's
right.
Measuring
Here's my argument.
Things
my
that
argument
you've done.
My argument is, if you measure the path of the shadows, you have just a regular sundial with you could take a toothpick and stick it in a pizza box, and then you mark the shadows all day, and that will reveal the trajectory of the sun over your head. Yes, it's a light in the sky, but it has to move somewhere regardless of the shape of the Earth. So it'll reveal a lot. And if the Earth were, if sea level were flat, let's say, which I believe that you believe, horizontals are universal. Well, horizontal planes are universal. I believe that's what you've said. Then the sun should trace a half circle. If it's, the sun's up for 12 hours, it should trace a half circle on your little sundial. If the Earth is a globe, it should trace a straight line. You could do that. Now, that's not proof. I'm just saying that's a really, really good piece of evidence that something's going on.
Wait a minute.
With the sky.
Let me get this. Right. You say straight line proves globe.
I'm saying the path of the sun's shadow on the equinox on a regular, what they call a flat sundial, is a straight line. Yes.
Okay. And you say that proves globe?
No, it's evidence.
Okay.
It's evidence for the globe, and I've got 20 other pieces of evidence that you can collect as well.
Okay.
Some of which involve measuring angles. Yes.
So what's your best argument then?
Oh my goodness. My argument is go outside, make measurements of the sky, and then use Euclidean geometry to analyze those measurements.
Mm-hmm.
And then it'll tell you, but the thing is, if you say, oh, there's just lights in the sky,
I don't think Euclid would approve of you using his geometry for the lights in the sky.
Why? Why not?
I just don't think he would, because he didn't use it to look at lights in the sky.
Because
astronomy was well established in Euclid's time.
Two straight lines cannot enclose a space.
Yeah, but astronomy
two straight lines can enclose a space.
What?
I keep hearing you say that. You've said that multiple times tonight. But are you talking about two great circles?
No.
Great circles?
Two straight lines cannot enclose a space.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And great circles are not straight lines.
Right. They're paths drawn on the surface of a sphere. So you could argue that they are not lines because a line has,
is straight.
Only length. It's perfectly straight. Absolutely.
Uh-huh.
You can. If someone says, "I'm going to make marks on a sphere," it is possible that someone says these marks on the sphere can be called lines because, what do you do with a marker? You draw lines with a marker. So great circle lines drawn on a sphere, people just, they don't use a whole lot of words when they could just use the word line. Yet technically it's not a straight line because it's drawn on a sphere. But
you do think, you do know that certain people call them straight lines though, right?
Well, in non-Euclidean geometry, in spherical geometry...
Yeah, we don't deal with that here.
Well, no, let me finish. If you have 2 points on a sphere and you connect those 2 points with the shortest path...
On a Euclidean sphere?
Notice I said path. No, Well, I mean, Euclid has a whole chapter on 3D shapes, but he does not have a chapter.
It has like 3 books.
The surface.
There's 3 books on solid geometry.
But what I'm saying is,
more than
you can describe locations on the surface of a sphere using spherical geometry. And if you have 2 points on the sphere, and you connect them with the shortest path.
You can use spherical trigonometry also, couldn't you?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
you could use Euclidean geometry either as well.
Well, not on the surface of the sphere. You could use Euclidean geometry to describe the whole sphere, like its volume, how its radius, its diameter, its circumference. Those are all Euclidean concepts.
Yeah, as is.
Well, where you get into non-Euclidean,
spherical trigonometry is entirely Euclidean, and you can describe the points on the surface of a sphere.
It's derived from Euclidean trigonometry, but you have to. You have to go further because you're describing the surface of a sphere.
Yeah, you're describing it within a sphere, yes.
So yeah, I mean, regular trigonometry or planar trigonometry requires a flat
just trigonometry.
Plane, Right. And people don't use lots of extra words. People don't say planar trigonometry when the word trigonometry works just fine.
Yeah.
But the point I was trying to make to you about, people say, oh, Bev, you're a flat earther. And you say, no, I'm not a flat earther. The earth is observably not flat. It's like, and then the argument now is like, okay, yes, there are hills and valleys.
No, that's not the argument, is it?
Okay,
that's
so
not
please tell me.
Nathan's just told us it is flat.
Okay.
And I know it's not.
Right. What Nathan means is sea level.
No. What Nathan means is it's flat and it's not.
Okay, you have to go further.
No.
You're not saying that Nathan doesn't believe in mountains and valleys.
I'm not saying anything like that. I'm saying that the Earth is observably and measurably not flat. Nathan says I'm lying.
Well, the thing is, the word flat can be used to describe many different things.
But not
as has been said,
an elevation
whiteboards,
change.
Pieces of paper, tabletops, etc., etc. And the point I'm trying to make to you is, I believe you have
like
common
you're trying
ground.
to defend Nathan. Sounds like
No,
you're
I
talking
think
about the
you have
flat Earth
no.
debate, the science.
No, I've been banned there, and he's made so many horrendous videos. He wants to yank the tongues out of my children because I'm teaching them how to be liars. Yeah, he's a nasty individual. So no, I have no intention of going back there. But I'm talking about kind-hearted flat Earth folks, right? Of which there are many. I believe you have common ground with them if you just talk about sea level. Right? Do you believe that sea level
is a vertical datum, Charles?
I'm sorry?
Sea level is vertical.
No. The surface
yes,
of
the mean is measured on a vertical, isn't it, Matt? You should know that mathematically. Okay. There's a vertical datum, and the mean is measured.
Get common ground with you. I'm talking about the surface of still water.
We're talking about sea level. You talking math?
That's not sea level.
Math, are you talking about sea level?
I'm talking. It could be lake level. It could be
standing water.
Yes,
standing water of still standing water.
So it's measured on a vertical,
a two-dimensional, flat surface.
Math, there's no such thing. You know this. There's no such thing as a two-dimensional flat surface, is there?
What do you mean there's no such thing? There's the whole basis of Euclidean geometry.
Not flat.
Plane.
Just because you're flat Earth math, right? You don't have to inject flat into geometry.
I'm not injecting. I'm
you
just
are
asking you what you believe that still water, large bodies of still water, what the top surface is shaped like.
What?
Can you show me any large body of still water? No.
Are you saying that you've never seen a body of water that is at rest on a calm day? Not
you
talking
think
about
that water's at rest?
Ripples. Not talking about little ripples, like if a bird lands on the water. I'm talking about the overall body of water, measured to the nearest foot.
So,
Okay.
yeah,
Do you
kind of
believe
like
that
going up
describes
100,000 feet, and looking at the
plane?
ocean horizontally, and saying, "Yeah, it's flat."
I'm just asking. Do you believe that that describes a plane? Plane, a Euclidean plane.
I think a plane
To the nearest foot.
is
Okay,
a
so
plane.
we're ignoring little ripples. We're ignoring little waves. We're ignoring
Math,
quakes of
math.
boats.
Whoa, you're doing it again.
I'm just asking.
A plane is 2D.
Right.
Whereas
And I'm
little
saying
waves and ripples, throw that out the window.
no, because I'm saying to the nearest foot. Okay, on a still water. Like, what about the Bolivian salt flats after it rains, where there's like an inch of water over like 100 square miles of
It
salt
wouldn't
flats?
affect a plane.
Okay, but do you believe that describes a plane?
A plane describes
The
a
nearest
plane.
foot.
It's well defined.
Surface of the water on the Bolivian salt flats when it's 1 inch deep. Right? Does that describe a plane
No.
to the nearest foot?
No, a plane is 2D. Fuck's sake,
Okay,
math. You should know this. You're pretending to be a mathematician, aren't you? Is that what your name is? Are you
Do
the
you know what
flat
to the
Earth
nearest foot is?
mathematician, math? Is that what you're
Do you know
doing?
what to the nearest foot means? When I say to the nearest foot, do you know what I really
Then-
mean?
Like a slope.
Yeah, it
you
means
could
it's
have a
not
slope.
two-dimensional.
What I mean is that if you have slight imperfections,
You've got,
6 inches
you've
in one
got
way,
a
6 inches
vertical
the other,
change of a foot.
Just eliminate that. Just pretend.
You're allowing for
ripples.
a vertical
I'm a-
change of a foot. Is that what you mean?
That's what I'm saying. So
Okay.
now let's take 1,000 square miles of Bolivian salt flats with 1 inch of water after a rainfall. You believe that surface describes more or less a plane to the nearest foot. You know, you could allow a foot of leeway in either direction. Do you believe that describes pretty much a plane?
No, a plane is a two-dimensional geometric figure.
What shape do you think it describes?
It's not a shape, is it? For fuck's sake.
The surface.
I thought you're
the surface
pretending
of
to
the
be a
water.
mathematician, math.
I'm not pretending. I'm just asking a clarifying question.
Yeah, but what's the clarifying question? That you don't understand mathematics or anything about the
What's
basic shapes?
What's the shape you feel the surface of
A
standing
plane
water?
is two-dimensional, right?
You keep saying that over and over again.
I know.
Why
No,
do you
you
keep
well, you
telling me
asked
what
it.
a
You
plane
asked
is?
it at the beginning, and then you asked, "What shape do I imagine?" Right? There's no shape. There's definitely no shape to a plane, which is what you started off with. You started off with that, math.
You don't believe that describes a shape. Maybe I could use the word surface. Right? Do you think it describes a flat surface? The Bolivian salt flats.
To me, the Bolivian salt flats describes a place where they get salt from.
Yeah, but
in Bolivia,
you've seen the pictures of, it looks like a mirror because it's only the inch is only water an inch deep. The
it's
water's
really
only an
high
inch
up,
deep.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty high in elevation.
Mm-hmm. Strange for salt to get up there, isn't it? How would you imagine salt gets there?
Geologic process. I don't know how it was formed geologically.
Salt.
I'm pretty sure that you have a lot in common.
You don't know how salt was formed
with flat earthers because you say there's like a horizontal plane, and like all horizontal planes are parallel. Or I think you've said that. I think you've said that all verticals are parallel.
I said, listen to this. If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other.
That sounds logical.
Yeah, the only trouble is the plane of the horizon is where you are standing. There are multiple planes of the horizon.
But all horizontals are parallel with the plane of the horizon. Mathematically, that's how they're defined, right?
Where you stand.
Oh, anywhere.
Where you place your instrument.
Wherever anybody stands, anytime. All horizontals.
Yeah, well, then that's another plane.
That's
another plane of the horizon. Somebody else is standing.
Yeah, anywhere. Doesn't really matter. Everyone.
But there
would
are
all
multiple
have
different planes of the horizon which are at different angles to each other.
Sorry?
Yes. And we've been through this before, and the fact that you think that they're not at different angles to each other, that is what you have in common with flat earthers. That's describing,
It
that's
is Model
describing the
Affliction
shape of the
Monday.
Earth.
Yeah. I know, we're going.
Yeah.
Extended.
Anyway, I just want to try to find some common ground with you and flat earthers, but I don't think I'm being successful.
We're not flat earthers, right?
Yeah,
I know.
hang on,
I'm
hang
saying
on.
common
Hang on.
ground with you and flat earthers.
Yeah. Let me, as someone who identifies as a flat earther, I believe I have common ground with Bev.
Okay. So Rob, what
and
do
it's
you
the
believe?
fact that the Earth is not a globe spinning in a vacuum of outer space.
Okay. I get that.
You
would
can
you
have anything he wants as a globe. Anybody can have anything that they want in the place of a globe. Imagine whatever you will. Everyone does.
Well, there are some people who believe in a concave Earth, which is dramatically different. That's actually globe shaped, but inside out.
They're
Rob,
different concept of a globe, right?
Rob, would you say that you say you call yourself a flat earther? So would you describe, say, the surface of standing water as being more or less a plane, again, allowing for ripples and waves and whatnot?
Stop trying to confuse people, will you?
I'm not trying to confuse anybody.
Yes, you are. Why are you talking about a plane?
It's
It's 2D, for fuck's sake.
Yes, more or less, but a little bit of third dimension if you allow for ripples and waves.
Well, if it's the third dimension, it's not a plane.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I said that there is a shape that is 1,000 miles long, 1,000 miles wide, and 2 feet deep, that's not
That'd be
exactly
a
a plane.
That'd be
It's
a cube.
definitely not a cube.
That would be a cube.
It's oh my gosh. Do you know what a cube is? A cube is
Yeah,
1,000 by
3-dimension.
1,000 by 1,000. No, well,
Okay, fine.
I think what you mean is
It's a
rectangular prism.
It's a rectangular prism, sure.
Rectangular prism.
Prism.
If you
It's
round,
a three-dimensional shape.
if you
It's
round
not a
to the
rectangular
nearest,
prism.
say 6 foot, you end up with something that is more or less a plane. All right.
You can't be more or less a plane.
Cuboid.
Oh my goodness. So you guys have never heard of rounding?
It would be a cuboid, wouldn't it? They're all right angles.
It is not a cuboid.
Would they all have right angles?
That is called a rectangular prism. That is the geometric name.
But
for the
would
shape
they
I just
would they
described.
all of the intersections be right angles?
Yes, that's what you have with a rectangular prism. So okay, so I guess there's like a blockage or something.
Blockage of what? Understanding. We all understand what a right angle is, and this.
Yeah, it's just you have this allergy to the word plane. I don't know what the
No,
I really don't know what the
geometric.
deal is.
I understand what a plane is.
I know, but you don't
100%.
understand what like a plane is. You really are
Like a plane.
Yes.
Like a plane.
Yes, that's something that may have
So not
slight
a plane,
imperfections away from a plane. Slight imperfections, but it more or less is a plane.
A plane,
Taking
not
sheet
plane.
Of paper,
A not plane.
taking
plane.
a sheet of paper and
So
it
not
has a
that.
few wrinkles
Yeah.
in it, and you're like, the piece of paper is not a sphere. It's still flat. Oh, but it's got a few wrinkles in it. We could still call it more or less a flat sheet of paper. It's clearly not a sphere. So anyway,
Clearly
I was
not
just
a
trying to
sphere.
find some.
You've just
I
brought
really was trying
flat
to
in
find some
then.
common ground. Sorry.
You've just brought flat in then. Like interchangeably. You don't think flat is 2D, do you? Like Brian's logic.
Well, I think Brian's logic's point was that you could have little imperfections. Right? And if you ignore the little imperfections, the rest of it is more or less flat. Right? Like this sheet of paper
It's not
that has a
2D.
few wrinkles in it.
Flat
Right?
is not 2D.
Well, if you allow for imperfections, like for example, you take a look at a map of a farm, and that farm may have bumps and it may have a stream running through it, but you could still take a look at a map, and that map is flat, and that map describes the farm fairly accurately, even though the actual surface of the farm is 3D. You've got bumps and hills and
Okay, so not 2D.
valleys. The map, which does a 99.9% accurate job of describing that farm.
The map is
But
not
the map is
2D.
not the terrain.
Right?
The map is not the terrain.
Of course, but the point I'm trying to make is that people who call themselves flat earthers believe in hills and valleys.
You're speaking
but
on the behalf of other people and what
because I've been
other
debating
people.
with flat earthers for 14 years. Okay.
Well,
so
don't worry about it. Let the people who want to be called flat earthers speak for themselves, man.
No.
Like, why?
I'm just saying.
What
I'm just
you are
relaying to you
representative
what they
of
say.
flat Earth.
I'm not
right?
representing. I'm just saying they
Well, you
believe
are,
the
'cause
Earth
you-
is
yeah,
shaped
you're
flat
telling-
Earth like a
You're
pizza.
telling people
And a
what
pasta.
other people believe.
I just think you have a lot in common.
With
flat
what?
earthers.
Yeah, we both talk, right? That's one thing that we do have in common, right, Rob?
Yes.
We talk to each other. So, yeah, there's a lot of things that we have in common when we talk to each other. Yeah.
Speak English, right? You have bilateral symmetry. Right?
Yeah, we can talk to each other. That's one of the things that we do have in common. Although Nathan Oakley he doesn't want people talking to us. But that's Nathan Oakley.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, he's trying to, if he could tear down somebody's channel, he can. Like, he's done that with my channel. He's like, don't subscribe to Charles. Charles is just a liar. He's called me a liar like a million times. But he was going on about where did you get your R value, for the radius of the Earth. But anyway, so yeah, he's got some serious mental issues, and he's definitely projecting with that whole narcissism thing. Oh my gosh, he is a first-class narcissist. But that's probably why he knows so much about it and can relate so closely to the narcissistic traits. But yeah. Anyway, so I was just trying to get some find some common ground, because I know people like to say that you're a flat earther and you claim not to be a flat earther, but your beliefs are aligned nearly 100%
What do you mean my
with
beliefs?
flat earthers.
What are you talking about?
About the plane of the horizon. The plane of the horizon in the UK is the same as the plane of the horizon in the United States.
Who said
all
that?
the same plane.
No, they're two different planes, right?
They're parallel to each other. Was I think what you said.
All horizontals are parallel to one another.
Yes, that's what you've said. That makes
that's
in
the
complete agreement
conclusion.
with flat earthers.
Or you could come to the conclusion that the horizon is horizontal. Oh, would you like that one? Does that one fit a bit better? Is that one that you can use? Reason.
Globe Earthers can agree the plane of the horizon is horizontal, but the plane of the horizon actually passes beneath your feet. A lot of people don't know that.
What?
So,
go on, say that again.
The plane, like let's say you're standing at the water's edge.
Yeah,
your toes are touching the water.
Yeah.
Plane of the horizon,
lapping at my feet.
Lapping at your feet. The plane of the horizon
nice
is actually 6 feet below your feet.
The plane of the horizon is
6 feet
below my feet.
Yes, if your toes are lapping the water, and let's say you're 6 feet tall and you're looking at the horizon, you have to be 6 feet in elevation above the water's edge. So the horizon is 3 miles away, but it traces a circle around you.
A circle?
Yes.
The horizontal horizon.
What you see where the sea meets the sky. And I'm presuming this is flat. I'm sorry, water on a still day.
Yeah.
It will trace a circle around you.
The line upon which all horizontals are fixed.
Well, if you look north, south, east, west. I mean, if you or spin around in a circle, if you can see water in all directions, it will trace a circle. The horizon traces a circle.
You can turn around. I suppose you could call that.
I mean, like presuming, like let's say you were on standing on a surfboard
spinning around.
And you were let's say you were standing on a surfboard, but you were lost at
I mean, I can spin around here.
No, but I mean,
it's not really
a water horizon.
Do you know the definition of a circle?
My goodness gracious. So yes, I'm vaguely aware of there's this thing called a circle.
Okay. Now, you do understand it mathematically, or is that just like a complete piss take of a name?
I understand it mathematically, and I understand it geometrically.
Okay. Now, you've just described the plane of being 6 feet below your feet.
Yes.
Right. So when you describe that as a circle,
no, the plane is not a circle. The horizon is a circle.
Yeah, but a circle based on what?
Based on how far you can see.
Based on your position.
Yeah, 6 feet above the water's edge.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Then your horizon is 3 miles away.
So where's the radius?
So you're drawing a circle around you that's 3 miles in radius, 6 miles in diameter, and that circle is in a plane. I mean, all circles are.
You said that circle's 6 feet below your.
No, the plane of that horizon. The horizon is a 6 foot diameter circle. If your feet are at the water's edge.
What? Sorry, the 6 foot diameter circle.
6 mile diameter. I apologize. 6 mile diameter circle. If you're 6 feet tall,
diameter,
and you're standing at the water's edge.
Diameter or radius?
3 mile radius, 6 mile diameter.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
And that horizon.
Where's the angle measured? Where's your radius start?
Radius starts beneath your feet. All right. The center of the circle is going to be beneath your feet. It'll be about 6 feet below your feet. All right. You are standing at the top of the sagittal.
How do you know that?
Oh, because I've studied this extensively.
So, again, what did you describe as a circle?
The line of the horizon, the visual place where the still water meets the sky.
Visual meaning from the person.
What you see.
Yeah.
What you see, and this is assuming you have a 6 foot elevation above the water's edge.
Mm-hmm. So you are looking down.
Well, by a fraction of a degree.
Okay. So you are looking down. So that would be what you call your radius for the circle.
You know, most people, when they say looking down, they mean down. Where you're looking nearly horizontally at the horizon, a fraction of a degree below level.
Down.
Below eye level. But yeah, so that would describe a circle. I mean, you could, like I said,
wouldn't describe a circle, would it?
And the horizon would describe a circle around you.
It wouldn't describe a circle.
One way of describing
if
this,
you're talking about
cone,
being on a hump.
If you take a cone and you have a ball that fits inside the cone, what's the point of intersection of the ball touching the cone? That describes a circle. Now, what if you took that cone and you made it very, very shallow? It's still a cone. It still comes to a point. It's a very, very shallow cone. You again touched a circle, touched a sphere to it. It would describe a circle. That's the circle of the horizon, where the point of the cone represents the viewpoint of the observer.
Okay. So you're imagining you're looking down from the top.
I'm saying you're looking across, but you're looking a fraction of a degree downwards from horizontal.
And in all
directions.
Right. Okay.
You're looking towards the horizon. I mean, so the horizon appears to be at eye level, and it essentially is. It's a fraction of a degree below eye level.
If you were to do a horizontal, then.
Sorry?
If you were to do a horizontal plane.
Yes, like from your eyes?
From the circle.
Well, no, the circle is in a plane. Circle is.
Yeah, but if you were to walk around the circle with your horizontal, like a little tightrope walker, what sort of shape? Where would the intersection point of the horizontals be? Or would there be an intersection?
Every step you would take would make a new horizontal for the person tracing this circular path. So you would, the question kind of doesn't make any sense, because literally every person has their own personal horizon. So every plane of the horizon, it depends on where you are or where you place a surveying.
Are you saying that everyone has their own horizontal type thing?
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, you know, if you place like, and we've talked about this before. If you're on a job site, if you're on a building site,
Everyone
I mean,
has their own horizontal.
Two horizontals are, you know, a billionth of a degree apart, and so no one's going to measure a billionth of a degree. So
all horizontals are parallel mathematically, right?
Oh, no, they're not. Only if those horizontals are measured from a single station, like a single, you know, surveying instrument. So
Well, I said mathematically, right? All horizontals are parallel.
No.
What? Wow. I mean, you're the math teacher.
Yeah, and actually, I'm going to make a video on this, so I don't want to give away away the surprise. I'm going to make a video to follow up to my first rebutting Bev video, and I don't want to give away the surprise.
Your first straw man.
It wasn't a straw man.
Yes, it was. You added a statement that nobody ever made.
Right, and I didn't ever claim to be quoting you, but I do know that you don't believe the Earth is a globe. So you like to use.
I said
proofs
anybody that has a globe that can have it as whatever model they want.
Right, but they don't. But we don't actually live on one. I believe is what your belief is.
You can believe. My belief is you can believe whatever you want.
I never said that. I actually live on planet Earth. Okay, I live on planet Earth. I don't just believe that I live on a planet. I actually know.
Okay, well here we go.
Because I've measured.
It's my belief, right? That's your belief. How would you like that? Do you like that?
Sure.
Yeah.
It's like live and let live. You know, it's a free country.
Yeah.
Live and let live. You know, everyone's free to believe what they like.
Mm-hmm. I try and deal without belief.
Yeah.
I like to live in the realm of knowledge.
In reality.
Yeah. Yeah. Knowing. And then that stuff that I don't know, I'm okay with epoche. That works fine for me.
Yeah. But you might get a lot out of studying these lights in the sky. I think you might be surprised as to what you can get out of this study. Just observations.
Well, I've looked at the lights in the sky.
I don't think you've studied them.
What do you mean studied them?
I mean, most people don't. Most people say, "Oh, look, there's a sunrise," and "Oh, look, there's a crescent moon," or "Oh, look, there's the Big Dipper," and it doesn't go any further than that. If you actually took it up as a study, then I think you might get a lot out of it. I think you might get a lot of enjoyment and appreciation. I mean, I don't know if you believe in God or not, but I mean, I believe in God's great creation, that this universe that we live in, and it's quite beautiful and it's quite mathematical. I mean, if you're a big fan of geometry, I believe you're a big fan of geometry. There's a lot you could do with studying the heavenly bodies. I think you would get a lot of satisfaction out of that.
Are you going on the fact that universe being? Are you saying that in the beginning there was the universe? So the creation.
Well, I mean, I believe that the universe was created by God.
Okay. But the universe, like the word.
I don't put any stock in the word. I mean, it's a word that's been used for years, and now people are talking about multiverse and parallel universe. I mean, those are interesting thought experiments, but to me, there's only one universe.
Yeah, but if you break it down, it's universe.
Right, one.
Yeah.
So to my belief, there's only one universe.
What's verse?
I mean, you could play with the language. You could say, oh, well, it sounds like a song, or it sounds like a poem, or something, or it's a one-line poem. Universe, one-liner.
Yeah, but, maybe just one. Maybe the word.
Anyway, my point is, I think you would get a lot out of studying the heavens. Not just derisively saying lights in the sky, because lights in the sky could tell you a whole lot if you were to study them.
Well, I mean, I leave that up to Stargazers, as I call them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, like the thing is, I know you've said you can do squat with an angle.
Yeah.
But like, just imagine that you're at sea and you have, nautical almanacs and you've got tables and stuff. Okay. Then someone says, I'm going to take your sextant and drop it in the ocean. That person would fight you for it, because that angle measuring tool is the difference between life or death if you're on the open ocean. Provided that you have these nautical almanacs and tables and whatnot. That measuring the ability to measure angles precisely is the difference between life and death on the ocean. So that's a sextant can just measure an angle. That's all it can do, measure one angle. And I would say that that's a very, very valuable skill, and because you're measuring angles against heavenly bodies, which means that there's got to be something to studying heavenly bodies. And I know you love angles, and I know you love geometry. You could do a lot to study the angles to the heavenly bodies with Euclidean geometry. So that's just my thought.
Straight lines.
Bev,
right?
it was always nice talking with you. In the next couple days or so, I will be posting a video. I'm still right now. Wow. It's still on the paper outline stage.
Yeah, scripting it.
I just have a bunch of notes. Because the thing is, I think one of the appeals of my last video was that it was so short, and I tend to make.
I like the trick that you put in at the beginning. The unexplained mathematical trick. Yeah.
It was a mathematical trick, and there was a lot of really good comments in the comment section. A lot of people, got it. A lot of people didn't get it. They're like, "How come you didn't reveal the answer?" And yeah. But, part of the fun is trying to find out where the flaw is in that argument. So.
Do you not think there may be a little bit of mistrust there in the fact that you sort of gave your audience a trick that you didn't explain?
I told them it was a trick. Yeah, I told them it was a trick, and I told them it was given to algebra students. But part of the joy of giving somebody a puzzle is not just solving it in front of them. Yeah. I'm sure there was a lot of thought that was stimulated by the fact that I did not give away the answer to the trick.
What connection did that have? What connection did that have with the statement that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular?
Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
I know.
So it's a bit of a straw man to say that anybody is disputing that vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. I've never ever heard anybody, Blue Marble Science, anybody say that vertical is not perpendicular to horizontal.
Okay, so in that case, then you can have a line from A to B that's horizontal, and a perpendicular at each end.
No.
Well,
yeah, I mean you can, but you can't call those verticals.
Where's the trick?
Well, the trick is that there's only one vertical. You can have one vertical.
Yeah, but where do you decide where the vertical for the horizontal is?
It's where you place your station, your theodolite, your plumb bob.
No, but you're having A to B. You want.
No, you can't do it. It's got to be A. It's either horizontal at A or horizontal at B.
You're saying that you can't have a line AB that is horizontal.
No, you can't do it.
No straight lines.
You have to define.
You
have to define where it's horizontal. You have to define where is it horizontal.
It's just a horizontal.
But defined from where?
Horizontal doesn't have a location marker. It's horizontal is horizontal.
Yeah, that's the part where we differ because.
What? Wait, what's your difference? Tell us.
Go around the globe. Sorry.
Horizontal changes.
Yeah, it's based on where you are. Because if you carry a plumb bob around the Earth, the plumb bob will trace a complete circle. Right?
But Charles, horizontal is still a straight line from A to B, no matter how you orientate it. Okay, I'm hanging upside down or I'm sideways. Okay, the horizontal's different now. Still going to be a straight line between A and B.
I agree. Is that Paige?
Yes, darling.
Yes, Paige. It is a straight line between A and B. I am arguing that you cannot define it to be a horizontal between A and B unless you define where's your vertical. If you have a vertical at A, you could define the horizontal, from point A, but it's not going to be horizontal at point B. That's my point.
Are you sure?
But it's the horizontal line from A to B.
I think he's saying you cannot have a horizontal line from A to B.
Yeah, you got to define horizontal somewhere. You could define it at A.
No.
Define it at
Charles,
B.
stop.
Yes,
Stop.
It's crazy.
5 centimeter long line. Okay, I've just drawn a 5 centimeter long line on a bit of paper. Doesn't matter what orientation it's in. Can I now put that in a horizontal orientation?
Yes.
Okay. Good job.
Because it's where you are. It's where you are defining it.
So we've got a horizontal between A and B.
5 centimeters apart, sure. Or even the width of a building site, sure.
You said before
you've only but not 100 miles. You cannot draw a 100-mile long line.
What about if Page were to put perpendiculars at each end?
Yeah, well, like I'm saying, it is that only one of those perpendiculars will be vertical. All right.
But because you just said that the line could be horizontal and perpendicular to horizontal.
Defined from where Page is. Like if Page set up
5 centimeters.
or if she set up a.
She just said 5 centimeters.
Yeah, 5 centimeters. And like I said, practically speaking, you could go even as big as a building site, a city block. Okay. But technically,
yeah.
The difference is that in geometry,
no difference. That horizontal will never change.
Well,
the perpendiculars to it will never change.
That's where we disagree.
But you can extend geometrically. You can extend a straight line, can't you? A terminated straight line indefinitely.
Right. You can have as many perpendiculars as you want on that infinitely long straight line.
Okay.
No argument there.
And that plane described by that could be
verticals.
That plane described by the extension of the straight lines, right? That plane you can call horizontal, right?
No.
Yes.
I mean,
absolutely.
Defined from where you are, sure.
Well, you
defined from where you are, if you place an instrument like a theodolite, you could define a horizontal plane from where you are.
And you could.
If you travel 100 miles away, it's not the same plane. It's a different horizontal plane. From a point 100 miles away. And what I'm saying only makes sense if you know that we live on a globe, but I don't believe that you feel we live on a globe.
You said you know, right? You like know implying some sort of knowledge.
I do. I know we live on a globe because I've measured its shape multiple times, multiple different ways.
You've measured its shape.
Yes. And anyone could do the same. That's why I dedicated my channel to the math and science of the
with angles,
flat Earth debate, all sorts of methods.
Yeah,
angles.
Some of them include shadows.
Some of them include making marks on graph paper. I mean, there are all sorts of methods.
That graph paper.
Perpendicular, verticals, and horizontals always. Every vertical being perpendicular to every horizontal. That kind of graph paper. Charles, is that what we're talking about?
That's not correct. That's
squares.
Paper has parallels and perpendiculars, but it doesn't have horizontals and verticals. That's the big difference.
You can put them in a horizontal orientation so the other lines are vertical. Charles, do not do this.
Oh yeah, aren't the X and Y described as
only from where you are?
Vertical and horizontal math. Come on.
So what do you think about the reciprocal zenith angles?
Purporting to be
no, don't run away from this. No,
but that shows that verticals are diverging. Yeah, I get the whole graph paper thing. I really do. You could put a graph paper the size of a building up, and no one's gonna be able to measure a difference. Right?
To that.
But you can't have that graph paper go 100 miles away. The lines are going to be off by a degree.
As big as you want.
Well, that's mistaken.
You can scale.
Charles, it's got nothing to do with the Earth. We're just talking about geometry.
It has everything.
Horizontal plane as big as I want.
Well, so Paige, I'm sure you agree that horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. I think everyone agrees that, right?
Brilliant.
Always.
Okay, always.
Right,
Well,
do you
the
math?
shape of
Math.
the Earth
Wait a
will
minute. Whoa,
depend
whoa, whoa,
where your
whoa.
plumb
Do
bob
you understand what perpendicular is, math? Can
is. It's a 90-degree angle.
With
No, it's a
straight
right angle.
straight lines?
Well, no, you could have anything meet at a
Oh,
perpendicular.
No, perpendicular is the meeting of two straight lines.
No,
Yes, it is.
no, it's not.
It's
So,
a
do you know anything about
right-
calculus? Calculus is the study of the change of slope of a curved line. I think I heard you saying earlier
talking
that
geometry.
curved lines don't have slope.
Yeah,
It's
that,
like you can
that
measure
was
angles
it was
from
QE that
curves
said
just
that.
fine. Okay, right. But you can measure angles from curves just fine. Right? You can take
Where
any two curves and intersect them. You can measure the angle between them. Anyway, we're getting
Sorry,
ahead
the
of
angle at the point of intersection of two curves.
Yes. Essentially, what you do is you make a tangent at the point of intersection. You make two tangents if it's two curves, or you can have a curve and a straight line.
What are tangents, dude? Tangents are lines.
Right. But I'm saying
Okay,
if you have it be
thank you.
tangent to the curve, that's where you can measure your angle from,
So you're measuring an angle between two straight lines.
which is identical to the angle between the two curves.
It's not. It's
Oh.
it's
Which
an
means you can
angle.
measure
You
the
have
angle
to put
between-
a straight line there to make it an
and then
angle.
and then you make that measurement.
Without the
and
straight
that's
lines,
equal-
it's not an
That's
angle.
equal to the measurement between the two curves. So I mean, you could try to argue against that, but you're going to have a hard time because that literally is the
You're
angle.
sitting
between
there
the two
pretending
curves.
that you don't have two straight lines.
So if you intersect two
ECV.
curves, I could tell you the angle between them. Okay.
Just make it long enough and you can bend it. Like,
So-
what the fuck?
So the point that I was trying to make is that you could make an angle. An angle does not require two straight lines. You can
It
make an angle
does.
between a curve and a straight
Even-
line, or
Yes,
even two.
it
Even
does.
you
just
said-
agreed to it. You're just double talking out your. God damn.
Nope, I'm not, because like all of calculus is based on that. The ability of finding the orientation of a curve at any point on that curve.
Charles, we're talking about geometry.
Right, and you could extend it. Analytic geometry is calculus and analytic geometry. It's
Perpendicular.
an extension of geometry.
Perpendicular math. Come on.
But,
Snap out of
but
it.
anyway,
Advanced simplicity, Charles.
advanced simplicity. So Paige, you were saying it has nothing to do with the Earth, but it has everything to do with the Earth. If a plumb bob is attracted to the center of the Earth, then it definitely depends on if you're
I don't
traveling
know,
around a
stop.
spherical Earth. I'm sorry.
You can have a discussion about geometry without ever talking about the Earth. And that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, but geometry is restricted to parallels and perpendiculars, not horizontals and verticals. That's the key.
You can put them in that orientation.
Only where you are, but no further.
But that it still makes that horizontal and that vertical. It's still, I can still extend it as long as I want. We're
can
not talking about standing on an earth or anything. We're just talking about, in my mind, in geometry, I can create a line as long as I want to imagine, and I can put it in a horizontal orientation. And every vertical on that horizontal will be perpendicular.
Only on a flat plane, or only on a
Well,
flat Earth.
or within mathematics on the graph that you were talking, you can scale the x and the y however
right.
you
can scale
want,
the X
right?
and the Y,
Because
but-
that's what you
but
can do with a straight line.
You could scale the X
the
and the
ability
Y,
of-
but
that's
that has
what
nothing
Paige
to
has
do
just
with
been
what a
telling
plumb
you.
bob does in the real world.
It's perpendicular,
Right. Parallels and perpendiculars have very strict geometric
just
definitions.
like the x and y graph within
Horizontals and
mathematics.
verticals do not. Horizontals and verticals.
Are
do
you
not
saying
have
that they
strict
don't call the x and the y horizontal and vertical
informally?
You're
as long as
really
you-
grasping.
within
you're
mathematics math?
Yes, within mathematics. As long as you as soon as you
Okay.
add the z-axis, now all of a sudden the z-axis is vertical.
It's
so
perpendicular,
there
yeah,
goes your definition. It just went right out the window.
Yeah,
Like, you can put them in that orientation.
from where you are, yes.
They normally are when you're drawing it on a chalkboard or a whiteboard or whatever.
Absolutely.
That's
Like
why
I
they
said, it
use
could
the
be
X and the Y like
could
that
be- it could-
to
right,
teach
but it's an
people the
informal-
concept of
it's
it.
an informal usage of the words vertical and horizontal. It's not a formal definition of the words vertical.
What's the formal version of the words? Because
they don't have a definition. in
vertical,
geometry. I'll tell you that
vertical
right
and horizontal are perpendicular.
Absolutely. Those
Which
are
means
real-world
that's
concepts.
well, it's actually geometric, perpendicular.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Oh my goodness. Perpendicular and parallel are very strict geometric concepts. Yes.
Yes.
Horizontal and vertical are not.
You just said that perpendicular wasn't. You were just
Yeah, you got
confused.
telling off saying perpendicular wasn't a geometric concept.
No. Then you might have misheard me. Horizontals, horizontals and verticals
Yes.
are not geometric concepts.
They
Parallels
they
and
are
perpendiculars-
perpendicular though.
No, well, parallels and perpendiculars are geometric concepts.
Yes, and vertical and horizontal are described as being perpendicular, are they not?
That's the change in orientation from horizontal to vertical. Yes, that's 90 degrees. Yes, I agree with that.
So that
But
is
doesn't make-
geometric. It's the same as
doesn't
the
make-
geometric.
No, that doesn't make
Perpendicular is the link.
It's kind of like
I
saying.
know it hurts, but yes.
It's kind of like saying I have a sheet of office paper. I don't know. Do you guys use A4 paper? Is that like what you put in a photocopier? And the corners are 90 degrees. And then it's kind of like saying, well, this sheet of office paper has a strict geometric definition. It's like, no, it's just a piece of paper that happens to have a 90-degree angle, right? So the perpendicularity, that is a strict geometric definition. But the fact that just two sides of this sheet of paper meet at 90 degrees doesn't mean that there's anything special about the sheet of paper, right? So horizontal and vertical do not have geometric definitions. That is the big mistake, and that's why I included that little math puzzle into my videos, because hidden in plain sight. Right? Horizontal and vertical are not geometric or they don't have definitions.
They are straight lines, though, right?
Sorry, Bev.
They are straight lines, though.
Well, you could, if you're standing
That's
and you've
geometric,
got like a plumb
isn't it?
bob, you can make a straight vertical line where you are with
And
a plumb bob.
that's geometric, straight.
You could define a horizontal plane from your plumb bob where you
Perpendicular.
are, and that could be perpendicular. Absolutely.
Geometric.
It's just that you can't extend
Meaning
it
a
100
straight
miles
line.
away.
Meaning a straight line.
Yes, you can draw a straight line where you are and label it horizontal. You could draw a straight line where you are, label it vertical. You just can't extend that 100 miles away, which is something that you're supposed to be able to do in theoretical geometry.
Paige was doing it 5 centimeters.
Oh, yeah, sure, 5 centimeters. I mean, for all practical purposes, it's where you are. But, it's
What
the,
do you mean?
the whole point about
It's-
geometry. The whole point about geometry is that the theories work regardless of scale. You could go, 12 light years, and you can have parallel lines that are 12 light years apart, right? You could infinitely scale up geometry. That's why horizontal and vertical do not have geometric definitions.
But they are perpendicular.
You can't scale them.
And they are straight lines.
Well, you could define them where you are, but
You can define them as straight lines.
Sure.
Being perpendicular.
But the definition of it being horizontal or it being vertical, it loses its meaning as soon as you move away from where you define them.
What?
No, because you're going from A to B. You're not
Well,
defining
if
it
A
as
to B are
a spot. You're
60 nautical miles apart.
Like the 5 centimeters, Charles.
Right. 5 centimeters. You got no argument with me there. But if you go 60 nautical miles,
you had a problem with it.
A horizontal line.
if you go 60 nautical miles, you'll be a degree off. Okay, so that's the problem.
Still a horizontal line. You've just made it longer.
It's no longer a horizontal line. 60 nautical
you're
miles
right.
away. It's 1 degree away from
You are
horizontal.
an absolute nut.
Are you saying the horizontal line, if you extend it, it stops being horizontal?
As soon as you leave where you placed your instrument, absolutely. It's only horizontal from the point where you placed your instrument.
And what do you call it away from the instrument. Then.
It's just a straight line. You can't put the label horizontal on it. It's just a straight line, and you could extend that straight line as infinitely far. It's just no longer horizontal. And like I said, 60 nautical miles away, it'll be 1 degree away from that person's horizontal.
So how big is this actual horizontal plane?
You're going to extend it to infinity. It's not going to be anyone else's horizontal but yours.
No, the actual horizontal. Because you just said if you move away, then it's different. So the actual horizontal plane, I want to know. Give us an ish area size for it, please.
Well, if you're talking about, building a skyscraper, you could talk about a city block approximately. You're not going to get any problem building a skyscraper on a city block with defined horizontal planes at 1 theodolite, right?
Okay.
What I'm saying is you're, 60 nautical miles away is going to be 1 degree. So it's how much area do you want?
What about the building? All of the walls going to be vertical.
10,000th of a degree.
No, I'm saying, will all of the walls of the buildings, will they be vertical?
They're going to be within a 1,000th of a degree of vertical. In other words, there's no instrument on Earth that would be able to measure the deviation from vertical for the walls of this building.
plumb bob.
I mean, you've done construction. It's
But
not
no
I'm
proof
talking
of
about a
this.
millionth of a degree. It just gets absurd. So yeah, a 1 city block, you got no problem.
Okay.
60 nautical miles, you're now a degree off. So don't go 60
what
nautical
about-
miles. We'll call it.
What about
call it
the
same thing.
size change?
What size change?
Within the floors of these.
Or are you saying that like the top floor of the building, because you're further from the center of the sphere, would have to be bigger? Yeah. I mean it's absurd. It would be
if the
measured
walls
in
of yours
thousandths
are-
of an inch. I mean, I'm assuming that you're a handy guy. I mean, you seem to have instruments and tools and stuff. So it's like that when you're building something, you don't measure something to the 1,000th of an inch. Construction guys don't carry around micrometers.
Yeah, they do. You
They
can.
do not. Micrometers? Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah.
Show me a carpenter who carries around a
No,
micrometer
not a carpenter.
to cut
But
lumber.
You can have precision measuring equipment, right? You know that, right?
Right.
That,
But we're
okay,
talking
well that's
practically
what I'm
speaking.
talking about, right? You're saying they don't, and I'm saying yes. Certain people do use tools with micrometers on them.
Oh, sure. Like if
Right.
you're a machinist and you're measuring, how many the thickness of a rolled piece of steel, absolutely you need a micrometer.
Yeah.
But you're not talking about building construction. You
Yeah.
need a
What
micrometer
about
to do building
what
construction?
about if you're doing a float glass bed tank?
I don't know what that is.
Glass.
Yes. Are you talking about like molten glass, like making glass?
Yeah. Do
Yeah,
you know how they make
that on a
it?
construction site.
Do you know how
You
they
do that in
make? Do you know
do that.
how they make that?
Well, don't they float it on beds of molten something or other? You know?
Yeah.
Water?
No, molten tin.
No, it would have to be like molten, something
Tin.
with a very high
Tin.
tin. Okay.
Right. So, in
How they
order
make,
for you
like,
to
plate- is
have
that
the
like plate glass?
yeah, in order for you to have the thickness required, you have to have very certain control of the
Okay.
bed that you're dealing with. Right.
What's the largest sheet of glass that you've seen?
I think
make?
the biggest float glass bed's about 200 meters. I think.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
For a single sheet of glass?
Well, for the continual process, yeah.
Over the continual process, absolutely. But there's no glass pane. It's 200 meters. I mean,
That's
it's
one
just
level of
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I think it goes along the
Oh, I see.
cooling
So,
and
right, right.
whatever
It's a continual process, and then when you get to the end, then
they
slice
cut
up
it
into
and yeah.
pieces. I get you. Right. But the thing that I keep getting back to is that, for practical speaking, and like I saw on your whiteboard, you had a plumb bob and you held it at the left end of the board, and then you had the plumb bob at the right end, and you had your laser level, you had your water level, right? And they're all in complete agreement because
Yeah.
they're all, you know, within a few
Horizontal.
feet of each other. So there's no
But
argument
they're all
there.
tools for establishing horizontals and verticals.
Absolutely.
As
where
everybody
you are,
understands.
where you
Horizontal
are.
and
But if you
vertical.
go miles away,
And then straight
those
lines
angles
can be
those angles will
extended.
change.
No, but straight lines can be extended in a straight
Right.
line.
Yes.
Okay.
But, you know, it's anyway.
So if you
but
drop another plumb bob 69 miles away, what do you get?
you'll get a
90.
you'll get 1 degree deviation from the first
No,
plumb bob.
you're saying establish a new horizontal. So
Yes,
you
would
drop that. Yeah, you drop that plumb bob and you get a 90. So how the fuck are you seeing any difference when you had a 90 at the other end and a 90 at this end? Just like a ruler or that
Right.
stuff Bev was talking about, perpendicular.
Well, right. So horizontal is perpendicular to vertical where you are, and then you go 69 miles away. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical where that
both
person
90,
is.
right?
They're
both
not at the same angle. They're 1 degree apart.
How do you know
Same angle.
How do you know that when all you've got is two 90s?
The way you know that is by
And a straight line between.
using surveying instruments like doing a reciprocal zenith angle measurement.
Your shared straight line segments.
Yeah.
Well, no, there's no straight line segment because when you go 69 miles away, there's no straight line. There's no straight line that goes 69 miles.
Horizontal. You could make a horizontal from A to B, a straight line.
How do you do that practically in the real world?
A water level.
And the water level will follow the curvature of the Earth. That's the problem.
How? When all you've got is two 90s and a straight line between.
Okay, but it's how you're defining this straight line. I've never seen a 69 mile straight
You
line.
don't know.
That's how I'm defining it.
You're-
Horizontal.
Flat Earth math. Can I point out that you're asking Paige how Paige defines horizontal?
No. I'm saying how would you make it in the real world? Like how
define
would you
in
know
a
if you went
straight line.
69 miles away?
Auto level. Oh.
Say, oh, it's the same line.
I would drop a 90, create a perpendicular horizontal, and I would extend that line as far as I wanted.
How? The real world.
With the tool, with the water level.
Okay. Well, the water level follows the gravitational potential, just like standing water in a canal or
I
still
go
a
to the
lake
other
or
end
whatever.
of the canal and I drop a plumb bob. I get another 90.
Yeah, but you
what
have no
has changed to tilt that horizontal that I made before?
Okay, well,
with 90.
gravity, right? The center of the Earth. Okay.
You're fucking kidding me.
No, I'm not. So that's
You
why if you take a
geometry for some bullshit theory.
If you do reciprocal zenith angles, you could then actually measure the deviation between two plumb bobs.
There is no deviation, Charles. They're both 90s.
But you could measure it. All right.
Wow. They're both
Literally
90s.
everybody who's done reciprocal zenith angles has measured a piece of the curvature of the Earth.
They measure the drop of the perspective of our eyesight.
There's
That's
no
all
perspective in using a theodolite. Just measuring angles.
Yeah,
measuring-
geometry. So 290s. Don't worry about what things look like.
It's not 290s. It's if one is 90, the other one is going to be 90.0001 or
No,
something like that.
no. You drop your plumb bob and you get a 90 every time you do it. You just you're establishing a horizontal at that point and tilt it, from there. But every time you drop that plumb bob, you don't ever get a 90. You're assuming.
Okay. No. So Paige, I think we're talking past each other. So if you drop a plumb bob, you can establish a horizontal plane where you are by dropping a 90. Exactly as you said.
How large is that horizontal plane?
Paige.
It's A to B. You've already agreed I could have a horizontal from A to B. Stop putting it at a point.
But there's no way of measuring that unless you use something like a theodolite. So if you had a reciprocal zenith angle, which was when you take two theodolites and you point them at each other from a great distance.
So do something really stupid and
you're supposed to measure two angles that add up to 180.
Imaginary tilt of a vertical.
No. I'm not talking about imaginary tilt. I'm talking about a measurement.
Right, because all you've got is 290s.
No, well, two angles. One theodolite may be at a higher elevation or a lower elevation, so they're not going to be necessarily 290s.
Oh my God.
But the two angles are supposed to add up to 180, right? Two angles are supposed to add up to 180 if the two plumb bobs are parallel. Now, if the two plumb bobs diverge, you're going to get an angle. A sum of the angles is going to add up to slightly more than 180. That's how you measure that the two plumb bobs.
90s. How are you adding them up and not getting 180? Do you know how to add?
Yeah, I do know how to add, but
then why are you getting something other than 180 when you add 290 together?
It's a measurement, and you're not adding. Like I said, the two theodolites aren't necessarily at the exact same elevation. In fact, it's very rare for them to be at the exact same elevation.
Horizontal planes, Charles.
We're really measuring against zenith or against plumb, right? We're measuring against plumb.
Each theodolite is plumb. It's 90. Each one.
Right. Absolutely. And then it's pointing to the other. So you're measuring an angle.
The first one makes a horizontal plane. Even if the other theodolite was 5 kilometers higher, you're still making a 90, making a horizontal. It will be parallel to the one below.
Okay, so forget the horizontal plane and just focus on the two theodolites pointing at each other. You agree?
So I can look at something and pretend that the way I see things is actually a measurement contradicting the 290s adding up to 180. No, thank you, Charles.
Well, but this is a way of confirming whether or not all verticals are parallel, which is one assertion of.
All verticals are parallel. They're perpendicular.
But you got to test that. I know that's an assertion. That's an assertion.
No.
That could be tested. How?
You just dropped 2 plumb bobs and gave me 290s with a straight line in between. You proved it yourself.
I said, how are you making the straight line? And you just said, make it as long as you want. I said, practically in the real world, how do you make that straight line? You said a water level. Well, a water level follows the curvature of the earth. So you've proven nothing.
You can even make those two horizontals 5 kilometers, 5 kilometers above the other, 5 kilometers away and 5 kilometers above. You're still going to have two horizontals parallel.
But those horizontals don't exist in the real world. They're only theoretical in your mind. Okay, which is why you can measure a very real angle.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
You can measure a very real.
Imagine the plane doesn't mean it's not. That we're not really doing it. That's what it's establishing. That's how you know how high up you are.
I get you. Surveying is it's a very old and established practice. What I'm saying is, you would not know.
Have you ever practiced?
Away,
Math,
you would not know if your horizontal plane was 1
Have you ever practiced?
It's an old
horizontal plane.
Have you ever practiced it, Math?
Charles. I got 290s.
From plumb, and so you're assuming the plumbs are parallel. You've proven that.
No, I dropped the plumb and got a fucking perpendicular, and lo and behold, gee whiz, they're both 90. I wonder why that would be.
Right, so you could establish a 90 from a plumb anywhere you want. You can establish a 90 from plumb. However, my assertion is that those plumbs, if they're miles apart or a good distance apart, diverge from each other, and you could do this with a reciprocal zenith test, right? And the thing that it's a testable idea. Right, so let's change the subject.
Are you saying mathematically that perpendiculars diverge?
No, perpendiculars are defined as 90 degrees. That's a mathematical. That's a geometric term.
Mm-hmm.
Perpendicular angles
are vertical and horizontal described as being perpendicular
to each other, yes, but they are not geometric terms.
Are they straight lines or planes?
You could make a horizontal plane from where you are as big as you want.
Could you make a vertical plane?
Well, you can make a vertical line, and then you can make an infinite number of planes through that vertical line.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense?
Vertical plane, then.
Like a vertical plane could go north-south, a vertical plane could go east-west, a vertical plane can go in any orientation.
Yeah. So a
around-
vertical plane would
around
have
like a plumb
all
line.
verticals upon it, right?
Well, I mean, a plane can have infinite number of lines in any orientation. So it's a lot better if you talk about a vertical as being a line rather than a plane.
But you
There's an
can
infinite
have
number of vertical planes at any.
You can have a vertical plane where all of the lines upon it are vertical.
Can have a. Right, say that again.
You can have a vertical plane in which all lines orientated vertical will be upon that plane.
But vertical, no, that you can't, because
What?
vertical is not a geometric definition.
Straight line.
Vertical, you only have one vertical. If you have one vertical, and you orient a plane so that it is including that vertical line, you can't go any further with that vertical because vertical is defined only where you are. Vertical is not defined anywhere else.
You can have verticals at each end of a horizontal, though. I think that's what Paige was trying to tell you.
Yeah, but that's only, in practical speaking, at short distances. I mean, technically, it's only where you are. But like I said, I'm willing to extend it to the size of a building.
I know you can definitely measure the horizontal, right, to start off with.
It's only defined where you are.
No, the horizontal will go from A to B.
How far A and B?
How far do you want? Straight line.
No.
What?
Because horizontal is not a geometric term. The problem is that you're mixing geometric terms with non-geometric terms.
We're not arguing whether it's a geometric term or not.
Oh,
We're
no.
using it, doing something with it.
Right. So in the real world, horizontal and vertical have definitions.
They are perpendicular.
And in geometry, you could extend things in infinite distance. So we're mixing and matching. So you can't take a horizontal line and put a perpendicular on both ends and call both ends vertical. You're mixing and matching.
Why not?
Because in geometry, you can have a line and you can make vertical, or you can make perpendiculars on any end of that line, and that line can be just as long as you want. Mile, 10 miles, a light year. As long as you want, you can make you can make perpendiculars to that line. That's all very geometric. It doesn't require scale. However, when you talk about verticals in the real world, verticals are defined, and they can be defined by a plumb bob. And if you go 69 miles away, the plumb bob will now diverge by 1 degree. And you can measure this with reciprocal zenith angles.
Stop lying. It will still be a 90.
No, I didn't say anything about 90. I did not say anything about 90. I said the two plumb bobs will diverge, which means they will point slightly away from each other.
Because you are measuring, you're dropping a plumb bob to get a horizontal.
Has nothing to do with the horizontal, has nothing to do with 90.
We're making a horizontal, for fuck's sake, Charles.
I get what you're saying, but what you're not understanding is that if I drop a plumb bob and I say I'm establishing a horizontal plane where I am, and I go 69 miles away, I drop a plumb bob, I establish another horizontal plane, you have no way of knowing that those two planes are in any way, shape, or form related to each other.
Do you want to know? You know what? I do know, because they both make a 90.
With the plumb bob where you were, sure, that's by definition. Horizontal is 90 from vertical.
So check with my geometry to make sure
now you're
I follow the rules.
Now you're mixing geometry and the real world.
No, I'm not mixing. No.
Yes, you are.
You are.
Well, horizontal and vertical have no definitions in geometry. That's the problem.
They are straight lines, though, math. Come on.
Right,
Flat Earth math, you may be, right? But straight is a geometric term.
Sure, and 90 degrees is a geometric term. Right angles is a geometric term.
Yes.
So is perpendicular. They're all geometric terms. The word vertical and the word horizontal cannot be extended indefinitely, which the rest of geometry, you're supposed to be able to extend things indefinitely. You can have a line that's 1,000,000 miles long, and you can make two perpendiculars at either end. There's nothing wrong in geometry with that. You just can't label those lines vertical or horizontal or anything in between.
Why not if they're in the orientation?
Orientation requires the gravity vector. It's the plumb bob, which is attracted to, more or less to the center.
Are you saying that you cannot build a square of
That's exactly
horizontals and verticals?
I mean, practically speaking, on a
actually, right?
Practically speaking,
yes, in reality, math.
You're a millionth of a degree off, right?
So you
No,
say
we're not.
so that's not a square then.
You can't measure anything being off. You've got 290s. You admitted before that the deviation is so small you can't measure it.
Right, at a building site, sure.
So you have nothing.
69 miles away, you're now a full degree off, and you can measure this
No,
with
you've dropped
reciprocal
it. You've dropped
zenith
your plumb
angles.
bob and got another 90.
A 90 from an imaginary horizontal plane, which you are assuming is the same
So
horizontal plane.
you are going 69 miles away though, right?
Oh, I mean, I'm just saying to get a full degree. When you
Right.
do
Is that
reciprocal zenith angles,
whoa, is that 69 miles? Is that a straight line?
so 69 miles, it's a section of the circumference of the Earth.
It's 69 miles is a linear distance, is it not?
Oh, right. But you've seen tape measures, like fabric
Is
tape measures. That can follow.
69 miles a straight
you've heard of the circumference
line?
of a circle. Right? Can you measure the circumference of a circle in like feet and inches?
Wow.
I mean, seriously, Bev, can you measure the circumference of a circle in feet and inches? And the answer is yes. You could just wrap a flexible tape measure around it. Or wrap a string around it and measure the length of the string. So measuring the length of something doesn't mean it has to be a straight line.
Right, so is 69 miles a straight line? Is it a linear distance?
No, it's not a straight distance. It's a distance along the surface of the Earth. Or you could say 60 nautical miles, which makes it 1 degree.
If you traveled, if you traveled a 5 degree difference, are you taking into account your measured Earth curve into account?
Let's say we're doing it on water. Right? Let's say we're doing it on water. Right? You drive a boat 60 nautical miles. That's 1 degree of the Earth's circumference.
All right. So if you go like 600
miles,
so that would be 10 degrees of Earth's circumference.
Isn't it a 1 degree change to the light in the sky though?
Yeah.
So, but we just say the light in the sky. It could be any celestial body, right? Any celestial body. But ultimately, it's
don't you have to be at the same elevation in order for the 69 miles on land?
That's why I was saying drive a boat, right? Drive a boat.
But the 69 miles gives you a chance to actually measure the horizontal, right? You don't get a chance to do that on a boat.
Not on water.
So you can actually lay this down with the exact measurement. And that line measured from 69 miles is a horizontal line, unfortunately. Isn't it?
Chuck. Horizontal is defined where you are.
No.
From plumb. Okay? So what do you folks think about the measurements that have been made with reciprocal zenith angles? Do you just think that the measurement is just off? Person made a mistake with the theodolite?
You know what I think? I think what comes to mind is, what purpose would this serve?
It establishes whether or not plumb is parallel.
Really?
The model afflicted a way to argue.
That's interesting.
Because the thing is,
is that a surveying procedure?
I don't know if we can call it. It's using surveying instruments.
Well, yeah.
It's using precision surveying instruments with.
Do you want to anybody want to come in? Rob, I think you are.
Well, no, I was just saying it is Monday, and the only way this stuff is needed is for the model afflicted.
Yeah. And what would you call somebody pretending to be a surveyor using instruments that have a specific use? What would you call that?
I never pretended to be a surveyor. and I've never
Tool
performed
abuser.
that
Yeah.
test.
Tool abuse, isn't it?
Tool abuser. Yeah.
That's pretty funny. But I haven't heard any criticism of the procedure. Like I've heard a lot of talking.
It's not.
about
It's
about
not.
lots of things.
It's
No,
not
never-
an actual method that surveyors employ at all, is it?
No, it's called tool abuse.
Tool abuse. Can you accurately measure station to station of a reciprocal zenith angle? Is that possible?
You can
With
measure
precision?
angles. You
So
can
that's
measure
what I-
angles wherever you want, right?
So, but
if you have the concept of well, I mean, do you have the concept of a horizontal, and can you orientate a line from A to B horizontally?
Oh, but now
Geometrically
mixing-
speaking.
you're mixing your metaphors again.
I'm
how-
not. I'm saying
how-
A to B horizontal. It's
but where are you
pretty
defining
simple.
horizontal? Are you defining it at A or at B?
The line AB, right? Surely you've heard of that, right?
Of course I have, but
Yeah,
you cannot
okay.
apply the word horizontal to that line.
You can't label a horizontal AB, a line or plane or a within a plane.
My question is,
Wow.
where are you defining it to be horizontal? Because has to be
The
perpendicular
entire
to a
plane
vertical.
would be a horizontal plane. That's how you label
Defined
it.
where?
Define
where?
it
Give me
three
a point.
three
Give me a
co
point on that plane.
any
where
three
you're defining
coplanar points, right, would define
Sure,
the horizontal
I-
plane.
Well, no, any three points could define a plane. They don't necessarily define a
And
horizontal.
if they're a horizontal, if the tool is enabling you to define a
Where's the
horizontal
tool?
plane,
Is it an A or B? Where's your tool?
you put your tool, if you're talking about an auto level, your tool would be in the middle, and point A, B, C, D, E would be all around you, thus
pick a
establishing the plane from the point that you are all the way out to whichever point you were measuring.
Pick a letter where your tool is going to be placed. Pick a letter.
A.
Okay, so you could define a horizontal line at point A, and you could extend that line as far as you want. It's just not going to be horizontal. You cannot label that line horizontal anywhere else but at point A.
Okay. Now,
Because
now I've got a tube. I've got a tube with some water in it.
A is a vertical.
Okay.
And again, it's only vertical at point A.
Right, I've got an idea, right? At point A, I'm now going to have a water level. One end of a water level.
At A and another end at B?
Yep.
Okay. Now, horizontal will be defined as at the exact midpoint of AB.
Would that be
It's not gonna-
on the line from A to B?
It's like-
The midpoint of
Right.
AB would be on the line AB, right?
Right, or even parallel to it, but it's not going to be horizontal at A, and it's not going to be horizontal at B.
But the line, right, that is horizontal.
No.
What?
A line, it only defined at the midpoint.
Yeah, but when you define the horizontal at the midpoint, it's the midpoint of the line AB. So you just put in a
that's correct.
midpoint of the line AB,
Right, but
and you're
you
saying
cannot
that
say-
right in the center of that line AB, you're going to
It's
call
horizontal.
that horizontal.
You cannot call it horizontal at A. You can't call it horizontal at B.
But
You've made a whole plane.
Yeah, that center point is on the line AB, and you're going to call that
Right, the
point
midpoint.
horizontal.
Right. Well, you could call the line horizontal, but only at the midpoint. You can't call the line horizontal anywhere else.
Why the hell
Midpoint.
not horizontal? It's a fucking horizontal line.
So is a
because a water
horizontal
level-
line only ever horizontal at the midpoint?
Well, because, a water level is basically the equivalent of a body of water.
Yeah.
Right? But it's like using a hose and using, two little levels.
Hydrostatic.
But that traces a level line. A level line traces the curvature of the Earth. Okay?
Right, who's
Level
told you?
is a curved surface. So
who's-
using a
who-
water level,
Sorry,
you're
who's-
tracing a curved surface.
Who's told you that?
Archimedes did 2,500 years ago.
What?
Guys just try,
He
trying to
taught
catch
you
up.
that level is a
Archimedes-
curved surface. I don't think.
Archimedes stated that the body of water at rest is the surface of a sphere where the center of that sphere is the center of the Earth. That's what Archimedes said, and I don't know how long ago he lived. 200, 2,300 years ago.
Did he have any proof of that?
They all knew the Earth was a globe back then, so that's all the proof they needed.
What? No. They definitely had better proofs than that, right?
I mean, that's not a proof of anything, but it is definitely a truth that's been proven, in the modern era. Now that we
go on then,
the Earth is a globe.
How did he prove it?
Well, I don't know how he proved it, but he was stating
what
would be obvious.
How did you prove it to yourself?
Like I said, I've made countless measurements, and these measurements were all designed to give me data if the Earth were shaped more like a pizza or shaped more like a basketball. They would all my experiments, all my data collections would give me data every single way, either way.
And that is
every
it,
single time,
that data that's told you that you can't have a horizontal from A to B.
The data that tells me that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, but you can't.
And no one's ever. That's the thing. I've been doing this thing for 14 years, and no one's ever criticized any of my data gathering. They're just like, oh, the Earth can't be a globe. The Earth can't be a globe.
Has anybody ever heard you say that you can't have a horizontal from A to B?
So none of my videos say that, but
okay.
Practically speaking,
you think you should be telling people that?
If A and B are on a building site, sure, you could have a horizontal from A to B. But in geometry, you should be able to extend things infinitely far, and you can't extend it a horizontal
Mathematically,
line
you can't you? It's scalable, right? That's
It's
how we
scalable.
use scales on maps.
The principles of geometry are infinitely scalable. That's why horizontal and vertical are not geometric concepts.
They are, though.
They are not. They are real-world concepts that require tools like a plumb bob or like a water level or like
geometrically, them being straight lines gives us the ability to scale them.
No. You cannot scale the concept of horizontal and vertical because they're not geometric terms. You can scale anything else in geometry. Parallel lines, perpendicular lines, 45-degree angle. You can scale anything you want. But you can't scale horizontal and vertical because they're not geometric terms.
Is horizontal not defined as having zero slope?
Informally in algebra, like if you're drawing a
no, like just in reality.
Like if you're building a railroad or something and you want 0% grade.
Yeah.
Sure. But that railroad is going to still travel the circumference of the Earth. 0% grade.
So it'd have a slope.
No. The slope of 0. It would have a slope of 0.
Yeah.
So horizontal.
Straight line.
No,
straight line.
Not a straight line. Circumference of the
Slope
Earth is not
0.
a straight line.
Slope of 0.
Right.
You keep saying circumference. You keep saying circumference. We're talking about a straight line.
No.
Yes, we are.
No.
We're talking about horizontal straight line from A to B, shortest distance.
Oh. I keep telling you.
You just keep saying no, like
depends on where you define it.
Charles.
Depends on where you define it. Where do you place your instrument? Okay, we'll call it horizontal at that point. Place your instrument at A, we'll call it horizontal at A. You can't call it horizontal at B. Right?
So much double talk.
If you have 0% grade or a zero slope of a railroad track, sure, but that railroad track is going to travel across the circumference of the Earth, which is a curve.
No, it will be a straight line from A to B.
Well, that's an assertion, and that assertion could be tested. And if you test these assertions, which require the shape of the Earth, by the way, you will discover that the Earth is not a globe.
The shape of the Earth to test the shape of the Earth.
No, you have to test the shape of the Earth to determine whether plumb bobs hang all parallel to each other or whether plumb bobs
you're all 90
towards the center of a sphere.
Horizontal.
Right. Vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. Absolutely. No argument there. All right. That's a universal, but that does not tell you whether that horizontal aligns with the horizontal someplace else, especially if it's
equal elevation
60 nautical miles away.
It's a straight line.
In your mind.
Equal elevation.
It's a theoretical straight line in your mind. That's why I said, practically speaking, you can't build a straight line that is 69 miles long.
69-mile long water level and a water
But,
level.
but water
are
follows the
horizontal.
curvature of the Earth, so you've proven
Not
nothing
even like-
using a water level.
It doesn't, because it's a straight line from A
it's-
to B.
It's not a straight line from A to B.
Horizontal is a straight line.
It's not.
You're fucking kidding me. You're really going to say a horizontal is not a straight line?
That's correct.
Man, this guy needs to be fired. Whoever's children are being taught by this man.
Well,
God,
what
get
is
them away.
horizontal then, please?
Perpendicular to vertical, perpendicular to plumb.
Uh-huh.
Or you can use an auto level or a theodolite.
Yeah.
Or a builder's level. There's lots of ways of establishing horizontal.
Okay.
Like I said,
if we combine all of the horizontal points together, what would we have?
I don't know what you mean by a point cannot be horizontal. I don't know what you mean by combine all the horizontal points.
The point every time you establish your auto level. That horizontal that you say is at the center of every horizontal straight line. The only point that is horizontal at that specific position. If you can combine all of those horizontal points where you've established a horizontal plane, where the only plane that was actually horizontal was the point that you were actually at. If you combine all of those, do you end up with a horizontal plane?
No.
What do you end up with?
You're following the curvature of the Earth.
What do you end up with?
It's a non sequitur. There's no, you can't describe a shape that is formed from a plane and then another plane at a slight angle, another plane at a slight angle, because these planes are infinitely large. And you're deviating them by very, very small angles. And, are you going north-south? Are you going east-west? The question what shape is formed is a non sequitur. There is no shape formed because you can't even describe the shape because you're very slightly angling a plane, and like I said, planes can be infinitely in size.
You're angling horizontal planes.
Well, each time you set up your instrument, you establish a new horizontal plane.
But a horizontal plane has zero slope.
From where you are, from your instrument.
Yeah. A horizontal plane is a plane. Again. Everybody can understand a horizontal plane with zero slope.
Place your instrument someplace else, and you establish a new horizontal plane. It isn't the same as the first horizontal plane.
But relative to each other,
they're going to be at an angle.
Right. So
two horizontal planes will be meet at an angle.
Okay, so that angle between a horizontal plane and a horizontal plane, do you have a name for it?
No, I don't believe there is a name.
It's called the equipotential angle of adjustment.
Oh. Equipotential angle adjustment? Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm. George gave us that.
Angle adjustment. So, but I do have to go because it is a school night. But one of the things that I just wanted to emphasize is that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular to each other. And I keep hearing people say that, globers are challenging the notion of perpendicularity, and people are doing nothing of the sort. Horizontals are perpendicular to verticals.
Yeah, there's no way that you can ever get around the fact that perpendiculars to straight lines, the relationship of straight lines to another.
Just that sentence, that you can't get around the fact that horizontal is perpendicular to vertical.
Yeah.
That means that someone's trying to get around that horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. No one's trying to get around that.
Exactly.
Everyone is in complete agreement.
Like who would? I mean, you'd be ridiculous, wouldn't it?
Perpendicular to vertical.
Yeah, it would be absolutely ridiculous to
But what
attempt.
I've heard you say, Bev, is that blue marble science. I mean, he's going to have some problems. Challenging the perpendicularity of horizontal and vertical, and it's like he's never done anything of the sort. I've never done anything of the sort.
Right,
Literally, the definition of where horizontal meets vertical is 90 degrees. So
yeah.
No one's challenging that.
So where's the horizontal? You said it's in the center.
It's where you are. So if you drop a plumb bob, it's perpendicular to that plumb bob where you are.
Yeah. But like if you have A to B.
Yeah. Well, we've done that to death. Anyway, It was always a pleasure talking with you.
Perpendicular
Paige,
in the center, which means that the entire line AB is perpendicular.
So where you are, horizontal.
No. If you have a line from A to B, you'd say it's only horizontal at the center. Now, if you
no, that's not what I said.
Go on.
I only said it's horizontal at the center if it was a water level from A to B. If you have a water level from A to B and you trace, the surface of the water, of the liquid water at A to the surface of the liquid water at B with a straight line, you can only define it as being horizontal at the midpoint. Okay. But any line.
Wait a minute, though. Stop.
Sure.
Stop. Sure. Horizontal at the midpoint would be that point in the center where it is perpendicular. Now, at the line AB, right, the line from A to B would also lie on that line that is perpendicular to the bit at the center. So the line AB, would still be considered perpendicular to the line that you said was vertical.
Yes, you are correct.
Right, so perpendicular to vertical is horizontal, right?
No.
Yes.
Only at that point. Only at the
No.
center.
No, the entire line is perpendicular to the other.
Horizontal. That's the only way you can do that is on a sheet of graph paper. And that's informally in algebra, with an XY coordinate plane. But you can't. You can't.
That's ridiculous.
I get that because the
I hope you record this and actually get to say these things again out loud to actual people.
I haven't heard anyone say a single word against the reciprocal zenith angles, which is how you could test diverging plumbs.
Because you're not listening to us. A horizontal line from A to B.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So if A to B are, centimeters long, you're not going to get an argument. If A to B is like a city block long, you're still not going to get an argument. If A to B are 69 miles long, that's where you get the argument.
You have horizontals. They're just tilted. But for some reason, you now want to make horizontals only horizontal in the middle and bendy.
No, not
bendy. That makes sense.
All this stuff is very theoretical until you make measurements. And that's why the reciprocal zenith angle will literally give you a measurement, and anybody can do it with a theodolite.
Isn't the 69 miles a measurement?
It doesn't have to be 69 miles.
Isn't the 69... No, wait a minute. You keep talking about this. 69 miles. Now, is the 69 miles a measurement?
It's a distance.
Right. A distance measurement.
It's
an actual measurement that has been made, isn't it?
Yes. It's a distance.
Yes.
And you can measure it.
Yes.
You can only call it a measurement if someone measures
it. It is a straight line.
That's a claim, but that claim can be tested.
No, the 69 miles is a claim of a distance from A to B. Now, that would normally be a straight line.
Well, you could go 69 miles in any orientation you want. You could have 69 miles of cable, right? You could wrap it around a tree. 69 miles of cable wrapped around a tree. So it's like you can measure 69 miles however you want. It doesn't have to be a straight line.
Yes, it is.
As it is, the 69 miles is actually a 1 degree of circumference. So, that's why I said you ride a boat, go 69 miles in a boat or 60 nautical miles. And you're definitely not.
You do realize, though, that it is a straight line and there is a 1 degree measurement to the light in the sky at each end of that 69 miles.
But you keep saying it's a straight line, and you've got that is a claim, but you got no evidence for that.
It's 290.
Other than just saying it's a straight line. You just claim it's a straight line.
90 and a 90 at the other.
Sure, and that assumes that plumbs are parallel. You can test whether plumbs are parallel.
Wait a minute, Paige, please. Can I get this? Because this is purportedly flat Earth math.
Yes.
Right.
Flat
so
Earth math.
Okay.
Dedicated
the
to the
69 miles measurement.
Distance.
Is that a straight line distance?
No, it's a section of the circumference of the Earth. So if you're traveling by boat, you will be curving over the Earth's surface about approximately 1 degree. You're 69 miles of travel, or 60 nautical miles of travel.
1 degree of what?
Circumference of the Earth.
No. Where is this 1 degree measured?
I'm just saying it's what it is. We know the circumference of the Earth.
Yeah, but where's the 1 degree measurement performed? Change.
Okay. Well, so you could say plumb at the start of your journey and plumb at the end of your journey. Those two plumbs will be 1 degree apart. You could say a horizontal plane at the start, a horizontal plane at the end. Those two horizontal planes will be 1 degree off from each other. You could measure a light in the sky that is aligned with your journey. Like, let's say you're going to travel due east. Well, that's not really a great example. We'll use that light in the sky known as Polaris because that's pretty darn close to the North Celestial Pole. So if you have a very still body of water that you could travel 69 miles north, you could measure Polaris, go 69 miles north, measure Polaris again. It'll be at 1 degree off.
So did you see my drawing the other day?
Yes, I did. And I think you had a 69-mile baseline, and those two angles would be 1 degree off from each other.
So you
and the thing is, in any orientation, you could pick any celestial body. And, doing it on water is difficult because you have travel time. But if you do it on land, you can have somebody's house who's 69 miles away.
You can actually measure it, can't
roughly
you?
the same
You
elevation.
can measure that 69 miles.
Well, I mean, people do have odometers on their cars,
No.
That's not a hard thing.
I mean, like actual measurement, being exact when you're doing it.
We have GPS. GPS gives us, very, very detailed coordinates down to centimeters.
Did they know about this measurement before GPS?
Of course they did.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so
They've known the size of the Earth
how do you imagine they measured that 69 miles?
It's just a math problem. It's the circumference
It's a straight
of the
line,
Earth
isn't it?
divided by...
No, it's a straight line.
The circumference of the Earth. Well, you just asked me a question, now you're answering it. You asked me, where did the 69 miles come from? It's the circumference of the Earth divided by 360 degrees. That's where it comes from. 69 miles or 60 nautical miles.
It's the what?
Right?
To say the circumference?
It's just 1 degree of Earth's circumference. And we know the size of the Earth, so, it's not a hard, it's not a hard problem.
Right, so that's
the thing is, you could do whatever
69 miles to you is not going to be a linear measurement.
If we're following the surface of the Earth, it's not going to be a linear measurement. It's going to follow the surface of the Earth. I mean,
how do you imagine they measured that then?
It's just a math problem.
No, how do you imagine they measured the 69 miles?
So, for starters, I don't think they've actually done exactly 1.000 degrees. Like that, there's no point to that. So people have made measurements, and they back, hundreds of years ago, they get trigonometric surveys. You ever heard of the Great Trigonometric Survey of India, where they came in from the Bay of Bengal, and they came in from the Indian Ocean, and they came in from the south, and they made all these triangles over the Alps, and they all met in the middle, following the curvature of the Earth. I mean, it was all done with precision theodolites, as precision as they had at the time, and very careful measurements. I mean, these surveyors,
triangles have 180 degrees. It's geometric principle.
Yes, I get that.
That's how triangulation
I mean,
works.
you've seen the Epcot dome, or you've seen a geodesic sphere. Who was the guy? Buckminster Fuller. You could make a sphere made of triangles, right? I mean, it's not a perfect smooth sphere. It's a jaggy sphere with all these polygons. So yeah, I mean, that's Great Trigonometric Survey of India. There's a whole bunch of triangles that basically were surveying the heights of the mountains in the Alps, thousands of miles away from the ocean. Like, how do you find the height of Mount Everest to sea level, and you're 1,000 miles away from the ocean? Well, you use surveying tools. So it's, this stuff was done hundreds of years ago. So
that's a great paralogism you hold.
What's the paralogism that you think I hold?
The triangles.
Well, you could look it up. I mean, they kept very detailed records, right? And if they're working from one side and they're working from the other side and they meet in the middle, that's usually confirmation that somebody's doing something right. So, but again, I get back to precision measurements, and you could do informal measurements in your backyard using the techniques in my channel, and you'll find some very interesting things, and you'll learn a lot about the shape of the Earth by studying the heavens. It's not because it's the shape of the floor and the shape of the ceiling. That's a huge straw man.
Did you
study the heavens?
Did you hear me the other day when I said I don't give a shit about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, I do, but
Good. You're just trying to plug your channel.
Declare that it's
I
not a
understand.
globe, and I don't believe. I'm pretty sure you don't believe
No,
it's a
no.
globe. You say all plumbs
I
are
said
parallel.
you can believe whatever you want about the globe.
I know.
So that's yours. It's yours to keep.
The reason
Don't
why
feel,
you're having such
don't
a hard
please
time
don't get threatened.
Oh, I'm not threatened. I'm enjoying this conversation. It's all good.
Good.
I mean, it's, free speech and all that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I try not to give
Do you,
offense. I try not
do you
to
know
insult
what my
people.
idea of a globe is?
What's your idea?
It's that model that you see.
Okay,
For all
I
intents
mean-
and purposes, you call it a sphere. A
I mean,
Euclidean,
it's not
it's like
exact
it is an
sphere.
actual Euclidean sphere. But it's just
No, it's
a
not.
mental construct of what people interpret the globe to be. So that's what it is to me. That's what the globe is. I've got
here's the thing, Dev.
three of
Every
them
single test,
in this room.
literally every single test, conforms to the globe. And every one of these tests
not
would
the-
give data
not the
if
straight
the Earth were
line.
any other shape.
Not the straight line
Earth-
test.
So, are you talking about the what is it? Testing Euclid, or what was the thing you did with the water levels?
Talking about a straight line being horizontal.
Okay, so
being a
what's the
line.
straight line test you're talking about?
You do realise that we're talking about a straight line, right? And whether there is an ability for that straight line to lie within a plane. Like basically the geometric principles of a straight line. That's what we're talking
Yes, straight line lies within a plane. Yes.
about. Right.
But when you say the word test, I'm assuming there's something in the real world you've done with instruments or something.
Yeah.
So are you describing a test that you've done or
Yeah.
proposing to do?
Yeah, we have done it and we could do it again, yes.
Okay, so can you describe
Very
this straight line
easily
test?
to do. It's getting late. It's 4:00 in the morning for me.
Okay. Oh, I apologize.
We've got loads of information about the test.
Okay.
Right, the realizing Euclid test.
I would love to.
Yeah.
Oh, well, with the water levels, what science it out, or I can science that. He did a whole 8-video.
Yeah,
breakdown of
completely misrepresenting everything. Yeah.
that.
As
He
they all do.
asked he asked if he was represented correctly, and my understanding is that he was not corrected on any point of how he represented your test. So.
Well, like I say, I didn't. We watched it afterwards, and we made an entire rebuttal for it. He just then didn't obviously watch that.
Okay.
A bit like you did when you strawmanned a complete argument the other day.
I did not strawman the complete argument.
We didn't make an argument. We were just making geometric statements.
Right.
And that it
but
seems
you're
like now
conflating-
your problem
conflating
is
geometric statements with real world statements. Like,
with
like two
horizontal being a
plumbs.
straight line.
Goodness gracious. Anyway.
No,
it's
that's
late.
you, man. Don't be goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So
yeah.
Bev, like I said, in the next couple of days or so, or I should say in the next week or so, I'll get out my video. I'm going to try to make it as short as possible. But I always enjoy our conversations. And
Try not to straw man.
Oh my goodness, I definitely do try not to straw man. So, I always enjoy it, and thanks to all the people in the chat. I'm sorry I couldn't respond to people in the chat because I was talking to you. But I always appreciate your kindness. We disagree on things, and yet we could still talk to each other like people. I don't insult you, you don't insult me, and I think that's really great.
I think you do try and insult a lot of people's intelligence.
Well, only because I don't try to insult their intelligence. It's just I think that because what I'm talking about are globe concepts and people have in their head not globe, and that's why some of the things that I'm saying sound crazy. They would be crazy if the Earth were not a globe. So anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thanks, Bev, and thanks, Paige. I really appreciate it. All right. I'm signing off.
See you later. Thank you very much.
Care. Bye-bye.
Oh, wow, what a night. 8 hours. Imagine that.
You must be buggered, Bev.
Yeah. I was knackered ages ago.
Yeah, you poor thing.
Model Affliction Monday. Extended edition. What a start to the week.
That was intense. He really doesn't know whether he wants tilted horizontal planes from A to B or a horizontal that bends down on each side.
Equipotential angle of adjustment. So good. So good. The angle between a horizontal and a horizontal.
Or the angle between a 90 and a 90.
Well, you just start at the horizontal, right? And then you move your crosshair to the other horizontal. Easy. Measure the angle between the horizontal and the horizontal. Totally globe. Totally globe. What a day. Thank you for the 30 people that are still watching. Crazy. I hope you've got any... If any of you have been here all the time, thumbs up. 8 hours. Fucking hell.
Yeah, well done. Holy shit.
You had to sit through it. I did. Crazy times. This is, I don't know. I did say the gaslighting and this crazy times are going to get more crazy. They've pulled out flat earth math. I don't know what sort of an authority he is, but he's talking some crazy shit. Thanks, Skeptic. 8 hours. I don't know who would ever go back over that, but man, was there some crazy shit that got said? I should start writing them down, you know, so I can go back over them. There's loads of the Nathan stuff, but then... Man, it's going even worse. Right. Thank you very much for listening and being with us. I don't know what we're going over tomorrow. Oh, Paige. Spherical pie.
Yeah, let's do that tomorrow.
Do the logical understanding of spherical pie, right? Not the geometric. Logical reasoning behind it, I think. Seeing it is part of model affliction, right? The only reason you could ever get there is through the model affliction. So hopefully tomorrow we'll tie in spherical pie and the model affliction together.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you, Model Afflicted. Today's all about you. A new group. Yeah, sorry, Skeptic. I'm going to have to sign off. It was a good show, though. It's a good start to the week. Thank you. Join us tomorrow.
Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way. because the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line, or does it curve? Some people don't clamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model dictates what you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change. Just got your local distance just out of range. That oblique is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain, and it's your ball and chain. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball will always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. That old model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues.
Works really good with this guitar.
Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way. We all know that the model dictates what you do. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction. Model affliction. Model affliction. Model affliction. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction blues.